Chapter 0, Prologue to the Romance of Lingao. Author. Unknown, a work from the Taiba Forum song. Mountain peaks crowd like guests at court. Waves crash in endless fury upon the road through Tongyuan, where river and range stand eternal guard. I gaze toward the western capital, and my heart churns with grief. How it wounds me to pass through these lands where once chin and hand held sway, 10,000 palaces, now all return to dust. When empires rise, the common folk suffer. When empires fall, the common folk suffer still. In those days, the Yuan emperor had given himself over to folly, and the realm convulsed in chaos. The people could scarcely survive. Their officials flayed them to the bone. Spring and autumn brought ceaseless exactions, endless warfare. Refugees wandered every road. Throughout the breadth of China, banditry flourished, and heresies multiplied beyond counting. To this misery were added strange portents never before witnessed: a white rainbow that pierced the sun, thunder that boomed like war drums in the depths of winter, serpents and flood dragons surfacing amid black rains, wolves prowling alongside swarms of locusts. Floods ravaged the south while drought withered the north. All living things were devastated beyond measure. What pen could describe such suffering as the mortal realm endured? A great famine descended upon the passes of Guangzhou, and the people seethed with anguish. Master Yunzhuang received appointment as censor-in-chief of the Shanxi circuit to govern the northwest. From the day he assumed office, he never once sat within his yamen. Instead, he drove his cart through the countryside, distributing what food he could wherever he encountered the starving. He exhausted his entire family fortune, yet it proved insufficient to help even one soul in 10,000. He witnessed villages where not a single chicken or dog could be heard, where all trace of human habitation had ceased to exist. Worse still, he learned that among the common people, there were those who had killed their own children to feed their aged mothers, and others who exchanged children with their neighbors so they might bear to eat it all. Unable to contain his grief, he composed this song. The voice of this song rang fierce and mighty, its spirit unquenchable. By chance, it reached the ears of a certain immortal. This immortal had cultivated the Tao since the days of the Tang, and had long since ceased to trouble himself over the rise and fall of mortal affairs or the endless waste and ruin of the central plains. Yet upon hearing this verse, a deep melancholy stirred within him. He could not help but cast the hexagrams of King Wen to divine the heavenly mandate. 10 days later, his furrowed brow eased into relief, and he laughed aloud. Never mind, I see I have worried for nothing. A great transformation of all under heaven approaches within a mere decade. His disciple asked, "Master, what do you mean?" The immortal replied, "You have trained under me for several years. Just now, as I cast the divination, I learned that you too have a destiny ordained by heaven. Pack your belongings and journey to the land south of the Yangtze." Puzzled, the disciple asked, "What am I to do in Jiangnan?" The immortal said, "Ask no more questions. The rise and fall of dynasties is at hand. In Jiangnan, a rough-hewn emperor shall seek you out, the founder of a coming dynasty whose house will command the fate of all China. Your destiny lies entwined with his. Go now. Go." Within the span of a few years, all order rotted away entirely. Beacon fires blazed in every direction, worse than ever before. One band of heroes, resolute, brave, and fierce, fought their way from south to north. Beneath their banners marched elite soldiers numberless as the sea, and fierce generals massed like thunderheads. With counselors and adepts to guide them, they swept across the realm and brought peace to all within the four corners. No emperor of any previous dynasty had ever risen from such humble origins. They established their capital at Nanjing, named their dynasty the Great Ming, and thereby laid 3 centuries of magnificent foundation. Yet the momentum of all under heaven follows an ancient pattern. What has been united must one day divide. After that rough-hewn emperor departed the mortal world, generation after generation of his descendants proved unworthy of their inheritance. Within not even a century, the realm had already slipped into decline. The immortal shook his head. If such is the nation's fate, what can be done? Another 100 years passed. One night the immortal observed the heavens. The purple aura scattered eastward in disarray. Baleful Mars hung askew. The daylight star blazed with ill portent. He watched the southern sector's ruling mansion fall vacant and the daylight star shatter. He watched the polar star surge northward as the surrounding constellations dimmed. The wolf star pierced the sky. The vermilion bird transgressed its celestial boundaries. Such conflicting configurations had not been witnessed in 1,000 years. Inwardly, the immortal trembled with dread, and his spirit grew haggard. Unable to perceive the true nature of the heavenly Tao, he spoke in quiet terror. The celestial court writhes in chaos beyond all precedent. Within 500 years there must come cataclysmic change, and I fear it bodes ill for our kind. If I am to transcend through cultivation and refinement, I must begin my preparations now. Thereafter, the immortal paid no heed to worldly matters. He dismissed his disciples and devoted himself entirely to solitary cultivation. Yet before even 60 years had passed, still haunted by that vision of cataclysm, he calmed himself and computed the numbers of heaven once more. In an instant his expression cleared and he murmured, "Ah, so it is merely another change of masters in the central plains, another era of chaos like the 5 barbarians or the Mongol Yuan. The polar star waxes strong and advances from the east. This dynasty's mandate should grant me perhaps 200 or 300 years more." Just as he sat musing upon these calculations, in a single instant every star in the firmament lost its light, and the universe plunged into absolute darkness. Then the stars burst into flame, and the very vault of heaven burned. The purple aura scattered and gathered by turns, coalescing into the shape of a great celestial sword. The heavenly leader's palace and the earthly palace both split asunder. The literary star and the martial star flickered wildly, now vanishing, now blazing brilliant trails across the sky. The star of nobility and the star of longevity fell silent as the void one moment, then swelled and exploded the next. All the surrounding constellations churned like boiling water cast upon snow, or like willow catkins scattered by a violent wind, and vanished without a trace. Amid that chaos, more than 500 stars of generals and emperors blazed forth and flew, searing eyes and ears alike. Where the celestial court had once stood, now blazed a radiance as if the sun hung at high noon. Beneath the heavens there remained no place of shadow. Even the farthest reaches of east and west were dazzlingly, impossibly bright. Every ancient constellation and every measure of heaven had been devoured. Every celestial configuration had been shattered utterly. The immortal, struck with terror, trembled and shook. His liver and gall split with fear, his soul and spirit scattered. He computed upon his fingers again, examined the heavenly signs, extrapolated the numbers of fate, and once more all appeared exactly as it had always been, unchanged. Still in shock, the immortal whispered to himself, "So it seems the cataclysm is already upon us. I fear the land of the divine province shall, from this moment forth, be overturned entirely. The Tao of antiquity shall be subverted beyond recognition. Hereafter, there will be no method by which our kind may cultivate, nor any ground upon which we may stand. If I remain in this world, I fear only heavenly punishment awaits." With that, the immortal ascended and departed from this mortal realm. End of chapter. Chapter 1. The wormhole descends. The protagonist of this story, or rather, one of them, was named Xiao Zishan. Born in the late 1970s, Xiao Zishan was ordinary in every conceivable way. Ordinary family, ordinary looks, ordinary talents, and certainly not the type to burn with ambition. His academic record reflected this perfectly. When university admissions expanded, he rode the wave and became a college student like countless others. After graduation, he drifted between companies in the Pearl River Delta, accumulating the usual scars of working life. Unscrupulous bosses had cheated him. Unrealistic dreams had failed him. Eventually, he landed a decent-paying position at a foreign enterprise and settled into the comfortable rhythm of earning his wages. 6 or 7 years slipped by this way. Before he knew it, he was 30 years old, still renting someone else's apartment, with few hobbies beyond a fondness for history and obscure books. By the time our story begins, he could barely recall his ex-girlfriend's face anymore. He still belonged to that crowd celebrating Singles' Day every November 11th. On the evening where our story opens, the weather was foul. The pitch-black sky flickered with lightning, a pattern that had persisted for nearly half a month. Sometimes the flashes were followed by torrential downpours, other times there was only rumbling thunder. Rumors of an impending earthquake had circulated so long that people had grown numb to them. Gao Zishan stepped off the bus with a yawn, eyelids puffy, legs weak, hair unkempt, the disheveled bearing of the working poor. He had not been home in over a day. As a newly minted regional manager, preparing for an inspection by his superiors had kept him chained to the office, poring over reports for hours on end. The reimbursement expenses were particularly nightmarish. To call Gao Zishan a corporate parasite would be a gross injustice. He had held this position for barely 3 months. During his 6 or 7 years at the company, he had remained stuck at the entry level of regional sales representative, while layer upon layer of leadership above him was harvested like scallions, cut down crop after crop, and he persisted like the root that remained. 3 months prior, leadership had rotated yet again, leaving behind the customary pile of inexplicable reports and invoices. Only this time, he was the one appointed regional manager. If this promotion had come 2 years earlier, he would have wept with gratitude. But now Gao Zishan wanted only to say to all those leaders, past and present, go to hell. Under the global financial crisis, the company had been half paralyzed since the previous year. Familiar colleagues in the regional office had vanished one after another. The remaining business was so light he could handle it alone with leisure to spare. This appointment, coming without any salary adjustment despite years of stagnation, without any directives for developing new business. Well, after 6 or 7 years in the trenches, it wasn't hard to read the writing on the wall. This was the prelude to shuttering the regional office. He was merely a caretaker. Once all affairs were wrapped up, he would be packing his bags, but the paperwork still had to be done, if only to keep collecting that unchanged salary for a few more months. Gao Zishan sighed for perhaps the 20th time that day. He carried a large travel bag stuffed with promotional giveaways that had accumulated in the office over the years: kitchen aprons, undershirts, toothbrushes, ballpoint pens, all crude little commodities. Apart from a few items, he had no real use for any of it. Yet he had greedily taken everything. When poor, one's ambitions shrink, a saying that fit him perfectly. His rented room was reasonably clean and tidy. After a shower, his spirits unexpectedly perked up. He booted up his computer and went online. Orson Welles once said the lottery is the painkiller of the poor. The internet, then, was the fountain of joy for people like Gao Zishan, whether online games, BBSs, or the web novels he devoured daily. Before entering the workforce, Gao Zishan had been something of a literary youth, devouring all manner of miscellaneous books indiscriminately. He had also liked to dabble in writing, but lacking natural talent, he never made a living from it. He regularly visited a handful of BBSs. He was no celebrity on the forums, but the eclectic hodgepodge of information, theories, and knowledge they provided, the debates, the arguments, the kaleidoscope of human nature, even the performances of certain hypocrites, were far more interesting than the mask-laden workplace. As usual, he checked the hot posts of the day. I have discovered a wormhole leading to the Ming Dynasty. It's absolutely true. Seeing this title, Gao Zishan couldn't help but chuckle. Were people so addled by reading time travel novels these days? Or were they so dissatisfied with their circumstances that they yearned to start over in another world? Then he noticed the post was by Director Wen. Director Wen was one of the survivalist fanatics on this BBS whom Gao Zishan rather admired. Beyond his broad knowledge, his meticulous approach to time travel and survival scenarios was truly rare. It was a shame Director Wen didn't write time travel novels. If he did, Xiao Zishan would certainly follow them. The pirated versions, naturally. Another of Director Wen's wild ideas, I suppose. Xiao Zishan casually clicked on the post. With that click, his world began to change. To put it in cliched terms, the wheel of fate began to turn. 1 week later. This is the wormhole. Xiao Zishan peered cautiously at the luminous object before him. Strictly speaking, it wasn't quite a proper circle, more of a faintly blue glow, not far from what he had imagined a wormhole to be. The difference was that its light was not intense and its size was much smaller, only about the dimensions of a bathroom mirror. "It's quite small," said Wang Liubin. Like Xiao Zishan, he was among the first to communicate with Director Wen and decide to come see for themselves. Applying pressure to the edge can enlarge it. When Daisy sat on the closed toilet lid, with 3 people crammed into the bathroom, it was rather cramped. This opening can be expanded or contracted. All you need is symmetrical force along the diameter. Enlarging and shrinking is synchronous in both timespaces. He paused. When the opening is reduced to 210 millimeters, the wormhole closes and can no longer connect the timespaces. Can you really travel back and forth through it? In Xiao Zishan's experience, literary experience, that is, time travel was strictly a one-way affair. Either you were hit by a car, struck by lightning, or at mildest got lost somewhere. The common feature was that you never came back. "If I couldn't return, I wouldn't have been able to make that post, and you wouldn't be standing here now," said Director Wen. "I estimate that after crossing over, the destination corresponds to the location where the crossing originates." "You should have bought a lottery ticket, Director Wen," Xiao Zishan murmured. "Discovering a wormhole in your bathroom has a lower probability than winning the jackpot." "Isn't this the jackpot?" When Daisy laughed contentedly. "Is there any lottery that can win you an entire world? Director Wen, didn't you always say, solo, bidirectional, low-profile time travel is the true way?" Wang Liubin recalled the old BBS discussions about crossing over. "That's right." When Daisy pointed at the wormhole. "Do you know what's on the other side? It's a world." He waved his arms excitedly. "Through this, I can possess an entire planet, an entire universe." "You're going to conquer the world all by yourself," Xiao Zishan expressed serious doubt. "That's why I made that post," when Daisy seemed somewhat reluctant to admit it. "Besides, the other side is not a pleasant timespace." "What timespace is it?" "Roughly the Tianqi reign. I found Tianqi Tongbao coins." Xiao Zishan and Wang Liubin both drew a sharp breath. The new world Director Wen had found was an era overrun by eunuchs. End of chapter. Chapter 2. Director Wen's ambition, when Daisy recounted his solo crossing in broad strokes. The alternate timespace he'd reached through his bathroom opened beneath a hill beside a small river. Judging by the cultivated land, this was a prosperous agricultural region, and the terrain and vegetation suggested southern China. He had been weighing whether to venture deeper in search of a village when something unexpected happened. A party of soldiers in ancient costume came marching along, led by a mounted officer, driving a dozen peasant-looking captives toward the riverbank. Then the killing began. When Daisy had seen his share of graphic photographs online, but witnessing slaughter from 30 meters away was something else entirely. When it was over, the soldiers severed the heads, scattered some damaged weapons around the corpses, and rode off in formation behind their officer. "Good thing I was wearing camouflage," when Daisy said, a tremor still in his voice. "The nearest ones came within 10 meters of me." The alternate timespace had left him with 2 lasting impressions. The air was excellent and life was cheap. He opened his laptop and showed them photographs from the scene. Rendered in 9-megapixel clarity, the mutilated, headless corpses were vivid enough to turn a stomach. "I also found some copper coins scattered nearby." He produced a plastic bag containing a dozen or so coins. "Several types. I had someone examine them. The most recent are Tianqi Tongbao. Could also be from the Changzhen reign." "At minimum, it's after Tianqi Year 2, Xiao Zishan said with confidence. "Emperor Guangzhou reigned only a few months before he died. In Tianqi Year 1, They were still minting his father's Taicheng Tongbao. They didn't begin striking Tianqi-era coins until the following year. Factor in minting and circulation time, and you can estimate Tianqi year 3 or later. That's still a broad window. Those two brothers reigned over 20 years between them. I believe it's Tianqi or early Changzhen at most. Changzhen Tongbao was minted in large quantities everywhere and circulated widely. You wouldn't find only Tianqi coins otherwise. With the era roughly established, the question remained, what did they actually intend to do? A wormhole to an alternate timespace held monumental significance for the scientific community, but the three men gathered in that bathroom were clearly not physicists. No Nobel Prize awaited them. If they broke this as major news, none of them worked in media. At best, they'd be footnotes in the story. As the discoverer, Director Wen might earn a brief mention, but little more. All three also harbored the same conspiratorial thought. Given the potentially enormous consequences, the wormhole's existence might well be suppressed entirely. Americans had long suspected something like Area 51 existed, and in that case, their prospects would be grim indeed. Setting aside the question of property rights, since ownerless objects belonged to their discoverers, Wen Dacey could technically be considered the wormhole's owner. The other two understood clearly that this was an opportunity. If Wen Dacey had truly intended to chase some physics prize or attempt his solo, bidirectional, low-profile crossing, he would never have made that post. How great was this opportunity? As Director Wen put it, great enough to potentially possess an entire world, another dimension's 17th century. At this thought, their breathing grew heavy. After a brief discussion there in Wen Dacey's bathroom, the initial executive committee was established and immediately produced its first document. In the historical chronicles of New World discovery, this meeting would come to be known as the Bathroom Conference. The guiding principle passed by the conference: build a new world. But how would they create their new world? The ancients were not mindless NPCs. In wisdom, they were no less than modern people, and they lacked neither courage nor strength. As for environmental adaptability, pampered modern folk could not begin to compare. Though these three enjoyed time travel and alternate history novels, at least they knew they possessed no aura of a true king. The one advantage transmigrators held over the people of that era was 300 additional years of civilizational accumulation. Scale and standardization, Wang Liubin declared, are the keys to victory. An industrialized society is capable of defeating any ancient society. Their vision crystallized. Assemble a large group of transmigrators possessing modern technology and management expertise, carry modern industrial equipment and technical knowledge, cross together into that time-space, establish a base, complete basic industrialization, form a comprehensive industrial system, and from that foundation, dominate the globe. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. No matter how grand the goal, one must eat one bite at a time. After discussion, the group settled on two near-term objectives: recruit transmigrators, raise funds to purchase materials and equipment. Wen Dacey decided to first establish a Skype chat group for communication. The original post, now wildly popular, would receive no further explanation. He simply added the group number and a backup email address, then locked the thread. Everyone agreed that from now on, it was best to avoid attracting attention. As for funds, though these three had some savings, their combined total came to less than 1 million yuan. 1 million RMB to complete industrialization, even the industrialization of the Industrial Revolution era, was pure fantasy. Subsequent participants would theoretically bring capital too, but likely not much more. Exploiting price differences between the two timespaces through bidirectional crossing seemed the most realistic method for raising funds quickly. Using modern products to reap enormous profits in an ancient era, this was the tried-and-true wealth-building technique in every time travel novel. Everyone immediately thought of glass mirrors, glass cups, matches, wristwatches, and other trademark transmigrator treasures. Countless predecessors had relied on these to make their fortunes in alternate timespaces, digging up their first pot of gold and setting out on the road to hegemony. Xiao Zishan contributed the large quantity of promotional giveaways he had accumulated over the years, hoarded out of a fondness for small bargains. Plastic powder compacts with mirrors, melamine bowls, spoons, and chopsticks, small fruit knives, plastic cloth kitchen aprons, acrylic hat, scarf, and glove sets, glass mugs, plastic lunch boxes, towels, 3 or 4 boxes of miscellaneous items in all. These cheap goods, custom-made in Yiwu, stamped with various company logos, now gleamed like gold in their eyes. Venetian glass mirrors in the 17th century were luxury items even in Europe and non-existent in Asia. From this perspective, mirrors represented a monopoly. Then there were the unbreakable bowls and plates, the transparent lunch boxes. Even the empty purified water bottles they had just drunk from, any of these were novelties unseen in that timespace. Theoretically, they could charge whatever they wanted. 100 taels per compact, 2,000 taels per cup, 100 taels per bowl. Hadn't countless transmigrator predecessors done exactly this? All three felt their blood pressure rising, excited by the golden future unfolding before them. Wen Dacey even felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps risking a solo bidirectional crossing really could have unified the world. But if we just go over like this, Wang Liuben said, recalling a practical issue, the moment we reach the city gate, we'll be arrested as Japanese pirates and hauled off to the Maritime Defense Magistrate's office. Does Guangzhou have a Maritime Defense Magistrate's office? I'm not sure, but the Maritime Trade Superintendency should be there. That's true, we're in strange clothing and our accents are peculiar. Guangzhou isn't sparsely populated, and we have no travel permits. Will they banish us to Liaodong? It won't go that far, Xiao Zishan said, but if our strange clothes and suspicious behavior get us dragged before the Yamen, we won't die, but we'll certainly lose a layer of skin. He recalled some memoirs by Portuguese who had visited Ming-era China. One unlucky Portuguese pirate had recorded his entire experience after being captured in great detail. Though he lavished praise on the Ming judicial system, calling it a perfect institution of justice, fairness, and transparency, he also declared without hesitation that for prisoners, it was cruel. Thinking of the various tortures the Portuguese had suffered and witnessed, Xiao Zishan shuddered. Maybe we should look up some Hanfu websites. I've seen a few that have done careful research on Ming-era clothing codes. Clothing is one thing, Wang Liuben objected, but we can't learn the manners and behavior. It would only make us more suspicious. What if we pose as foreign merchants? Wen Dacey proposed. We could claim to be sea traders from Borneo. Maybe we could even pose as tribute envoys. Don't emperors all love having myriad nations pay homage? Tribute trade had already stopped by that point, Xiao Zishan said after a moment's thought. Besides, the court was probably preoccupied and not interested. As I recall, the Ming had very strict controls on foreigners. Apart from the Portuguese, foreign merchants could only trade in Macau. Their ships weren't allowed into the Pearl River. The Portuguese could enter Guangzhou. Yes, apparently every year Guangzhou held trade fairs where merchants from all over brought goods to exchange with the Portuguese. So the Canton Trade Fair has this long a history, Wang Liuben remarked with admiration. The Canton Trade Fair, once China's main window for foreign trade, had its predecessor in the Ming Dynasty, though back then it was open only to Portuguese merchants. Held twice a year in summer and winter at Haizhu Island in the area around what is now the Haizhu District Trade Union Federation. But none of us looks like a foreign friend. Were there overseas Chinese back then? Maybe. Who knows? This is a headache. Looks like we'll need to consult some historical sources. Suddenly, Xiao Zishan slapped the table and laughed. We're so stupid. Why are we always thinking about how to get into Guangzhou? Aren't we already in Guangzhou? Everyone's eyes lit up. Of course, since the wormhole's entry and exit points were identical in both timespaces, as long as they crossed within the Ming-era boundaries of Guangzhou City, they would emerge directly inside the city. and if any crisis arose, they could simply open the wormhole and escape back. The crossing point they chose was Hainan Street, originally in the riverfront zone south of Guangzhou. This area had been commercially developed since the southern Song dynasty, and commerce flourished even more in the early Ming. When the city walls were expanded during the Jiajing reign, this commercial district along the Pearl River was enclosed within them. From then on, Guangzhou's southern city wall stood directly on the banks of the Pearl River. In the Ming, Hainan Street was where wealthy merchants from other provinces supposedly congregated, though in truth, it was a gathering place for smugglers. These men colluded with fishermen on Yaoyu Islet at the mouth of the Pearl River, specializing in transporting goods from barbarian ships, smuggling, in other words. Whenever a foreign ship arrived, they conspired with the wealthy merchants of Hainan Street from other provinces to load porcelain, silk wadding, private coinage, and gunpowder, departing fully loaded and returning fully loaded. Xiao Zishan strongly suspected that these so-called wealthy merchants from other provinces all had official backing, which explained why their smuggling operations were so brazen. Since they were all in the smuggling business, they surely wouldn't care where the newcomers were from. Profit was the merchants' nature. From this perspective, the merchants of Hainan Street seemed the most suitable people to contact. End of chapter. Chapter 3. Striking Gold. Gao Jus Bewilderment. May the Almighty God of Traversal bless us. May the Timespace Management Bureau approve our operation. Amen. When Daisy murmured his improvised prayer, shouldered his assault pack, and stepped through the wormhole first, Xiao Zishan and Wang Liubin followed close behind. As an avid outdoor enthusiast, Wen Daisy owned a complete array of camping and hiking gear, more than enough for any expedition. Yet for this journey he had chosen sparingly: quick-dry clothing, a survival kit, and a multi-purpose knife. The assault pack served a singular purpose: to carry the wormhole exit with him wherever they went. Weapons had given him pause. He had considered his all-steel crossbow and hunting knife, but ultimately decided against them. If trouble found them, 3 city-dwelling homebodies matching strength and ferocity against Ming-era men seemed a dubious proposition at best. Since the wormhole exit could be repositioned at will, they could simply open it and flee at the first sign of danger. As a precaution, when Daisy had procured 3 stab-resistant vests, some smoke grenades, and a few stun guns, enough to buy them time for a hasty retreat. Xiao Zishan possessed no such equipment. He had walked into one of those ubiquitous military surplus shops and emerged with training fatigues, high-top liberation boots, and a knockoff military backpack. Wang Liubin simply wore his usual outdoor work clothes. Each man carried 2 days' worth of compressed rations, several bottles of purified water, and basic emergency medicine, just enough to minimize how often they would need to open the wormhole and risk exposure. The promotional samples Xiao Zishan had assembled were surprisingly varied. They had initially planned to bring only glass cups and plastic compacts, but eventually decided that a broader selection made more sense. After all, they had no real notion of what Ming-era consumers might find appealing. More samples meant better market research. Once they had settled on their crossing point, Xiao Zishan made several trips to the library and managed to pinpoint where Hainan Street would be located in the present day. He found a budget hotel nearby and rented a room. Over several consecutive nights, when Daisy cracked open the wormhole just enough to observe what lay on the other side. Hainan Street had been a bustling commercial district, densely populated even then. Opening the wormhole carelessly might deposit them in someone's bedroom or drop them into the middle of a crowded thoroughfare. When Daisy had even ordered infrared night vision goggles online to aid his reconnaissance. If a location proved unsuitable, they would simply relocate and try again, pure luck of the draw. From his nighttime observations, Wen Daisy had determined that the space beyond appeared to be the back courtyard of some residence. Rows of gray brick buildings with tiled roofs stood in neat lines, and after dark, the area was completely deserted. None of them had any real idea what would happen once they crossed, and there was certainly no manual to consult. Their preliminary plan was simple: cross over, find a secluded spot to hide until dawn, then walk into the first shop they found, display their wares, and gauge the reaction. There was no predicting how 17th century people would respond to three strangely dressed individuals. Would locals avoid them entirely, or would they draw a bewildered crowd? Communication posed another challenge, though according to director Wen, Cantonese preserved more elements of ancient Chinese than any other modern dialect. The gap might not be quite as insurmountable as it would be with standard Mandarin. They had chosen to cross around 5 in the morning, the first watch of Mao in the old reckoning. Too early and the sky would still be dark. Though the Ming and Qing eras had no explicit curfew, nightlife was virtually non-existent and pedestrians scarce. Being spotted by night watchmen or yamen runners would invite unwelcome questions. Too late and people would already be stirring, dramatically increasing the odds that someone might witness the wormhole opening. 3 men materializing from thin air would become the talk of all Guangzhou. For several nights running, the great master Gao Jus had not slept soundly. The dogs in the back warehouse courtyard would not stop barking once darkness fell. His guards had checked multiple times but found nothing amiss. The warehouse yard served merely as storage. Its walls stood high and were flanked by side courts and narrow alleys. Even a first-rate cat burglar would have difficulty sneaking anyone inside. Suspicion curdled into superstition. Servants whispered that at midnight, an eerie light sometimes flickered in the courtyard. The entire Gao household grew uneasy. During the day things seemed manageable enough, but after dark, the warehouse became a place everyone avoided. Even the heavens had behaved strangely of late. Thunder rumbling at dusk without a drop of rain, the sky frequently turning an uncanny shade of purple. Master Gao himself had not been in good spirits, and even his favorite concubine had gone without his company. It was not ghosts that Master Gao feared. His dread ran far more practical. That back courtyard warehouse held the key to both his livelihood and his life. Of the 100-odd shops lining Hainan Street, every last one had made its fortune through foreign trade with barbarians. All the goods and silver he had acquired from the Falangjian the previous winter had been converted into exactly what the Falangjian favored: raw silk, finished silk fabric, and fine porcelain. He had also prepared large quantities of saltpeter and ironware, items the court had explicitly banned from export. If anything went wrong, it would cost him his head, and losing his head would be the least of it. Half of his vast enterprise belonged to Eunuch Yang in the palace. Though Eunuch Yang was not as prominent as the 9,000-year-old, reducing the entire Gao family to ash would be no trouble at all for a man of his position. Tonight the dogs remained quiet, not a single bark all night. Master Gao managed a proper night's sleep. His recent unease had driven him to sleep alone in his inner study. Shortly after the 5th watch he rose. A maid attended him as he brushed his teeth with green salt and washed up, half closing his eyes to gaze at the still dim sky, contemplating the weather and whether he might take a stroll through the courtyard for some morning exercise. A burst of frantic barking erupted from the back courtyard. Master Gao startled, his pleasant morning mood shattered. He set his cup down hard and was about to summon someone to investigate when his head guard came scrambling into the courtyard, practically falling over himself. Master Gao's expression darkened. This was his inner study. Male servants were not to enter without being summoned. For the guard captain to burst in so desperately meant something serious had occurred. Master, master. The warehouse courtyard. In the courtyard. There are. Calm yourself, speak slowly. Master Gao had been dealing in foreign trade and smuggling for many years. He had long since cultivated steady composure in the face of crisis. After only a moment's alarm, he steadied himself. The back courtyard. 3 Japanese have appeared. 3 Japanese in his back courtyard. Master Gao remained somewhat mystified as to how they had gotten in, but as long as they were merely people, things could be managed. He relaxed slightly. A few Japanese have you frightened like this. Tie them up and lock them in the firewood shed." He waved his sleeve with impressive poise, though his mind was already turning rapidly. Could old Wang on Yaoyu Islet have sent someone? Had a foreign ship dropped anchor? Gao Ju knew the Falling Giant often employed Japanese servants, but this was not the season for ships to arrive. Besides, as his business partner, old Wang would never dispatch a few Japanese without advance notice, and certainly would never sneak them into his back courtyard. "Master, these Japanese are truly strange," the guard hastened to report. "We didn't dare act rashly. Useless, incompetent." Master Gao raged, though a twinge of fear stirred within him. Though he was a merchant from another province, he had heard plenty of tales about the vicious Japanese pirates who had once plundered the coast. The very reason Hainan Street had been enclosed within the city walls was because of those marauding pirates. For three of them to slip into his back courtyard in the dead of night, completely undetected, Master Gao recalled what Japanese-speaking sea merchants had told him, that Japan bred certain extraordinary warrior sages who could conceal themselves, move unseen, and kill invisibly. At this thought, great fear seized him. His earlier notion of simply having his men seize them evaporated. He hurried to ask, "Where are these people now?" "We have them surrounded in the back courtyard with bows and firearms." The guard glanced at Master Gao's expression. "From their manner it seems they bear no ill intent." Fools! No ill intent, yet they had come to his back courtyard. What for? To borrow soy sauce? "Master, these men carry no weapons." "This is something the leader among them tossed to me." The guard quickly produced a small box from inside his jacket. "He said a great deal as well, but I couldn't understand most of it." Master Gao received the paper box with suspicion, and was immediately startled. It felt impossibly smooth to the touch, as if coated with glaze. Yet the rough edges told him at once that it was made of paper. How strange indeed, he thought. He opened it carefully. Inside lay a small, oval, flattened container, neither jade nor porcelain, likewise covered in a glaze-like finish, but in a dazzling shade of pink he had never seen on any porcelain. It felt remarkably light in his hand. Master Gao had dealt in foreign goods for years and seen many things, but he could not for the life of him determine what this was made of. In shape it resembled a woman's powder compact. He tried lifting the lid. It opened at his touch like a clamshell. Inside, the lid gleamed brightly. He peered closely, and his face went ashen. End of chapter. Chapter 4. Striking gold, the Australian sea merchant's dam. That was like riding a roller coaster. Xiao Zishan's voice came out in a shaky whisper. "Fortune favors the bold," Wang Liubin replied, his hand still buried in his pocket. Xiao Zishan knew he'd been white-knuckling the stun gun the entire time. "What are you two muttering about? Keep it together." Beads of sweat glistened on Director Wen's nose as well. Their crossing plan, sound enough in theory, had gone sideways the moment they arrived. The instant when Daisy tucked the wormhole exit into his pack, dogs had exploded into furious barking, and all three felt their legs turn to water. Fortunately, Wang Liubin's grip on the stun gun proved providential. Hearing a rush of movement behind him, he jabbed the button and swung wildly. Like a blind cat stumbling onto a dead rat, he somehow managed to zap a vicious hound mid-pounce. The beast's fur stood on end, foam spewed from its jaws, and it collapsed twitching onto its back. The shock must have arced into the dogs behind it, because the rest of the pack held back, howling but not closing in. Before the three could decide their next move, the courtyard gate burst open, and 7 or 8 servants in dark robes surged through, brandishing swords, spears, and cudgels. One even carried a matchlock arquebus, its smoldering fuse coiled around his arm, its black maw leveled directly at the 3-dimension travelers whose heads were still full of dreams of fortune. The first people they encountered on their time-space journey were clearly not friendly. Unfriendly was an understatement. Their lives hung in the balance. None of these homebodies had ever stared down the barrel of a gun before. In countless online debates about ancient firearms, They dismissed Ming-era bird guns as crude contraptions with laughable range and power. But now, with barely 20 paces separating them from that dark muzzle pointed at their faces, even the shoddiest gun could surely blow their heads wide open. They stood frozen, utterly flustered. The opening speech Wen Dacey had so carefully prepared died somewhere in his throat. The servants, however, had witnessed what happened to the dogs, and that gave them pause. After a tense standoff, Wen Dacey did the math. Throwing a smoke grenade now would let them escape easily enough, but their time-space arbitrage career would be finished before it began, to say nothing of their grand ambitions to unify the world and revitalize China. At this thought, boldness surged from his gut. He raised both hands, spoke and gestured in Cantonese, and tossed over a mirrored compact to demonstrate peaceful intentions. The compact worked remarkably well. Within minutes, the three went from having weapons brandished at them to being received as honored guests. "Old Wang, you think this could be a trap, luring us in to capture us?" Xiao Zishan's eyes swept the room. This was genuine Ming Dynasty architecture. The furniture beneath them was genuine Ming Dynasty craftsmanship. Any single piece would fetch a handsome price back in their own time. But no one was in the mood for appraisal. If they meant to act, they could have done so in the back courtyard. "Everyone stay sharp and don't touch the tea." When Dacey kept his voice low, "Judging by this household servants, I'd wager the master is a smuggler. These types tend toward ruthlessness. Watch for treachery. Understood? Zishan, if I throw a smoke grenade, you help me get the wormhole out immediately. We run." "Got it." As they whispered, 7 or 8 servants filed in escorting a middle-aged man in fine robes. Having just weathered such a harrowing scene, Xiao Zishan and the others had barely recovered their composure, and now curiosity swelled within them. Here stood a living, breathing person of the great Ming. 3 pairs of eyes fixed intently on the pale, well-kept figure before them. Moments earlier, when Master Gao opened the box, he had been astonished. Over 2 decades of dealing in foreign goods had exposed him to countless rare wonders, but this was something else entirely. Setting aside the compact's unusual material, neither porcelain nor jade, the crystal mirror embedded within was priceless. In all his years, he had seen such things only a handful of times, and though those had been considerably larger, none could match this one for brilliance and clarity. Portuguese merchants had told him these crystal mirrors came from a single city in the far west, manufactured in a heavily guarded island workshop. The technique was a closely held secret, rarely glimpsed even in Portugal itself, let alone here in Guangzhou. These 3 Japanese had considerable means. Master Gao wondered, could they be emissaries of some Japanese lord? Then again, Japan could barely meet its own daily needs. 9/10 of its goods had to be shipped in by Chinese trading vessels. How could they possibly possess such a treasure? Still, if the other party was willing to present something so valuable as a gesture of goodwill, he owed them an audience at minimum. Master Gao could already smell silver, but as a precaution, he brought along the most capable of his household guards. The moment he came face to face with them, Master Gao froze again. These weren't Japanese at all. Guangzhou was a melting pot, and he had seen plenty of Japanese over the years. Though these 3 had short hair rather than the typical Japanese topknot, they didn't look remotely Japanese. One had his head shaved nearly bare, like a mendicant monk. The other 2 wore their hair slightly longer. Their clothes were equally peculiar, front-buttoning jackets, short trousers that didn't reach the knee. Japanese didn't dress this way. Neither did the Portuguese. Moreover, these 3 were tall, nothing like the typically short stature of Japanese men. Each stood over 5 kai and 5 kun. One was nearly 6 kai. Their appearance, fair-skinned, with hands and feet neither coarse nor large, clearly people accustomed to comfortable living. Their expressions, though touched with anxiety, showed no trace of servility or inferiority. Every movement carried a certain quiet confidence. Master Gao had navigated the merchant world for many years and prided himself on reading people. Yet looking at these 3, he couldn't place them at all. As he pondered, he noticed them staring at him with peculiar intensity. A chill ran down his spine and he took an involuntary step backward. Could they be devotees of the way of the Dragon Yang? Why were they eyeing him, a man, so disturbingly? Zhao Zishan and the others, for their part, noticed the middle-aged man's expression shifting uncertainly, which only deepened their own unease. He appeared to be in his 50s, wearing a square-topped cap and a silk round-collared robe. His features were regular, a thin wisp of beard adorning his chin. His fair face was slightly plump, a striking contrast to the dark, scrawny servants flanking him. Master Gao cupped his hands toward Wen Dacey. "How may I address the heroes?" Because Wen Dacey's jacket had a longer hem and its material resembled silk, he was mistaken for the leader compared to his companions in coarse cotton. The moment he heard the question, Wen Dacey recognized the dialect, not Cantonese but something closer to modern Nanjing speech. He replied in Mandarin, "We have come from overseas. Losing our way in the night, we stumbled into your esteemed residence. May I ask what place this is?" Master Gao didn't catch every word, but his instincts told him these people meant him no harm. A veteran of the merchant world, he spoke slowly. "Where do the heroes hail from?" Since verbal communication was proving possible, the two sides exchanged names through a mix of speech and writing. Then when Dacey unveiled the cover story they had prepared. "Our ancestors were all Chinese. After the fall of Yashan, they fled overseas. They once built a considerable enterprise in Borneo, but the local ruler grew suspicious of their rising power and repeatedly moved against them. So they took to the seas again, sailing south until they reached Australia 10,000 li away. That was more than 200 years ago." Master Gao considered this, then said, "So you are not Japanese after all? We are descendants of Huaxia. How could we be Japanese?" Wang Liuobin cut in, visibly displeased. Master Gao raised an eyebrow. These overseas folks certainly didn't know their manners, a subordinate speaking out of turn like that. "We are not Japanese," Wen Dacey confirmed. Seeing that the Ming-era gentleman raised no objection to their story, he grew bolder. He explained that Australia had been a wilderness inhabited only by a small native population. Their ancestors had carved out a paradise there through sheer toil, and now lived in peace and prosperity. But generation after generation, their forebears had longed for the homeland, so they had finally dispatched a few of their number, laden with trade goods, to make their way back and see it with their own eyes. In truth, the story was riddled with holes. How had they entered the city? Where was their ship anchored? None of this was explained, but as Wen Dacey had predicted, sometimes all you need is a story and the resolve to stick with it. Master Gao nodded along. He knew of Borneo. Several foreign trade ships made the voyage there each year and had never heard anything of the sort, but he couldn't be bothered to dig deeper. After all, this was ancient history from centuries past, and who could verify it? Besides, he had no particular interest in Borneo or Australia. "Having lost our way, we intruded upon your residence and disturbed your household. Please forgive us." When Dacey cupped his hands in imitation of the local custom. "We come from overseas. May I ask what place this is?" Of course," Master Gao replied. These people carried precious objects and had somehow entered the city by night. They were clearly no ordinary travelers. He would take their story at face value for now. "This is Nanhai County, Guangzhou Prefecture of the Great Ming." When Dacey pressed further, "And what is today's date?" Master Gao blinked. "The 7th year of Tianqi, 2nd month." End of chapter. Chapter 5. The myth shattered. The 7th year of Tianqi, 1627 AD. That spring, the later Jin swept into Joseon and forced the Korean kingdom to its knees. The great Ming's eastern tributary had fallen into Jurchen hands. By May, Hong Taiji had laid siege to Ningyuan and Jinzhou, only to be driven back by Ming defenders in what history would remember as the great victory of Ningyuan and Jinzhou. But victory bred cunning. Hong Taiji resolved to change tactics entirely, bypassing the Ningyuan-Jinzhou-Shanhaiguan defensive line to strike directly through the mountain passes. Over the next 17 years of the Changzhen reign, he would breach those passes 5 times, bringing devastation to the central plains and heaping fresh calamity upon an empire already staggering toward collapse. In July, the Tianqi emperor fell gravely ill, and the all-powerful 9,000-year-old began his precipitous fall from grace. By November, Wei Zhongxian had been stripped of his property and driven to take his own life. The eunuch faction's destruction cast a fleeting ray of hope across the political sky of the late Ming, but it vanished as quickly as a meteor. Cutting away one festering sore could not resurrect a patient already rotting from within. The great Ming, the last Han Chinese dynasty of the Central Plains, was beyond saving, already set upon the road to ruin. The three transmigrators fell silent. The atmosphere turned heavy with the weight of what they knew. Master Gao gave a light cough, stroked his beard, and asked in an unhurried tone, "Since our honored guests are sea merchants, might you have goods for sale?" When Daisy and Zio Zishan exchanged a glance, at last they were getting to the point. Master Gao noticed that glance keenly. "We do indeed have some goods we wish to sell," Wen Daisy said, affecting reluctance. "But having just arrived, we're unfamiliar with the proper channels," Master Gao chuckled. "That's easily managed. I've been in the foreign goods trade here in Guangzhou for many years. If you place your trust in me, I'd be happy to serve as your broker." "Then we shall trouble Master Gao." Wen Daisy could not hide his delight. Zio Zishan spoke softly as he began removing items from his backpack, one by one. "These are samples of our wares." Having already seen the powder compact, Master Gao held great interest in what else they might produce. First came another compact like the one before, though this one bore a pale, sickly green hue. Then a completely transparent glass cup etched with pretty patterns. Its clarity far exceeded any cup Master Gao had ever seen, yet glass was glass. It did not exceed his frame of reference, and he felt a twinge of disappointment. Next came several pieces of what appeared to be porcelain, bowls and dishes of unremarkable shape and glaze. Picking one up, he found it surprisingly light. The texture lacked the familiar chill of true porcelain, and he realized it must be something else entirely. He was just thinking the object had little value when Zio Zishan, as if reading his thoughts, swept the bowls and dishes off the table with a dramatic gesture. Master Gao startled, but the pieces did not shatter on the brick floor. They merely spun a few times and came to rest, completely intact. A nearby servant hurried to retrieve them, but Master Gao snatched the pieces away and examined each one at length. Not a crack or chip to be found. "These people's goods are strange indeed," he thought. More items followed. Transparent boxes of various shapes, some square, some round, all fitted with lids that sealed tightly. They resembled glassware Master Gao had purchased from the falling giant, but weighed far less and wouldn't break. There were shiny little knives, a hooded poncho made of some material that looked like glass yet repelled water like oilcloth, all manner of curious things. Master Gao surveyed the table now laden with goods, caught between astonishment and delight. Delight because these were rare treasures he could resell at handsome prices. Wariness because these people behaved furtively and their origins remained unclear. After a moment's hesitation, the desire for profit won out. Besides, his business was foreign trade and smuggling. What did it matter whether they were falling giant or Australians? Since they had come to his residence, it made no sense to turn away such windfall profit. "What price do you wish for these rare goods?" Master Gao asked carefully, his mind made up. When Daisy pointed to the glass cup, that legendary staple treasure of time-travel novels, and declared, 1,000 taels per cup. The three expected this refined Ming-era gentleman to purchase such a priceless rarity without hesitation. Instead, his face filled with astonishment as if he were looking at madmen. "That is truly too dear." Master Gao shook his head repeatedly. "Such glassware is also brought by the falling giant from Amen. Large glass bowls and bottles fetch no more than 3 taels apiece, small ones only about a tael. This cup—" He shook his head again, the implication clear, 3 taels at most. The three felt as though cold water had been dashed over their heads. They stared at one another in dismay. The The legendary must-have time-travel commodity, the glass cup, was not actually valuable. Seeing the negotiation about to collapse, Xiao Zishan surmised that their estimates had been wildly off. He cupped his hands and said, "Having lived overseas for so long, we are ignorant of local prices. Might we ask Master Gao for his guidance?" Gao Ju understood this as an invitation to name his own prices. He pondered for a moment, then offered his figures. Powder compact, 10 taels of silver each. Glass cup, 1 tael each. Melamine bowls and dishes, large ones 5 kyan, small ones 2 kyan, spoons and such 1 kyan. Plastic lunch boxes, 3 taels each. Plastic raincoat, 1 kyan each. Small knives, 5 kyan each. The traditional transmigrator's money-printing device, the glass cup, had utterly failed. From 1,000 taels down to 1, the drop was staggering. Diamonds had become, well, glass. The unassuming little plastic compact, on the other hand, had suited the Ming-era merchant's appetite quite well. It was a lesson that assumptions had no place in business. Xiao Zishan asked about the maritime trade in Guangzhou, casually probing for the merchants' views on their merchandise. It emerged that overseas trade in Guangzhou was monopolized by the Falling-Giant. No matter where foreign merchants hailed from, their ships could only anchor in Amen, where they awaited measurement and taxation before selling their goods. Only Falling-Giant merchants could enter Guangzhou proper to trade. Within the city, the 36 Hongs specialized in export goods. They did business with the Falling-Giant, ordering vast quantities of porcelain, raw silk, sugar, and other products each year. Master Gao and his fellow Hainan street merchants, however, operated by a different system entirely. Though Gao did not spell it out, Xiao Zishan had read about their methods in later period documents. What interested Master Gao most was the mirror inside the compact. He explained that such items were occasionally brought by Falling-Giant traders. Large mirrors could fetch hundreds of taels. The transmigrator's mirrors were indeed small, but far clearer and brighter than the Western ones. If they could bring larger sizes, price would not be an issue. As for the soft porcelain, the melamine dishes, in terms of texture, feel, and pattern, there was nothing remarkable about them. Their only virtue was their lightness and durability. The soft glass bowls, the plastic lunch boxes, though unbreakable, lacked the crystalline brilliance of true glassware. As for the plastic raincoat and little knives, in Master Gao's view, these were mere trifles. Everyone felt chagrined. Even their proud advantage of several centuries' worth of extra knowledge could not necessarily best these people. During the conversation, Master Gao also probed them about Australia's customs and conditions. Xiao Zishan deflected with vague answers, saying only that their nation favored the color blue, that master craftsmen abounded and produced curious wares, that they had built their nation on industry and commerce, that the people loved empty talk and constantly formed factions around various causes, though such mobs assembled and scattered just as quickly. When asked who their ruler was, he replied, "Our nation has one lord, titled Bakai. Below him is a powerful minister who handles military and civil affairs, titled Xiaomi. Noble and commoner alike worship a divine messenger called Admin." Master Gao clicked his tongue in wonder. As the conversation wore on, the three completely forgot their earlier warning not to drink the tea. By the time they rose to take their leave, they had drained their cups dry. Master Gao privately sneered at this. Before departing, they closed the deal. The Australian sea merchants would supply the first batch of goods in 3 days, with a promise to bring more novelties. Their manner of departure, however, left Master Gao deeply puzzled. The three refused to leave by the main gate, insisting instead on being taken to a secluded spot in the back courtyard, and requiring everyone to withdraw. Still uneasy, Gao sent a bold and careful servant to watch from a distance. The man saw the three glancing furtively about, then suddenly turn into a corner behind the wall. By the time the servant hurried over to investigate, they had vanished without a trace. Note: pricing of glassware is based on Wang Shizhen's Fengzhu Zhabian, with original prices in strings of cash. These are Jia prices. I could not locate 17th century figures, so I have used these as a substitute. Please do not scrutinize too closely. If anyone has the correct data, I would be grateful for guidance. End of chapter. Chapter 6. Kraak Porcelain Part 1. That evening, the three men who had completed their first crossing held their inaugural debriefing. They produced formal minutes, as when Daisy put it, they were making history. Their conclusions were humbling. They had underestimated the wisdom of the ancients, done insufficient homework, and knew far too little about the Ming Dynasty. Worse, they had relied too heavily on assumptions. Still, fortune had favored them. They'd found a suitable agent with relative ease. As for trade, despite prices lower than expected, the profits proved better than feared once they ran the proper calculations. One tael of Ming silver weighed roughly 37.3 grams. Silver prices in their own time fluctuated, but at approximately 3 yuan per gram, retail ran 3.6 to 3.8, purchase price 2 to 2.6, taking the higher estimate. A single tael yielded about 112 yuan. Factor in fire loss costs, since Ming silver was often impure and required resmelting, and returns dropped somewhat, but remained substantial. Selling a powder compact for 10 taels meant roughly 1,000 yuan per piece. Xiao Zishan had brought over 200 of them. This single item could net 2,000 taels, 200,000 yuan. The wholesale cost back home was a few yuan each. Negligible. We could flip this again, said Xiao Zishan, scribbling calculations on his paper. The gold-to-silver ratio in the late Ming was around 1 to 10. Convert 2,000 taels of silver to gold and we'd get 200 taels, 460 grams. At 150 yuan per gram, that's over 1 million, far more profitable than just selling goods. Gold circulation is limited, though, Wang Liubin said with regret. You can't exchange for very much at once. There's something worth even more than gold, said Wen Daisy. What? Porcelain. He pointed at a Christie's auction notice in the newspaper. Ming Dynasty porcelain. Do I really need to explain? When a pale-faced servant came running, Master Gao knew at once that the three Australians had arrived again. Late at night, as before, materialized out of nowhere in the warehouse courtyard. Had they not come and gone in broad daylight on their previous visit, he'd truly have suspected ghosts or demons. Master Gao, the goods. Servants had piled 4 or 5 cardboard boxes from the courtyard beneath the study veranda. Paper cargo boxes, this was a first for him. His heart pounded at the sight. Days earlier, driven by suspicion, he had secretly doused the sample merchandise with chicken blood. The next morning, every item remained perfectly fine, no transformation into dirt clods or wooden dolls. Only then had he allowed himself to relax. Steward Yan, inventory these, Master Gao instructed. Yes, master. The steward led the servants in opening the boxes. Each item lay wrapped in exquisite paper and neatly arranged. Master Gao nodded his approval. These Australian merchants were extravagant indeed. The packaging alone must have cost a small fortune. The three visitors sat watching as the inventory proceeded. In the dim candlelight, Master Gao's Nanjing silk robe shimmered with each movement. Xiao Zishan found himself thinking inexplicably of burial garments and felt goosebumps rise along his arms. Fortunately, they had prepared a gift. Once the inventory was complete and the figures verified, when Daisy opened a box and produced a kerosene lamp, located with some difficulty at a handicraft shop for 120 yuan, their most expensive item. He poured in kerosene, then lit the wick from a nearby candle. The flame grew bright and the dim study flooded with light. Master Gao and his servants stood slack-jawed. Of everything the Australian merchants had brought, nothing impressed them as deeply as this simple lamp. This is called a kerosene lamp, a token of our appreciation. What a marvel! Master Gao stepped closer, transfixed by the ball of white flame, dazzlingly bright, encased in transparent glass. Is this made in your country? What is its value? Xiao Zishan reflected on humanity's primal yearning for light. The items they'd assumed would astonish the ancients had barely caused a ripple, Yet this obsolete kerosene lamp left them thunderstruck, simply because it burned so much brighter than candles or oil lamps. What would Master Gao make of an electric light? The thought filled Xiao Zishan with sudden confidence in their crossing plans. Made in our country, when Daisy smiled with a merchant's cunning. 200 taels will suffice. A marvel. Master Gao circled the lamp, mesmerized, turning the knob to dim and brighten the flame at will. He understood that this object, oddly shaped and fitted with expensive glass, was essentially just a common lamp. Yet it burned 10 times brighter than any he'd seen, produced no smell or smoke, and could be adjusted with a simple turn. Were Australian craftsmen all reincarnations of Luban himself? A thought struck him. This oil, this kerosene, does Australia produce it? Xiao Zishan nodded. Master Gao was sharp. He'd grasped the crux of the matter at once. It does. The price? 10 taels per bottle. A bottle was just 1 liter. They had no intention of launching a kerosene trade yet. A premium now would leave room for negotiation in the future. Back in Shanghai, retail lamp kerosene ran about 8.5 yuan per liter. The lamp is fine, but the oil. Master Gao's face showed regret. 1 bottle burns for over a dozen hours. A month's supply would run 10 or 20 taels, hardly excessive. If only the oil were cheaper, I could sell this widely. Master Gao was reluctant to let the matter rest. Xiao Zishan laughed evasively, and Master Gao understood they wouldn't budge. Still, receiving the lamp as a gift along with 12 bottles of kerosene was a windfall. Perhaps vegetable oil could substitute. He would try it tomorrow. Xiao Zishan demonstrated disassembly, maintenance, and refilling. Gao Ju had a young servant watch carefully, learn each step and practice until he made no mistakes. Then they tallied the goods. At the agreed prices, the total came to over 3,000 taels. Xiao Zishan requested 1,500 in gold. Master Gao shook his head. It was the middle of the night, nowhere to exchange, and he had only 50 or 60 taels of gold on hand. They settled for 60 taels of gold in place of 600 silver. Xiao Zishan then proposed purchasing porcelain. This surprised no one. Overseas merchants always wanted porcelain, and Master Gao's warehouse was piled high with the stuff. He ordered several hampers of export ware brought out. Cutting the straw bindings, Xiao Zishan examined the pieces one by one. Drawing on the ceramics books he'd hastily read before crossing, he recognized them immediately as Kraak porcelain, classic late Ming export ware. What was it worth in their own time? An ordinary plate fetched several thousand yuan. On December 10, 2005, porcelain salvaged by Swedish diver Sten Escherstrand from the South China Sea had been auctioned at China Guardians, Ming Wanli and Qing Desaru Shipwreck Ceramics session. Despite severe glaze corrosion from centuries of submersion, 214 pieces of Kraak porcelain achieved a 92% sale rate and brought in 2.727 million yuan. A single blue and white lotus petal medallion dish with a bird and flower design sold for 55,000 yuan. And here, brand new Kraak porcelain filled several hampers before their very eyes. They bought it all for less than 20 taels. Xiao Zishan and his companions cheered inwardly at the bargain. Master Gao laughed privately at these sea merchants who clearly didn't know the local market. Both sides walked away believing they'd gotten the better deal. Before leaving, when Daisy left 200 taels and asked Master Gao to purchase a nearby house to serve as their base, the Wormhole exit would be stationed there. Master Gao agreed readily. After the merchants departed, Master Gao sat alone in thought for a long while, even turning away the concubine who came to invite him to bed. Purchasing a house was simple enough, but these people's identities remained murky. After pacing the room, he summoned his steward and ordered absolute silence regarding the Australian merchants. He also had the steward compile a list of every servant, footman, and maid who knew of their visitors. Anyone who let slip a word would face strict investigation and severe punishment. Note: information on Kraak porcelain comes from books by Mr. Ma Waidu. End of chapter. Chapter 7. Kraak Porcelain, Part 2. The gold's purity left something to be desired, but Wen Daisy still walked away with roughly 270,000 yuan after selling it. He then located a small smelting plant willing to recast the silver to standard 925 industrial grade, which brought in another 200,000. The porcelain presented a different problem. Several hampers of antique ceramics couldn't very well sit in a hotel room indefinitely, yet hauling them all out at once would invite awkward questions about how such goods had materialized from thin air. So they lingered a few extra days, taking turns smuggling pieces out in travel bags until the room was clear. Their final count came to 200 pieces, mostly plates of various sizes, along with an assortment of bowls and vases. They knew enough to identify the haul as Kraak porcelain, but beyond that, all three were hopeless amateurs when it came to antiques. When Daisy remembered meeting a Professor Ma at some long-ago dinner party, the man taught history at a local university and dabbled in antique collecting, having built a modest reputation in those circles. After considerable rummaging through his business card holder, when Daisy found the number and arranged a lunch meeting. "Yes, this is Kraak porcelain," Professor Ma confirmed, turning the plate in his hands. "Typical export ware. You can always identify it by the wide rims, the predominantly blue and white palette, and these compartmentalized sections with circular medallions. The decorations feature the usual motifs: landscapes, figures, flowers, fruit." When Daisy adopted an expression of humble receptiveness and let the professor continue. "Kraak porcelain falls into two main periods, Wanli and Kangxi. This piece is Wanli. See how these circles in the pattern are drawn. Two brushstrokes joined together, characteristic of late Ming to early Qing technique." Actually, it's from the Tianqi reign, when Daisy thought but kept to himself. "So this plate is quite valuable," Professor Ma's expression soured. "Don't immediately think of money the moment you hear antique. Cultural relics derive their importance primarily from historical significance." Even as he delivered this admonishment, he continued turning the plate over in his hands, clearly reluctant to set it down. Then his brow furrowed. "Strange, this plate still has its kiln fire. It hasn't aged properly. Could it be a high-quality reproduction? Where did you acquire it?" When Daisy could hardly explain that he'd brought it fresh from the kiln in another time-space. "I was in the countryside on business and noticed a villager selling odds and ends from a stall. The patterns caught my eye, so I picked up a few pieces." "Good eye," Professor Ma conceded with a nod. Kraak porcelain was actually made to order for export. The decorative patterns were designed to cater to European tastes. Some pieces were painted directly from European designs shipped to China. "So it should be genuine?" Wen Daisy asked, affecting eager curiosity. "Should be," the professor considered. "Though pieces like this aren't common in China. Most Kraak on the market was salvaged from shipwrecks. But this plate has clearly never seen seawater. If it's authentic, what's the going rate? The ceramics market is complicated and things have been cool lately. That said, Kraak porcelain remains hot, highest transaction rate of any ceramic category, though individual pieces don't fetch enormous sums. A plate like this might sell for 3,000 to 4,000 yuan." "Not bad at all," Wen Daisy said, allowing himself the smug air of a man who'd stumbled onto a bargain. Professor Ma leaned back, a subtle smile playing behind his glasses. "The problem is that authenticity remains uncertain. Everything checks out except that kiln fire. Normally, there aren't many high-quality Kraak forgeries on the market. I've never heard of anyone salting the field with fakes." When Daisy arranged his features into an expression of anxiety. "Professor Ma, is there any way to determine for certain whether it's real?" The professor thought for a moment. "I have a friend who specializes in porcelain collecting, a genuine expert. I'll give you his number, have him take a look. If the piece is authentic, he'll want to buy it." The expert was also surnamed Ma, though the two were unrelated. He was a major figure in collecting circles, and the moment when Daisy showed him the goods, expert Ma wanted all 200 pieces. He strongly suspected when Daisy had unearthed some hidden porcelain trove in Fujian. Not only were the pieces in excellent condition, but their very existence implied more where they came from. Kraak porcelain, moderately priced and easy to sell, represented exactly the kind of stable supply he coveted. "Keep bringing more," he urged. Between the gold, silver, and porcelain, their first expedition netted roughly 3 million yuan. With this seed capital secured, the executive committee began planning their next moves. Continuing to rent hotel rooms was impractical for the long term. When Dacey decided to establish a proper company, for 20,000 yuan, he had all the necessary paperwork processed, and a trading company was born. Zhao Zishan had already been informed that his labor contract wouldn't be renewed, so he simply transitioned to full-time work as administrative manager. When Dacey also wanted to resign, but his company was in a busy period, and his supervisor had always treated him fairly, he couldn't justify walking out. After considerable negotiation, he arranged to depart in 3 months. Wang Liubin took the most casual approach. He submitted his resignation letter and headed straight for Guangzhou, where he joined a small machinery factory as a worker. He wanted, he said, to get familiar with the craft. The new company had nothing to its name beyond the 3 of them. Fortunately, Zhao Zishan had spent years in Guangzhou cultivating connections, and money in hand made everything easier. For an office, they rented a long-term business suite in the same hotel, a self-contained space with a private entrance that bypassed the lobby, underground parking, and blessed quiet. Very convenient indeed. Zhao Zishan designated a small storage room as the Wormhole crossing point and installed a heavy security door. For moving bulk cargo, he purchased a hydraulic hand truck. On the question of a company vehicle, however, the executive committee encountered its first genuine disagreement. Zhao Zishan favored a practical 7-seat minivan like the Chang'an Star, cheap to buy, capable of carrying passengers and cargo alike, easy on fuel. Wang Liubin countered that since they were ultimately bound for the 17th century, such a vehicle would prove useless there. The Ming Dynasty had no gasoline, and the roads weren't suited for small cars anyway. He proposed a 4-wheel-drive diesel SUV instead, reasoning that diesel substitutes would be comparatively easy to obtain in that era. After hours of deliberation, the executive committee voted for the SUV. The car saleswoman was visibly puzzled by their preferences. They rejected the more fuel-efficient fuel-injected models and instead purchased an older Cherokee Jeep, 4-wheel drive, manual transmission, diesel engine, complete with a self-recovery winch. Now they had their vehicle. They had a revenue channel established. What came next? The 3 executive committee members gathered around the conference table to discuss the next phase of operations. End of chapter. Chapter 8. Taiwan or Hainan, where should they cross over? This was no mere question of geography. It would determine the very foundation upon which their new world would be built. A good start was half the battle. The transmigrators, all seasoned strategy game veterans, understood instinctively that securing the right starting position could make the difference between triumph and disaster. Their ideal base needed to satisfy an exacting set of criteria: a solid agricultural foundation to guarantee food supply, a substantial population to power post-crossing industrialization, rich natural resources for industry, a coastal location with viable ports, since maritime trade offered the era's surest path to wealth, a position outside the Ming's core territories to avoid concentrated suppression, distance from contested regions where the later Jin or the Chuang and Xi'an rebel forces might pose threats they couldn't handle while still gaining a foothold, and defensible terrain, with natural barriers of mountains, rivers, and sea. Clearly, locations satisfying all these conditions were rare indeed. The question went to the forum for collective brainstorming. Proposals quickly clustered around 3 candidates: Taiwan, Hainan, and Australia. Australia drew tremendous initial support but was eliminated first. Setting aside whether the continent itself was suitable, there was simply no feasible way to transport several hundred transmigrators across such a vast ocean. Taiwan sparked fierce debate. Geographically and in terms of development potential, it seemed excellent. The Ming government maintained no apparatus on the island. Though the Dutch and Spanish had built forts, each controlled only a small corner. The rest remained an effective vacuum. Yet Taiwan suffered from severe tropical diseases, malaria chief among them, which had long hindered migration. By the late Ming, development remained minimal and the population sparse, hardly the foundation for large-scale ambitions. Hainan, by comparison, offered far more. Development there stretched back to the Six Dynasties era, and by the late Ming it had become a proper southern frontier prefecture with hundreds of thousands of registered households. In the 10th year of Yongle alone, the Han population numbered 90,000 households totaling 400,000 people, ample human resources for any enterprise. As for agriculture, by the 43rd year of Wanli, official and private fields combined to total 4.1 million mu. More valuable still were the island's natural resources, abundant and comprehensive, ideal for industrialization. 88 mineral types had been identified, 67 of proven industrial value. Gold, rich iron ore, titaniferous iron ore, and zircon ranked among its most advantageous deposits. The keys to pre-industrial development were coal and iron, and here Hainan possessed a treasure, the Shilu Iron Mine, one of China's rare large-scale rich iron deposits. The ore averaged 51% iron content with reserves of 400 million tons. Most valuably, Shilu was virtually open pit, strip away the topsoil and mine directly, without the expense of elaborate tunnel systems. Coal presented the one weakness. Hainan possessed only low-quality lignite. But just across the Beibu Gulf lay Vietnam's Quang Ninh Hang Ngai coalfield, with open-pit reserves alone totaling 200 million tons and tens of billions of tons of high-quality anthracite underground. Better yet, the coalfield sat right at the shoreline, making maritime transport extraordinarily convenient. Coal and iron meant mass-produced steel. Steel meant mechanized industry and bulk manufacturing. An ancient society might produce breathtaking art, might achieve heights of craftsmanship no machine could match, but it could never compete with the tidal wave of mass-produced industrial goods. Yet Hainan had its drawbacks. Its proximity to the mainland meant Ming rule was relatively tight. Except for the inland Li Aboriginal region, most of the island was civilized territory under imperial administration. Such a long-registered prefecture was something the Ming government would not easily relinquish. They would spare no effort to crush these ambitious outsiders, whether the newcomers claimed to hail from New Borneo, Australia, or another timespace entirely. From the very start, the transmigrators would face punitive expeditions from local forces and Guangdong garrisons. They would have to repel these attacks just to gain a foothold. Hainan also harbored long-standing Li-Han tensions. Since the Yuan dynasty, a Li uprising had erupted somewhere on the island roughly every 3 years. Less than 30 years before their 1627 crossing point, in the 27th year of Wanli, 1599, the Li leader Ma Shi of Ding'an had risen in rebellion, with Li people in Dan, Ya, and Lin responding to his call. The Ming had mobilized 100,000 troops to suppress it. Achieving peaceful coexistence with the Li would be yet another challenge. And then there were the pirates. Raids on Hainan had been so rampant that many county towns lacked north-facing gates entirely. In the late Ming, the South China Sea was an arena where Chinese and foreign maritime traders and pirates alike displayed their abilities freely. Whether they called themselves traders or pirates, when plunder beckoned, none would pass up the opportunity. Hainan, sitting astride major sea routes, had long suffered. The transmigrators, carrying countless modern tools and goods, would be a fat sheep that every party coveted. Viewed this way, although Hainan's foundation exceeded Taiwan's, the pressures would be correspondingly greater. Looking at it this way, let's choose Taiwan, someone proposed during the online meeting. Taiwan has malaria, but we can bring quinine. We can also bring cinchona trees to plant there. As for population, there were so many refugees in the late Ming. Using food and land as bait, transporting a few 100,000 people shouldn't be a problem. Transport a few 100,000, you make it sound easy, someone challenged. With what? Ships. We could cross over with a 10,000-ton freighter loaded with supplies and people. Complete maritime hegemon, no need for cannons. Whoever displeases us, we just ram them. Are you planning to fuel it with alcohol or charcoal? We can build our own ships. Taiwan has plenty of quality timber. Fine, then tell me where you'll get sailors. We can train sailors ourselves. Recruit foreign sailors from Macau as instructors. Ridiculous, were Zheng Chenggong's ships all crewed by foreigners? I can't stand you foreign-worshipping types. Can cinchona trees even grow in Taiwan? By that logic, the Liuzhou Peninsula can't grow rubber either, but they tried anyway. I'm talking about Taiwan. Is the Liuzhou Peninsula on the same latitude? The argument spiraled. When the topic drifted to whether treasure ships were wooden 10,000-tonners, whether Qinghao could prevent malaria, and thence to whether traditional Chinese medicine was pseudoscience, when Daisy finally curbed the enthusiasm, Xiao Zishan asked to speak. I think Hainan is still more suitable. He had remained silent throughout the debate, not because he lacked conviction, but because he supported Hainan and saw no need to rush his declaration. He had waited for the argument to clarify the pros and cons, mentally prioritized the issues, and now knew precisely where to focus. Why is Hainan more suitable? Compare them against our criteria, and on several key points, Taiwan falls short. First, agriculture. Taiwan's true agricultural development began when Zheng Chenggong recovered it, around the mid to late 17th century. Our target year is 1628. At that time, Taiwan had virtually no agriculture, just small plots cleared by migrant villages. Hainan has at least 3.8 million mu of cultivated land and dozens of water conservancy projects. Note that this acreage is only what's registered. Land concealment in the Ming was considerable. On population, in 1628, Taiwan had very few Han migrants. The large-scale industrial and agricultural construction we're planning requires substantial labor. Taiwan's population simply cannot meet that need, so from day one we'd have to import migrants. Recruiting refugees, organizing them to bring their families thousands of li across prefectures and counties to reach the Fujian-Zhejiang coast before arranging sea transport. This is a complex, arduous undertaking involving manpower, resources, and dealing with Ming officials at every level. He paused. Who among us has such experience? Even if we manage to get enough refugees onto the island, the follow-up work would be overwhelming. These refugees are destitute. They need epidemic prevention, relief, resettlement, housing, seeds, farm tools. Where does all that come from? With our early-stage capabilities, handling this would be beyond us. Hainan already has a population base of 400,000, sufficient for our initial development. The earlier debate had exhausted most of the room's enthusiasm, and some of the more irrational remarks had left a sour taste. Xiao Zishan's measured, well-reasoned statement won over the majority. A vote was called and Hainan was confirmed. In the late Ming timespace, Hainan comprised Guangzhou Prefecture, governing 3 subprefectures and 10 counties. Qiangshan, Chiangmai, Lingao, Ding'an, Wencheng, Lehui, Huitong, Changhua, Lingshui, and Gannan, the subprefectures of Dan, Wan, and Ya. A glance at the historical atlas of China revealed that Hainan's subprefectures and counties traced a complete circuit around the island's coast. Historically, the pattern had been Li in the south and Han in the north. From the Song dynasty onward, it became Han on the outside, Li within. Among these jurisdictions, Qiangshan, Chiangmai, and Lingao boasted the longest development histories. They were the island's primary Han settlement and agricultural zones, with half the Han population concentrated there. Of the 3, Qiangshan, seat of the prefectural government, had the best foundational conditions. Nearly a quarter of the island's 3.83 million registered mu, with close to 90,000 people registered for taxation. But this was also the Ming's political and economic center. ordinarily garrisoned by substantial troops. It held immense symbolic significance. The fall of a frontier prefectural capital would send shockwaves through the Ming court and inevitably trigger military expeditions. Chiang Mai was promising, but it bordered Qiangshan directly, too close to the administrative center for comfort. Lingao emerged as the best choice. In the present timespace, Lingao was an obscure little county, far less famous than Haikou or Sanya. Economically backward, with virtually no tourism to speak of. Unless one was an avid backpacker, most people had never heard Hainan had such a place. Search online for Lingao, and most entries contained a single phrase from the PLA's Hainan Liberation Campaign 60 years earlier. The PLA first landed at Lingao Point. That was the extent of its fame. Lingao Point lay in Lingao County, less than 12 kilometers from the county seat. Though obscure, Lingao possessed 1,000 years of history, traceable to the 5th year of Wud in the Tang Dynasty. It was one of the earliest hand-settled areas, with centuries of development behind it. Though not as populous as Qiangshan, in the 45th year of Wanli it still claimed 25,000 registered people. The alluvial plains along the Wenlin River had been developed early, forming a solid agricultural foundation. With proper water conservancy development, its potential was considerable. In the present dimension, Lingao had become Hainan's land of fish and rice. Finally, it was separated from Qiangzhou Prefecture by Chiang Mai. Any disturbance wouldn't bring immediate direct pressure. Given ancient communication speeds and administrative efficiency, matters crossing subprefectures typically couldn't be resolved in less than a month. In Hainan, probably longer still. After this topic concluded, various other questions arose, but Lingao as the initial base was no longer disputed. In Wen Daisy's concluding remarks, everyone agreed this had been a successful conference, a unifying conference, a victorious conference. In future New World history textbooks, it would be called the First Traversal Congress. Because there were so many delegates, and quite a few ultimately chose to remain in the Old World, the complete list of names could only be viewed at the Old World Cathedral. And theoretically, viewing was prohibited. End of chapter. Chapter 9. The New Society and the Old Society. The online discussion sprawled outward from practical crossing preparations into the grander territory of future governance. Organizational structure, military framework, industry, agriculture, education, the shape of government itself, all of it became fodder for debate. Every day brought fresh updates to the bulletin board, and every registered participant dove into the fray. Parliamentary democracy or authoritarian rule, separation of powers or constitutional monarchy, nationalism or socialism. Everyone fancied themselves the theorist who would architect the new world. The debates raged with an intensity that bordered on the fanatical. To revise history, to supplant the Ming or preempt the Qing, this was the shared dream. But the question of what kind of world to build in their place proved endlessly contentious. Democracy versus dictatorship, pacifism versus militarism, parliamentary governance versus centralized control. And from these lofty ideological battles, the arguments descended into minutiae. Uniform design, mandatory education, what language should be used for military drill commands, even the structure of a peerage system. Nothing was too trivial to fight over. Accusations flew alongside rhetorical cudgels. Ideological labels were slapped on opponents in every color of the rainbow. Through all of this, the executive committee maintained a stance of studied neutrality. No participation, no comment. If everyone wanted to argue, let them argue themselves hoarse. Better to have it out now than on the beaches of Hainan. Besides, people revealed their true colors online. The flame wars served as useful intelligence, helping the leadership identify suitable candidates for core positions. Just how this executive committee had come into being, or by what authority it decided who could join, was never made explicit. To modern sensibilities steeped in democratic procedure, this might have seemed strange, but in practice, there was nothing mysterious about it. Throughout the year-long preparation period, the transmigrators had never once held a general assembly or elected anyone to anything, logistically impossible when the membership was in constant flux. Voices that dominated one meeting might vanish by the next. New applicants appeared continuously. Xiao Zishan had spent nearly half a year just trying to compile a stable roster. With everything in such chaos, those who had been managing the day-to-day work, Wen Daci, Xiao Zishan, and Wang Liubin, naturally coalesced into the leadership corps. They were in no hurry to expand their ranks. Though the three came from different backgrounds, they understood one another intuitively on the matters that counted. When impatient members demanded to cross over immediately, the committee's response was unanimous and unequivocal. Basic infrastructure wasn't in place. They would have to wait. All three understood the calculus. The more crossing capital they accumulated now, the stronger their positions in whatever power structure emerged on the other side. Xiao Zishan viewed seniority as an invaluable intangible asset. In organizations like this, tenure often determined voice and prestige. At present, they knew too little about many of the transmigrators. Admitting them too early would grant some people standing disproportionate to their actual capabilities, a liability for future operations. Wen Daci's reasoning was more pragmatic. There was no shortage of impetuous blowhards in their ranks, skilled at stirring up trouble, useless at accomplishing anything concrete. The best filter was simply time, letting it erode their momentary enthusiasms until only the genuinely committed remained. Of course, this holding pattern couldn't last forever. The preparations demanded far too much specialized knowledge for three men to handle alone. They needed fresh blood. After a brief meeting, they agreed. Cross again immediately, secure sufficient funds, and enter the substantive phase of preparation. "Our master has given instructions," the steward announced, ushering them into a small courtyard. "When the gentlemen arrive, please change first. The master will be out shortly." The courtyard was compact but refined, shaded by graceful trees that lent it an air of quiet elegance. On a side table sat several wooden trays arranged with robes, caps, and shoes. What Wen Daci and his companions did not yet know was that Master Gao had distributed the mirrored compacts as gifts to more than a dozen high officials with whom he regularly conducted business, and the effect had been electric. Glass mirrors were things ordinary people had only heard about. Few had ever actually seen one. And these compacts were something else entirely, utterly without precedent. Buyers flooded his shop in an endless stream. Compacts purchased for 10 taels resold at 50, and were still snatched up the moment they appeared. Master Gao had traded in foreign goods for over 20 years. He had built a considerable enterprise, but never in his career had he caused such a sensation. Over the past fortnight, visiting peers had practically worn a groove in his threshold, all of them burning with the same question: where had the goods come from? These seasoned traders knew perfectly well that no Portuguese, Dutch, or English merchant carried such wares. And besides, it wasn't even their shipping season. The most plausible explanation was that new overseas merchants had arrived, and Master Gao had captured them for himself. While many of his rivals cursed their own inadequate intelligence networks, suspicious figures had begun appearing around the Gao residence, watching the comings and goings. This put Master Gao on high alert. Though he had eunuch Yang as his backer, every player in the Guangzhou trade was a force to be reckoned with. He was proceeding with extra caution now. The house-buying errand Wen Daci had entrusted to him was temporarily on hold. At this juncture, Gao Jus could no longer afford to worry about how suspicious these foreigners might seem. The defining trait of a merchant was the pursuit of profit, and his greater concern was that the Australian merchants were too conspicuous. Hence these arrangements. He wanted no one learning the source of his goods. This monumental fortune had to remain firmly in his own grasp. When Daci and Wang Liubin exchanged a knowing glance, they could guess Master Gao's thinking well enough. But keeping a low profile suited their purposes just fine. They set about changing clothes. The only problem was that none of them had the slightest idea how Ming-era attire was supposed to be worn. They turned the garments this way and that, utterly baffled. None of them were Hanfu enthusiasts, and after considerable fumbling, they managed something that approximated being dressed. The steward returned to serve tea, took one look at their caps sitting askew and collars twisted at odd angles, a thoroughly disheveled spectacle, and had to summon the maidservants. Wealthy Guangdong families customarily kept servant girls, and the steward knew these guests were people his master wished to cultivate. He called for quality attendants, 2 girls of 15 or 16, with bright, sparkling eyes and pretty, charming faces. They entered with graceful curtsies and began helping the men out of their poorly donned garments. Director Wen had seen his share of romantic scenes over the years, but having such soft little hands touching and tugging at him while loosening his clothes, even he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Now this, he thought, is a man's paradise. Lost in this pleasant reverie, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Zishan wearing the same enraptured expression and couldn't help but chuckle. "What's this? Are you tempted too?" "Oh, absolutely." Xiao Zishan thought of his ex-girlfriend and her domineering ways. "This is the life a man was meant to live." "Exactly," Wang Liubin burst out with unexpected vehemence. "Modern society represents the complete collapse of ritual and the decay of propriety." He launched into a tirade about his wife, a graduate of the physical education department, cataloging her offenses in vivid and exhaustive detail. His grievances poured forth in such abundance that, by the time he finished, Xiao Zishan and Wen Daisy felt they had become intimately acquainted with the formidable power of Mrs. Wang. The 2 attendants with their hair bound in double buns stood demurely to the side, listening to Wang Liubin's impassioned monologue without quite comprehending it. All they could see was his animated face and wildly gesticulating hands, and the cap they had just straightened slipping loose again, now sagging over his forehead. Both girls ducked their heads, biting their lips to suppress their giggles. Xiao Zishan nudged the still impassioned Wang Liubin. "Engineer Wang, what do you think of these little maids? Shall we have a word with Master Gao? Take one back with you." Wang Liubin shook his head emphatically. "She's a middle schooler, how could I possibly? So if she were a high schooler you could," Xiao Zishan teased. "You could always raise her first, give it a few years." "A cultivation plan," Wen Daisy interjected. "I'm rather interested myself." He looked the girls over appraisingly. These 2 were a bit thin and small perhaps, but fair-skinned with delicate features. With better nutrition they showed real promise. While the big bad wolf's eyes roved hungrily over the little white rabbits, the curtain parted and Master Gao strode in. Taking in the scene with a knowing smile, he drew his own silent conclusions. These sea merchants spent years battling wind and waves. Once they came ashore, every one of them turned into a ravening ghost for female company. The Dutch and Portuguese were even worse in that regard, they'd take any kind. But he kept such observations to himself. He merely cupped his hands and offered a formal bow. "Honored guests, have you been well?" End of chapter. Chapter 10. The secret house. Xiao Zishan and the others rose to return the greeting, their earlier wariness toward people from another time having long since faded. These were living, breathing men, no different from themselves. Over several transactions, Gao Ju had proven himself a man of integrity, someone worth cultivating. After the crossing, he would be invaluable. Pleasantries dispensed with, they got down to business. Thanks to their new hydraulic hand truck, they had managed to haul over 4 pallet loads, more than 100 crates in all. Xiao Zishan's promotional items were exhausted, so this shipment consisted entirely of wholesale purchases. Mirrors of various sizes, disposable lighters, frosted and spray-decorated glassware. Wen Daisy, having done extensive research, had discovered that pearls fetched extraordinary prices in the late Ming, so they had also brought large quantities of cultured pearls. The steward ordered his men to crack open sample crates and present them one by one. Master Gao had long since steeled himself to expect rare goods with every visit, yet each new item still managed to astonish him. The disposable lighters captivated him most of all. Nothing could rival their convenience for starting a fire. He turned the Wenzhou-made lighter over in his hands. By now, translucent plastic no longer amazed him. He flicked it several times, then stared at the small flame with open admiration. This method of striking fire is no different from flint and steel, he mused, except that oil replaces tinder and a wheel strikes the spark. Nothing within is particularly rare, yet your craftsmen have combined such ingenuity into one small, exquisite object truly unmatched. When Daisy and the others exchanged knowing glances, who said the ancients were ignorant? Master Gao had grasped the principle at a single glance. Of course, the butane inside was something the ancients could never produce, but he had correctly identified the liquid as oil. However, this lighter cannot be refilled, when Daisy explained. Once empty, it must be discarded. Is that so? Master Gao stopped flicking. A pity, why can it not be refilled? To throw away such a clever, practical thing seems terribly wasteful. When Daisy wondered how to explain the concept of disposability, should he tell him that in their time nearly everything was disposable? That might frighten the man half to death. He hedged, saying craftsmen were working on improvements. When the goods were tallied, the total came to over 30,000 taels. Several full-length dressing mirrors nearly made Master Gao's eyes pop from his skull, even in the imperial palace. Such things would leave the emperor slack-jawed. The pearls also won Gao Ju's favor. Since troubles had erupted in Liaodong, tribute pearls from the northeast had ceased entirely, and South Sea pearl harvests remained meager. The market was desperately short. Master Gao knew they preferred gold, so he exchanged 1,000 taels worth. Then he ordered porcelain brought from his storeroom, as much as would fit on the pallets, tightly bound with straw rope. In truth, he had no idea how these three managed to transport more cargo with every visit. He dared not ask, but privately speculated whether they might know some manner of teleportation sorcery. Zhao Zishan gazed at the crates of gold and silver until his head swam. Thank goodness they had bought the hydraulic truck. How else would they move nearly a ton of precious metal? While his mind wandered, when Daisy inquired about their commission to purchase a house, Gao Ju considered the question carefully before responding. Normally this would present no difficulty, but as overseas merchants you are not permitted under Ming law to purchase property here. Of course, you are all of Chinese descent. Your speech and appearance are Chinese enough. Change your attire and you could quietly take up residence. He paused. Only of late, with these rare goods appearing on the market, I find myself under considerable scrutiny. They understood immediately. Success attracts attention. With so many unprecedented goods suddenly flooding Guangzhou, who knew how many eyes and ears were watching? Their original plan to establish a foothold inside the city had fallen through. According to the crossing strategy, Guangzhou was to serve as the mainland trade gateway, exporting modern products manufactured at the Hainan base, importing materials and personnel, and serving as a window for observing Ming developments. Seeing the disappointment written across their faces, Gao Ju revealed a proposal of his own, one he had been mulling over for some time. In his estimation, the Australian merchants wanted a house because they needed a stable location for long-term trade, a place to store goods and lodge personnel. Their motive was the same as when the Portuguese had bribed high officials to lease Macau, only on a smaller scale. However, I do have another idea. He stroked his sparse whiskers, regarding them with an inquiring look. Please enlighten us, Master Gao. What you gentlemen want is simply a place to stay in the city. I have a property here. If you do not find it beneath you, it is yours to use. He dismissed the maids and summoned 2 trusted servants, then slipped a ring of keys into his sleeve and led the way. They passed through narrow alleys to the back courtyard, where the air carried the sharp ammonia smell of mules and horses, the stable yard. But Master Gao did not enter. Instead, he circled around a wall corner to a passageway that dead-ended at a small house. An elderly servant sat by the door. Upon seeing his master, he rose hastily. Open the door. The old servant produced a key and let them in. On the wall of the inner room hung an ironclad door. Unbolting it, they stepped through and found themselves outside the estate entirely. Before them stretched an extremely secluded cobblestone path running along the base of the city wall. On one side lay wasteland beneath the foundations. On the other rose the high rear walls of wealthy households. No one was about. Weeds grew wild between the stones, and they occasionally passed branching alleys. "These alleys lead to the main road out front," Master Gao explained. "Their entrances all have wooden gates that are normally kept locked. Though this path is public land, ordinary people cannot get in." After several hundred meters, they reached a rear wall so weathered it was nearly crumbling. Unlocking the door, they entered a small rear courtyard paved with blue stone slabs and planted with banana trees and flowers, very secluded. Proceeding inward, they found 3 connected courtyards, all kept clean and fully furnished. "This is my secondary residence, reserved for emergencies." This was Master Gao's secret house. He maintained several such properties in and around Guangzhou. This one was meant as a sanctuary, a place to hide should disaster ever strike. The front gate did not open onto the street. What faced the street was a sundry goods shop, outwardly an ordinary oil and salt store, but actually one of Master Gao's arrangements. Beside the shop was an inconspicuous side door with an alley leading directly to the house, very convenient. Servants were on hand. Seeing the master bring guests, they hurried to boil water and serve tea. "Those of us in the overseas trade must be exceedingly cautious," Master Gao sighed, settling into his chair. "Making a living is not easy. Smuggling meant dealing with unsavory characters, pirates, river bandits, mountain brigands, all the sort who would kill for money. Kidnapping, extortion, murder, and robbery were commonplace. Though they had backing in the prefectural, provincial, and capital governments, officials were greedy and made constant demands. Moreover, the court remained inherently suspicious of overseas trade, and there were periodic proposals to ban Portuguese commerce with Guangzhou. Local officials frequently used this threat as leverage to squeeze merchants. All that is still manageable," Master Gao continued. "What troubles us most is the recent surge in pirates. Foreign and Chinese ships alike have suffered greatly, and our livelihoods have grown difficult." Zhao Zishan recognized an opportunity to gather intelligence on piracy along the Guangdong-Fujian coast. He feigned ignorance. "Sailing from Australia, we found the route quite peaceful." "That is your good fortune." Master Gao smiled bitterly. "Compared to Fujian and Zhejiang, this area is relatively calm. Haicheng has been utterly devastated. Since the second year of Tianqi, pirates along the Fujian-Guangdong coast had been recruiting followers and forming confederacies, declaring themselves kings. The most powerful were Yang Liu, Kai San, and Zhang Liu. In the 6th year of Tianqi, Fujian's regional commander Yu Zigao and the Guangdong naval forces mounted a joint suppression campaign. They pacified Yang Liu, while Kai San and Zhang Liu fled abroad, temporarily curbing the pirates' momentum. Yet before long, Zheng Zhilong, Zhang Lingxiu, Li Qiwei, and other pirate fleets resumed raiding the Fujian-Zhejiang coast. Fujian suffered most severely. Yuegang in Haicheng County, China's largest export port since the Longqing opening, was left in ruins. Ships heading overseas, fearing pirate attacks, had dwindled to a trickle. Here in Guangzhou, things have been quiet since last year's joint campaign by Fujian's commander Yu and our provincial navy. The Portuguese also patrol the river mouth, since their interests lie in Macau. So pirate activity was concentrated along the Fujian coast. This intelligence boosted their confidence. At least initially, they would not have to face boss-level figures like Zheng Zhilong or Li Qiwei. Still, caution is best, Gao Jus reminded them. Though Guangdong's coast harbored no major pirates, small pirate and bandit gangs were as numerous as hairs on an ox. They were strangers here. Mooring and disembarking would require particular care. End of chapter. Chapter 11. Servants Part 1. We understand. Thank you, Master Gao. When Daisy offered simple gratitude without elaboration. Gao Jus noticed their reluctance to discuss the ship and did not press the matter. Instead, he summoned the servants who had been looking after the house, a middle-aged couple leading two teenagers of about 13 or 14. All four came forward and kowtowed. "This family was not born into my household," Gao Jus explained. "I saved them from death in Jiangxi years ago. They are loyal and reliable." At their master's words, the family kowtowed again and again in gratitude. Gao Jus waved them off. "Enough. These gentlemen shall henceforth be your masters. Serve them diligently." "Yes, we understand." The family turned and kowtowed to Wen Daisy's party. "We, your humble servants, greet our masters." This. The three transmigrators rose awkwardly, startled by the display. As modern people, suddenly having an entire family kneeling and kowtowing before them was deeply uncomfortable. "These are their indentures." Master Gao produced several papers. "They are sold absolutely. You may command them without hesitation." He drew out another document. "And this is the deed to this residence. I had promised to purchase a house on your behalf, but the timing proved inconvenient. If you do not find this humble dwelling beneath you, please stay here for the time being." The three exchanged glances. What a generous merchant! His intent to win them over was transparent, yet such liberality demonstrated real sincerity. Still, on closer thought, this windfall concealed deeper meanings. The house was his private property. He knew every detail of its layout. If he wished to investigate or monitor them, he would remain in the shadows while they sat exposed in plain sight. And this family of servants had been in his employ for years. Loyal and reliable they might be to him, not necessarily to shady overseas merchants. Placed beside them to spy, the transmigrators' every move would effectively be under his control. It felt like living in a glass house, stark naked. Beyond currying favor, Master Gao was clearly trying to keep them under his thumb. The reason was obvious. The goods they brought had generated enormous profits. Originally, they had planned to buy a house as a foothold and expand gradually after the crossing. Now a house and servants had been handed to them gratis. The situation had developed far beyond expectations. Yet refusing would be unwise. Xiao Zishan calculated quickly. The cross-temporal trading operations wouldn't continue for many more trips. As long as they acted carefully each time, nothing would be revealed. After the crossing was complete, they could reconsider their position in Guangzhou. For now, better to keep Master Gao content and let him continue selling their goods. They exchanged glances once more. When Daisy cupped his hands in thanks and accepted the documents, then produced a tael of silver as a customary gift for the kowtowing ceremony. Master Gao was visibly pleased. He ordered his own servants to transport their silver and goods to the new residence, then had food, clothing, and supplies sent over as well, the utmost attentiveness. Xiao Zishan, Wen Daisy, and Wang Liubin conferred in low voices. Since they were here, they might as well make the best of it. They would inspect the house and get a sense of the servants. Xiao Zishan called the male servant over. The man appeared quite aged. Xiao Zishan guessed he was at least in his 50s. He came and stood at attention, hands at his sides, face full of deference. Director Wen and Engineer Wang seemed uneasy with such servility, but Xiao Zishan remained composed. He took a sip of tea first and sat in deliberate silence before beginning his questions. The servant's original surname was Liu, his given name Qing. He was originally from Jiangxi, where he had tenant farmed about 10 mu. In the 45th year of Wanli, a flood destroyed his harvest, and the family fled as refugees. They lay dying by the roadside when Master Gao happened to pass by on his way back from Nanjing. He took in over a dozen refugee families as bond servants, and Liu Qing was among the fortunate. Since then, he had been a slave of the Gao household. After joining, he adopted his master's surname and became Gao Qing. His wife became Gao Xian. The couple had worked as general laborers in the outer yard until less than half a month ago, when they were reassigned here to look after this residence. As for his age, he was actually only in his early 40s. Exactly how old, even he wasn't sure. Xiao Zishan knew that in the old days, Many farmers didn't know their precise ages. Nothing unusual about that. Guarding this house must be better than working as laborers at the main residence. Xiao Zishan ventured. Gao Qing smiled bitterly. Reporting to the master, there's less work here, more leisure, no one supervising us, but making ends meet is harder. When he and his wife worked at the main residence, he explained, they each earned only 2 per month, but meals were free. Not only did they not go hungry, but their 2 children could eat their fill as well. Since being transferred here, his wages had risen to 5 kyan, but they had to cook for themselves. Firewood, rice, oil, salt, and vegetables all came out of pocket, and the children couldn't mooch meals anymore. 13 and 14-year-olds were ravenous eaters. For a family of 4 to live on 7 kyan was truly a strain. Wen Dynasty frowned. What do you mean? The children don't get wages, don't they also belong to Master Gao? The children have never been assigned duties, Gao Qing said, shaking his head. Without duties, the household issues no money or grain. They depend entirely on their parents. He sighed heavily. I had hoped to get my daughter assigned to the inner quarters. She'd earn at least a string of cash, but she's not pretty enough, never selected. I asked the steward's wife for help, but she demands 10 taels first. How could our family ever save that much? Corruption truly had ancient roots, the 3 marveled. Even becoming a maid required paying bribes. Then again, thinking of the dream of the Red Chamber, how Yuer's family had to conduct a whole campaign just to secure her a position at Daguanyuan, it was not so surprising after all. Now that you're in our service, are you content? Xiao Zishan softened his tone. Gao Qing glanced uneasily at these overseas merchant masters who couldn't even dress themselves properly. We are lowly servants, he replied carefully. There is no question of content or not. Now that we belong to the masters may command us as they wish. Xiao Zishan nodded and had him lead the way as they inspected the entire house. It was not large. Each courtyard followed a layout of 1 main hall flanked by 2 side rooms. The first courtyard held the reception hall and study. The second had an upper floor for living quarters. The third contained the kitchen, firewood storage, and a mule and horse stable, along with a private well. The building was not new, but it had been solidly constructed with blue bricks laid flat, very sturdy. Because it was intended as an emergency refuge, the furnishings were simple, though daily necessities had been stocked. The kitchen was piled with supplies from the Gao residence: rice, salted meat, dried fish, firewood, oil, and salt. Gao Qing handed over an inventory list. Wen Dynasty had no interest and was about to say, keep it all for your family, when he noticed Xiao Zishan had already taken the list and was examining it carefully. End of chapter. Chapter 12. Servants Part 2. With the inventory complete, they returned to the main hall. Gao Qing presented the ledger of household furniture, which Xiao Zishan accepted with a nod and set aside. The 3 of them gathered around the table and began sketching a floor plan. Wang Liubin had studied drafting in his previous life, and though he had only a notebook and ballpoint pen at his disposal, producing a rough layout was second nature. Zishan, you're being awfully stingy, Wang Liubin remarked as he sketched. You're really going to haggle over salted meat and rice. The man has a whole family to feed. Just give them everything, it might earn us some loyalty. Xiao Zishan smiled. Engineer Wang, this gift list shows 40 shi of rice alone. At late Yankee prices, that comes to about 40 taels. So what? Are you planning to sell the rice for silver? 40 taels equals 4 years' wages for Gao Qing and his wife combined. If we hand them that much right from the start, what kind of reward could possibly motivate them later? Give too much now and their expectations go up, is that what you mean? Wen Dynasty asked. Exactly, Director Wen. Xiao Zishan nodded. The Gao family is struggling, but they're getting by. Besides, we don't yet know the man's true character. There's no need to rush into buying loyalty. He lowered his voice. And I'm certain Master Gao has instructed him to watch our movements. Agreed. That seems very likely. Which means winning him over right now would be difficult anyway. He doesn't know us, and he's probably suspicious that we have ulterior motives. This is our first meeting. He's done nothing to deserve merit or sympathy. If we suddenly shower him with gifts, what will he think? He'll report straight to Master Gao, and in the end we'll have given things away for nothing. True enough. Still, it would be best if we could draw him to our side eventually. We do need to show kindness, but only in small ways, letting him feel our goodness gradually. Over time, his heart will naturally incline toward us. And since he's not Master Gao's confidant, he should be easier to win over. Not a confidant. This house is Master Gao's emergency refuge. How could the caretaker not be trusted? Didn't you hear? He was only transferred here less than half a month ago. A true confidant Master Gao would never hand over to us. Perhaps he said that deliberately. Perhaps everything was fabricated. That's possible. Xiao Zishan glanced toward the doorway. But I observed him carefully, and I don't think so. Gao Qing looks perpetually worried. His expression is dull, his gaze unfocused. He's not the shrewd, capable type. Besides, whatever Master Gao's intentions toward us, they boil down to guarding against us and exploiting us, mostly exploitation. So he's unlikely to invest too much in surveillance. Then what do you plan to do? We offer small kindnesses. Let me explain what I have in mind. Just then, Mrs. Gao appeared to ask about dinner. Xiao Zishan checked his watch, already 4 o'clock. No need for dinner. Have your whole family come over instead. Actually, I'd love to taste what Ming Dynasty cooking is like, Wang Liubin said wistfully. I hear it's heavy on spices. The whole family arrived shortly. Mrs. Gao had regular features but was dark and thin. She kept her head down and said nothing, clearly not a talker. The boy's appearance was unremarkable, though his eyes still held a lively spark. He tried to maintain a serious expression but kept stealing glances at them. The girl, however, was quite different, her skin much fairer, her eyes large, her nose small and well-shaped. She was also taller than the boy. Xiao Zishan estimated at least 1.6 meters. Puzzled, he asked, "What's your name?" The girl hadn't expected to be addressed first. She looked at Xiao Zishan in surprise, stammering and unable to reply. "The master is asking you," Gao Qing scolded. Then, bowing apologetically, he explained, "The girl has never seen the world, she has no proper name. Let her speak for herself, you're her father. You can cover for her now, but not forever. This servant, is called Gao Deji." Xiao Zishan nearly spat out his tea. Engineer Wang and Director Wen looked equally close to losing their composure. Gao Deji, big sister Gao. What a majestic name. Looking more closely, he had to admit the girl did have a bit of Michelle Yeoh's slender, long-legged look about her. The Gao family stared blankly, utterly baffled by what the masters found so amusing. Gao Qing smiled apologetically. "Please forgive us, masters. A country girl never properly named." "It's nothing." Xiao Zishan waved it off, still chuckling. "Since she has no name, we'll give her one." His mischievous streak emerged. "Let's call her Gao Luji." When Daisy raised an eyebrow. "Our goal?" Wang Liubin grinned. "No cavities." All three burst into laughter, heedless of decorum. The Gao family watched these masters, laughing uncontrollably ever since learning their daughter's name, and began to feel genuinely frightened. They could only smile nervously in response. When Daisy studied the girl more carefully, by modern standards, she had the makings of a beauty, though Ming-era people probably didn't favor her type. A pity her frame was still thin, limited raw material to work with. Whether proper nourishment could improve things remained to be seen. "How old is this girl?" "Ray, reporting to the master." Gao Qing could barely get the words out. He'd noticed Master Wen's gaze lingering on his daughter and felt his stomach drop. "This is bad." 14. 14. A proper little lowly. Unfortunately, there was too much real work demanding attention right now for lowly cultivation to be on anyone's agenda. Xiao Zishan had practiced calligraphy briefly as a child and hadn't forgotten his traditional characters. He found a sheet of rough paper and wrote in bold strokes, "Gao Luji," thus bestowing the name. "We thank the master for the name." Gao Qing led his daughter in kowtowing their gratitude. Up. Now that we are master and servant, we're one family. No need for such ceremony." Xiao Zishan gestured for them to rise. "Your wages, husband and wife, will remain as before." "Thank you, master." Gao Qing felt a wave of relief. He had worried the new masters might cut their pay. Your family has heavy burdens, life isn't easy. We'll add half a she of rice per month. That should save you the cost of grain. Master is benevolent. Gao Qing was moved nearly to tears. Half a she was enough to feed the whole family for a month. With a single sentence, this master had effectively raised his pay by 5 Cayenne. Here is 20 taels. Xiao Zishan produced the silver. We come and go on the waves, and travel is difficult. Consider this a year's wages paid in advance. The remainder is for daily maintenance. You may draw your monthly rice allowance yourself. He paused. Can you read? Gao Qing smiled awkwardly. But his son spoke up. I can read. Oh. Xiao Zishan had not expected this. He never had regular duties, so he used to hang around the outer accounts office. Gao Qing hurried to explain. Picked up a few characters. He shot his son a glare. What are you showing off for? The boy knew few characters. By modern standards, barely literate, but having learned from an accountant, he could also do basic bookkeeping and work in abacus. In ancient times, that was rare indeed. His name was Gao Dai. Xiao Zishan thought to himself that the working people of old certainly favored simple names. Since you can read and keep accounts, you'll be in charge of recording expenses here. Keep everything clear, line by line. Understand? You'll also receive 1 Cayenne per month as wages. This servant understands. Gao Qing was overjoyed and led his son in kowtowing their thanks. Assigning the boy to keep books had little to do with money. It was a reminder that everything here belonged to them, lest over time the family develop thoughts of cuckoo in the nest. Once such thoughts arose, anything could happen. Ordinary people might seem honest, but Xiao Zishan had seen too many who changed the moment their interests were at stake. After surveying the layout, the transmigrators designated the study in the first courtyard as their crossing point. They instructed Gao Qing that the first courtyard need only be cleaned every 3 days. Otherwise, no one was to enter. Gao Qing didn't understand why, but he knew better than to ask about his master's affairs. The only thing he found strange was that Master Wen had specified the exact starting date for the cleaning schedule. After nightfall, the transmigrators opened the wormhole at the new location. Fortunately, the destination had not shifted. The hydraulic truck was pulled through, and the tall stacks of goods were transported one by one. The next morning, when Gao Qing rose, the first courtyard was already empty. He hesitated for a moment, then left and walked toward the rear gate of the Gao residence. End of chapter. Chapter 13. The old worker Zishan, I do believe you have the makings of a landlord. Wen Dynasty chuckled. Some men carry the air of kings, you carry the presence of a country gentleman. Perhaps it runs in the blood. My dream has always been a sprawling estate, vegetable gardens, chickens pecking about, a grape trellis overhead, a rattan chair beneath it, and nothing to do but sip tea and watch the afternoon drift by. Sounds delightful. But what's stopping you now? Wen Dynasty drawled. We've made a fortune. That modest little dream is well within reach. Too bad the wormhole won't last forever. Xiao Zishan stretched. This last crossing I felt distinct energy fluctuations. If only it were Doryman's Anywhere door, Director Wen laughed. Xiao Zishan grinned. I wasn't finished. The estate would also feature several cool beauties at my side, fanning me, peeling lychees. One mature woman, one imperious elder sister type, one little lowly. He paused to consider. Actually, that lowly Gao Luji is fine stock. That girl, Wen Dynasty said, lounging on the sofa while peeling a lychee, is definitely not Gao Qing's daughter. Significant DNA discrepancy, I'd say. Xiao Zishan turned his attention to cataloging the porcelain. After each crossing, inventory duty fell to him. Engineer Wang had returned to his machinery factory, his enthusiasm lately nothing short of astounding, not only working overtime every day but coming home still brimming with energy and excitement. Her appearance has none of her father's features, Xiao Zishan continued. Slight resemblance to her brother, maybe, and that height. So Director Wen has taken a fancy to this long-legged little lowly. Even if I have, it'll have to wait. Too much real work ahead of us. Let's see what needs doing. Recruitment, obviously. After 3 crossing trades, they now controlled over 20 million yuan. The conditions for serious material preparation had finally been met. Recruitment meant first selecting an appropriate staging point, a facility to receive those who would answer the call. Guangzhou was clearly unsuitable. They needed somewhere relatively remote, close to the future crossing point, with sufficient living quarters for several hundred people plus a large outdoor space. Ideally, a drill ground. What do we need a drill ground for? Xiao Zishan asked, puzzled. Physical exercise. When Daisy glanced pointedly at his own thin arms, then at Xiao Zishan's belly. At the very least, if we ever have to run for our lives, we should be able to outrun the Ming's natives. They divided the labor 3 ways. Since Xiao Zishan had worked in sales and knew the coastal cities of Guangdong, scouting fell to him. Wang Liubin would continue at his machinery factory. Wen Daisy would remain in Guangzhou to prepare for the next crossing trade, manage the online board, and identify talent. The first list of invitees was already drafted. The 4th person to join the committee, however, did not come from the internet, which was somewhat unexpected. That evening, when Daisy had just finished checking the board when Wang Liubin walked in wearing an oil-stained uniform. He plopped onto the sofa, face beaming. "Engineer Wang, you've been coming to work beaming every day lately. What's the good news?" Wen Daisy asked. "Director Wen, I want you to meet someone." "Who?" This surprised him. Wang was normally taciturn and he wasn't local either. Why the sudden introduction? "My boss." Seeing Wen Daisy's confusion, he added, "The boss of the factory where I work, surname Zhan." I told him about the crossing." "What?" Wen Daisy nearly jumped off the sofa. "Old Wen, don't get excited." Wang Liubin held up a calming hand. "His name is Zhan Wuya. He's a technician, very skilled, lathe, planing, milling, drilling, he knows it all." "Fine, fine, get to the point. He didn't think you were mentally ill or running some kind of scam. No, in fact, he wants to join." "Join?" When Daisy's mind didn't quite register the word. "He wants to go too." "That's right. See, that day when we were working together on a hand-cranked Gatling gun." "What?" This time when Daisy really did jump up. "Engineer Wang." He quickly lowered his voice, even though the room's soundproofing was excellent. "Are you insane? Manufacturing illegal guns is a prison sentence. It's fine, we'll have to make guns in the Ming anyway. Might as well get some practice." Wang Liubin looked utterly nonchalant. "We're machinists. Making a couple of guns is nothing. Someone even knocked off a Japanese Type 92 infantry gun once." "Forget the Type 92, what's the deal with this boss of yours?" "He's very impressed with your approach. Says to leave all machining concerns to him. He's planning to bring his whole factory over." Zhan Wuya was not the grimy old worker Wen Daisy had imagined. He appeared just over 30, wearing a t-shirt, his hair neatly combed. Only his large, rough hands betrayed his occupation. Because of his work, Director Wen often dealt with small processing shops like this one. The two quickly launched into a deep discussion of machining, and their common ground dissolved all barriers. Before long, they were chatting like old colleagues. "Director Wen, let me put it this way. In machining, there's nothing we can't make." Zhan Wuya's speech carried the pride of a working man who knew his craft. "Take my little factory. I won't claim we can build tanks, but mortars and machine guns. Piece of cake. When I was at trade school." He launched into a 5-minute account of building a mortar for his graduation project. Then he and Wang Liubin dove headlong into discussing gun making. It soon emerged that they had bonded so quickly because both were fanatical firearms enthusiasts. Wen Daisy hastily cut off their animated discussion before anyone might mistake them for an illegal weapons gang. Zhan Wuya walked them through his factory's main equipment. 2 shearing machines, 1 80-ton bending machine, 1 63-ton punch and 1 5-ton punch, 2 lathes, 1 planer, 1 radial drilling press, 3 bench drills, 1 cutter, 5 arc welders, 1 spot welder, 1 band saw, 1 overhead crane, 1 grinder, 2 grinding wheels, 1 oxy-fuel welding set, 1 air compressor, and 1 paint baking facility. "Actually, if you're willing to rough it, the big 3 machines are sufficient," Zhan Wuya said. "When I was a student, I read memoirs of old defense industry workers. Those were the real masters. Give them a lathe and a vise and they could make guns, artillery, machine tools." He paused. "But materials are critical. Without good materials, whatever you make will be compromised, especially steel. You must have the right steel. We plan to build a metallurgical industry, Wang Luobin said. Iron smelting, steelmaking, the whole process. That's beyond my expertise, but if you can solve materials, machine tools can manufacture all kinds of specialized equipment. The biggest advantage is self-replication. Production capacity keeps expanding. Sustainable development, you might say. Indeed, no matter how much you stockpile, eventually you'll run out. Exactly. But some things you still have to bring in quantity. Cutting tools, for instance, which are usually alloy steel or sintered ceramic, we won't be making those at first. Same with grinding wheels, they need special materials and sintering. Also lubricants, I don't know if substitutes will work. We can solve these problems one by one. When Daisy felt invigorated. Old Jan, why don't you take charge of industrial preparation? No problem. Jan Wuya had never felt so fired up. Since leaving the factory to start his own business nearly a decade ago, he had struggled and scraped. Though he had built a small operation, life had grown dull, always scrambling to satisfy clients, always chasing the next job. Now, an unprecedented new world stretched before him. His fighting spirit surged. The Crossing Committee's industrial group was founded that very day. In time, it came to be known simply as the industry sector. A few days later, another member reported in Ma Qianju, who would later fiercely contest with Zhan Wuya for the title of Father of Crossing Industry in their respective memoirs. Ma Qianju had frequented the same forum as Xiao Zishan and the others. They vaguely recognized each other's handles. At first, he hadn't joined the wormhole discussion. He had been absorbed in another thread entirely, devoted to his all-mechanical calculating center system, christened Gear Model 5, an elaborate exercise in alternate history design. Initially, he assumed Director Wen's wormhole was speculative fiction. When he discovered these people were actually preparing to travel to the Ming, he hurried to sign up. His motivation was hardly surprising. Only by creating a pristine new world free of microchips where he himself stood among the elite could he realize his dream. A luxury mechanical computing center covering 6,000 mu, powered by 80,000 horsepower, performing 20,000 calculations per second. The thought of this colossal machine made his soul tremble. Ma Qianju's tastes ran to steampunk. Keywords: rivets, steam, steel. Forests of smokestacks, the roar of boilers, black smoke billowing from burning coal, great clouds of steam, the thunderous clang of steel on steel, giant locomotives racing across the land, multi-turret airships kept aloft by helium-filled compartments. This was his ideal world. Upon receiving Wen Daisy's invitation, he packed his bags without hesitation, quit his job drawing highway design diagrams, and set out by train for Guangdong. His destination was not Guangzhou, but a county-level city he had never heard of. After getting off the train, he still had to transfer to a long-distance bus. This was the staging base Xiao Zishan had found, where the transmigrators would groom their horses and sharpen their weapons, preparing for a one-way journey to conquer a parallel world. End of chapter. Chapter 14. The conference, dividing into groups from the beginning, Xiao Zishan had set his sights on small coastal cities. After half a month of scouting, he finally secured a lease on a maritime militia training base in a remote county. The base was a relic of the all-people soldiers era, a training camp that had sat vacant for years following military downsizing. Nestled in hilly terrain with only a small harbor for sea access, it was nearly encircled by mountains. The sole road leading in had been poorly maintained and had fallen into disrepair. In short, it was inconvenient and far from anywhere worth going. But these disadvantages were precisely what made it perfect. The location was isolated, with few passers-by, ideal for staying under the radar. The barracks, warehouses, and drill grounds were somewhat dilapidated but structurally intact. The county people's armed forces department, having found no takers for years, asked only minimal rent. Their sole condition was that the crossing company continue employing the 2 retired custodians who had been watching over the place. Xiao Zishan readily agreed. The old men took turns staying in the gatehouse week by week, minding the gate and sweeping up, and otherwise bothered with nothing else. First, they hired a cleaning company to scour the entire base, then a renovation crew to fix broken windows and unclog pipes. Since the site remained a reserve barracks, the basic facilities were reasonably complete. Once cleaned up, it was ready for occupancy. And so, on a certain day, the crossing company relocated to its new headquarters. When Daisy kept the Guangzhou office operational, after all, that remained the company's registered address. With a proper base established, the first cadre of key personnel began reporting in. These were individuals Wen Daisy had personally selected after prolonged contact, most of them specialists in various technical fields. Many arrived full of doubt. Quite a few assumed they were walking into an elaborate scam. Then they beheld the stacks of RMB, the Ming Dynasty porcelain, and that strangely glimmering wormhole, and realized it was all terrifyingly real. Some fled immediately, unable to accept what they'd witnessed. It was simply too insane. Others pondered for a few days before quietly departing. Still others erupted with irrepressible excitement, throwing themselves headlong into the cause. And some took it all in stride, registering, settling in, and joining the work as if traveling through time were just another Tuesday. In this way, the team was preliminarily assembled. For convenience of management, the committee decided to convene all personnel for a plenary meeting to restructure the organization. The question of what form of government to adopt after the crossing remained off the table. Not all participants had arrived yet, and establishing a power structure before a full assembly could debate it seemed inappropriate. The meeting's purpose was limited to setting up an administrative framework for the preparation phase. They gathered in the base's conference room, a space just large enough for the nearly 50 attendees. The tables and chairs were old but serviceable. Xiao Zishan had discovered porcelain teacups in a cabinet, sparing them the indignity of disposable paper cups. The only new addition was a whiteboard propped at the front. Xiao Zishan produced a voice recorder and tested it. "I'd suggest we take minutes by hand instead." A young woman stood up. "Transcribing from audio is miserable work. I type fast with Wubai input. I can handle it." "And you are?" Dozens of unfamiliar faces had appeared in recent days, and Xiao Zishan couldn't keep track of them all. This woman was thin and small, not particularly pretty, but clearly limber and athletic type. "I'm Li Yiwo's girlfriend, Li Yuanyuan. I used to work as a secretary. Meeting minutes are a piece of cake." Xiao Zishan knew Li Yiwo. The man was trained in machining, a fanatical firearms enthusiast, and one of Zhan Wuya's gun buddies, the silent type who wouldn't say 2 words all day. Xiao Zishan suspected his only reason for wanting to cross eras was to manufacture guns without legal restriction. And this young woman had followed him here. The old phrase, "I'll follow you to the ends of the earth," apparently wasn't just talk. The thought stirred an unexpected twinge of envy in Xiao Zishan's chest. "All right," he said, "but let's keep the recorder running too." Li Yuanyuan brought over a netbook, typed in the date and time, then turned to him expectantly. "Please begin." Xiao Zishan cleared his throat. "Although most of us know each other, this is our first formal gathering. Let me announce the meeting rules. We'll discuss each agenda item in order. No straying off topic before we move to the next. The meeting may run long. If a topic falls outside your field or doesn't concern you, you're welcome to leave. Exits are permitted after each item concludes, before the next begins, or during announced breaks. After each item concludes, the moderator will ring a bell and wait 3 minutes. Anyone wishing to re-enter must do so during this interval. To speak, raise your hand and wait for permission. Remarks must address the matter at hand, not comment on other speakers. That's all." Xiao Zishan surveyed the assembled transmigrators and nodded. "Now let's ask Director Wen to brief us on crossing preparations." Director Wen rose and cleared his throat. A room full of expectant faces stared back at him. "Regarding the current state of our crossing preparations, I'll begin with an overview." He gave a concise summary of the wormhole's condition, the cross-temporal trading situation, their contacts with Ming-era people, and the profits they'd earned so far. The moment he finished, someone raised a hand. "I'm Jin Keshu. I'd suggest Director Wen stop selling porcelain. The antiques world is quite insular. Everyone knows everyone in it. Selling a few pieces is fine, but if we keep offloading inventory at this pace, within days the whole province will know. Very bad for secrecy. We might even attract attention from the cultural relics authorities." When Daisy leaned forward with interest, he didn't know much about antiques. "Then what do you suggest?" "Medicinal materials," Jin Keshu said. "Many precious traditional Chinese medicines are extremely scarce nowadays, commanding high prices. Rhinoceros horn, natural ox bezoar musk, these would fetch a fortune." "Rhino horn is out," someone objected. "We'd attract the Industry and Commerce Bureau, but rare spices might work." "Good, accepted. We'll try it on the next run." "The next agenda item is industry," Xiao Zishan began. "Let's start with energy," Ma Qianju raised his hand. "Yes, shouldn't we first establish the administrative structure and divide into working groups? That would make the discussion more manageable." "I agree," Wang Liubin chimed in. "Otherwise there's no order to any of this." "Then let's begin with the agriculture group." A sturdy man rose from his seat. "I'm Wu Nanhai, graduate of Agricultural University. Food is the foundation of any nation. Feeding ourselves has to be our top priority." "Agreed, agriculture group." Xiao Zishan wrote it on the whiteboard. What followed was a deluge of suggestions: industry group, transportation group, geology department, railway ministry, highway bureau, crossing mobile, aviation committee, military group, army department, navy department, urban management, Cheka, development and reform commission. Seeing the naming devolve into trolling, Xiao Zishan had to rein in their enthusiasm. All right. These groups are for preparing the crossing. How we set up institutions after we've established a base on the other side is a separate matter entirely. Let's not overcomplicate things," he smiled. "We haven't even crossed yet. There's no point playing the promotion ladder game." Laughter rippled through the room. After further discussion, they settled on 8 professional groups: industry, agriculture, construction, energy, communications, athletics, IT, and intelligence and documentation. In addition, they created 2 support groups: general affairs and procurement. General affairs would handle coordination, personnel contact, registration, and daily operations. Procurement would acquire equipment and supplies according to the shopping lists generated by the other groups. Each group elected its leader, and the leaders together formed a provisional executive committee. They would meet weekly to align operations, with ad hoc meetings called as needed. When Daisy was unsurprisingly elected chairman. Zhan Wuya initially nominated Wang Liubin for industry group leader, but Wang declined, claiming he wasn't professional enough for the role. Zhan Wuya ended up taking the position himself. Nobody wanted general affairs. It was all eating, lodging, sanitation, personnel management, tedious, thankless work. In an ordinary enterprise, such a position might come with certain perks. But they were crossing in a year. Any money saved now would be waste paper on the other side. Xiao Zishan gave Wen Daisy a subtle hint. Wen Daisy promptly nominated him, and he secured the leadership role. Xiao Zishan's reasoning was simple. He possessed no specialized technical skill. During the preparation phase, the technicians would inevitably rise to prominence. Using this administrative position to keep himself in the management layer was his optimal strategy. By the time the next reorganization came around, he would have accumulated sufficient seniority. However, to avoid any appearance of impropriety, he proposed that the committee also establish a directly subordinate accounting section to handle income, disbursement, and auditing. Once the groups were finalized, chairs clattered as everyone rearranged themselves to sit with their new colleagues. The newly elected leaders surveyed the people to their left and right, already beginning to feel like leaders. The general affairs roster, by contrast, was essentially an army of wives. This first batch of recruits were all technical cadres, so those assigned to general affairs were the girlfriends and wives these cadres had brought along, plus one mother, the mother of a female technician. A parent's love, it seemed, knew no bounds. Xiao Zishan began to dread how he would get along with this army of wives. Even worse, they were all other men's women. He silently reminded himself to tread carefully and avoid any hint of scandal. End of chapter. Chapter 15. The Conference, Energy Issues. Let's begin with energy, Xiao Zishan said, turning to face the energy group. Power is the foundation of everything else. As long as we have electricity, we can operate modern machinery, run computers, all the advantages that would make us utterly superior to the ancients. So what does energy have to say about our power supply? The speaker for the energy group was Chiang Kai-shek. For 5 years, he'd worked as a temp at a power corporation subsidiary, the type of worker who shouldered the heaviest loads, earned the lowest wages, received none of the credit, and took all of the blame. Given our circumstances, he began, the optimal strategy is hydropower as our primary source, supplemented by thermal and wind generation. The benefits of hydropower are numerous. I won't belabor them, but for our purposes, the greatest advantage is that it requires no fuel replenishment. Once constructed, a hydroelectric station runs almost indefinitely. Modern small-scale rural hydropower equipment is remarkably simple. Installation difficulty is low, engineering investment minimal. Power is generated through diversion channels. A head of just 5 or 6 meters is sufficient. The technology is mature. Small and micro units are manufactured in standardized domestic series, easy to maintain and inexpensive. At the same time, we'll need thermal power. There are various options for thermal prime movers, but diesel generators will be our workhorse in the early landing phase. They're convenient, require no supporting infrastructure, and aren't constrained by environment. Someone raised a hand. Diesel will run out eventually. What then? Diesel engines can use substitutes fairly easily, another member of the energy group offered. I recall you can even run them on peanut oil. I don't know about peanut oil, Chiang Kai-shek said thoughtfully, but diesel engines can certainly convert to producer gas. When I was in the countryside, I saw plenty of small power stations running on gas engines. Shouldn't be difficult. I believe we'll eventually produce our own diesel, Xiao Zishan interjected. Please continue. All right, Chiang Kai-shek nodded. Based on the principle of not putting all our eggs in one basket, we should prepare small to medium diesel generators, small hydro units, and small wind turbines. We should also bring medium-capacity hydro equipment for future expansion once we've developed sufficient engineering capability. Wind turbines have low output and unstable generation, but they're simple to set up, suitable as backup power for living areas, outposts, and system redundancy. He smiled. Of course, power generation is only part of the picture. Transmission, distribution, voltage transformation, these are all highly technical matters. I won't go into detail here. A concrete plan will take time to develop. The next topic also fell to the energy group, petroleum substitutes. The transmigrators would need more than generators. They would need motorcycles, automobiles, and small boats. Neither gasoline nor diesel could be stored indefinitely. Without fuel self-sufficiency, there was little point in bringing large numbers of such vehicles. I'm afraid I can't agree with the moderator's framing, announced Luo Duo, who had contributed enormous amounts of energy-related content during the online discussions. Though I understand the moderator is a humanities major, so that's understandable. Xiao Zishan's face flushed. His greatest grievance was hearing humanities major wielded as an insult. He suppressed his indignation and maintained a facade of composure. What we're really discussing is a prime mover problem, Luo Duo continued, apparently oblivious to the moderator's simmering resentment. Ships, cars, motorcycles, all of them can run on non-petroleum fuels, so petroleum substitutes aren't actually urgent. Fundamentally, any petroleum-fueled prime mover can convert to producer gas, albeit with some power loss. but near the end of World War II, the Germans experimentally installed gas generators on armored personnel carriers and even tanks, so the output is clearly acceptable. Gas generator technology is simple and practical, with low implementation difficulty. And let's not forget the steam engine. How long have gasoline and diesel engines even existed? The steam engine was the engine of the Industrial Revolution. Is there anywhere to even buy steam engines nowadays? Someone from the machinery group spoke up. Don't tell me you expect us to manufacture them ourselves. You machinists, building a steam engine shouldn't be hard, should it? That's 19th century technology, Luo Duo retorted. Our prime movers can't run on stockpiles forever. We've never actually built one, the machinery group representative admitted after a brief huddle with his colleagues. Ma Qianju rose to speak. Everyone understands the basic principle, and there's plenty of design material available. We're confident we can build one. The boiler presents the main difficulty. It depends on what materials we can produce. That's really a question for metallurgy. Currently, metallurgy falls under the industry group, Zhao Zishan clarified. I recall we have specialists in that area. That's right, we have a college student majoring in metallurgy. Several people laughed and a young man smiled sheepishly at the attention. Coordinate within your group and come up with a plan, Zhao Zishan instructed. Please continue. That's all I can think of for now. Luo Duo looked excited but was clearly showing signs of fatigue. Why not consider biodiesel? Someone asked. There's been considerable coverage lately. Many countries have reached the practical stage. Right, I recall Hainan has a type of kerosene tree. Cut the bark and the sap can be used as lamp oil. It only works for lamps, it's not real kerosene, Ma Qianju said authoritatively. Biodiesel is far from simple. There are many oil-bearing crops, oil camellia, tongue trees, Pistacia chinensis, bamboo tongue, but none of their oils can be used directly as diesel. They all require modification processes. Besides, having just a few trees is useless. Such plantations need at least 100 mu before they constitute an effective supply. By the way, Olnan trees must grow to 40 or 50 centimeters in trunk diameter before they produce oil, someone from agriculture added. Based on current findings, in Hainan they only grow in Sanya, Ledong, Dongfeng, Changjiang, and Beixia, areas with better conditions than Lingao or Danju. We could distill pine root oil. The Japanese did this in World War II. You don't need specialized equipment to refine it into aviation gasoline. True, but the cost-effectiveness is terrible. The Japanese mobilized practically their entire population and produced only tens of thousands of barrels. Besides, Hainan doesn't have that many pine roots to begin with. What about alcohol? The biofuel faction wasn't ready to concede. Alcohol can work as a substitute, but its heat value is too low and it causes engine carbon buildup. It's not an ideal solution. I have one more perspective on petroleum substitutes. Another person stood. I'm Zhang Lishi. I work in oil shale retorting equipment design. I once designed refining equipment for a plant in Danju City, Hainan. That city has abundant oil shale reserves. Products from oil shale retorting can be further refined into various petroleum products. Manufacturing gasoline and diesel is entirely feasible. Where's Danju? Someone muttered. Just west of Lingao, very close. That resource sounds promising. Let me give a brief introduction, Zhang Lishi continued. Changpo oil shale has 5.1% oil content and is associated with lignite deposits. The Changpo site has two main ore bodies, 6 meters and 44.5 meters thick respectively. Mining is primarily open pit. We can use Maoming-type retorts. Each retort processes 50 tons of ore per day, with 60% oil recovery. At Changpo's 5.1% oil content, that means each retort yields 1.5 tons of crude shale oil daily, not counting byproducts like gasoline and ammonia. These retorts don't require extensive resources or much labor. To commission a small plant processing 1,600 tons of ore per day, that's 32 retorts. We'd also need 2 gas heating furnaces, 1 ventilation building, 2 scrubbing towers, 2 cooling towers, and 2 chimneys. I have ready-made drawings. The equipment isn't particularly difficult to manufacture. Such a plant would produce 48 tons of crude per day, plus byproducts including gasoline, ammonia, coal gas, and phenol, all extremely useful. Oil shale crude is high quality. It refines into premium diesel. Both diesel and gasoline engines can operate normally, no need for gas engine conversions. Processing 1,600 tons daily. Luo Duo jumped to his feet. Even if every one of us carried rocks all day, it wouldn't be enough. For an oil shale plant, that's already quite small, Zhang Lishi replied with the inscrutable smile of a senior technical expert. In reality, transport is handled by train and conveyor belt. The design output I mentioned is less than what a single unit produces at a real shale oil plant. And if you think Changpo's oil yield is too low, consider this. The oil shale in Huangxian and Pinglai, Shandong has 22% oil content. If we still don't have petroleum extraction capability within 10 or 20 years, we might consider taking Shandong first. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Several people from the athletics group were huddled over a map of China, tracing routes with their fingers. Let's have energy include this as a long-term plan, contingent on what manufacturing capabilities we develop, Wen Dynasty said. Let's continue. He glanced at Xiao Zishan, who nodded his agreement. End of chapter. Chapter 16. The conference, Machinery and Chemical Industry. The discussion turned to machinery manufacturing, Director Wen's specialty. The central question was what equipment to bring, and Zhan Wuya, who had contributed a small machine shop, took the lead in reporting their available assets. Can this equipment produce the specialized machinery we'll need? Someone asked. Boilers, for instance. In theory, absolutely. Zhan Wuya scratched his head, clearly unaccustomed to fielding questions from the podium. My little factory isn't much to look at, but given the right materials, we can fabricate most general mechanical equipment. Mind you, we mainly process parts for clients. We haven't tackled complex complete systems, and there are certain components we don't make in-house. He paused, searching for examples. Standard components, for one. Screws, bolts, washers, those are best produced with dedicated equipment. We could make them, of course, but it's more trouble than it's worth. We'd have to build specialized machines just for that purpose. Then there are castings, gears, and bearings, not things a small shop can handle. They require specialized equipment, heat treatment, electroplating. That's outside my expertise. We usually just buy ready-made parts or outsource the work. But gears and bearings are indispensable, someone countered. If we can't manufacture them, our entire equipment production capability hits a dead end. Then bring specialized equipment. For gears, you'd want a hobbing machine. Bearings are trickier. A complete bearing factory setup would probably run over 10 million. 10 million is one problem. Where do you find enough skilled workers to operate it? We'll have to improvise. Maximize what we've got. Full-scale specialized equipment is too heavy an investment. The suggestions came quickly now. Heat treatment furnaces for materials processing. Bearing cages and ball installation can be done by hand, fixed with a punch press. The discussion grew labyrinthine. After much murmuring, the industry group's deliberations gradually subsided. They had apparently reached consensus on gear and bearing manufacturing. Someone began compiling a list, which Xiao Zishan guessed was an equipment checklist. When Dynasty spoke up, I propose that for parts standardization, we skip the shearing and bending machines. Extra punch presses can substitute. But we should bring as many cutting tools and grinding wheels as possible. The machine shop also lacks a milling machine and heat treatment furnace. Those are essential. For completeness, we'll also need a broaching machine and a boring machine, added Jiang Yi, who had spent 8 years as a lathe operator. And more lathes. After all, the lathe is the most fundamental piece of machining equipment. How about 8 lathes? Too few. Make it 12. They're incredibly versatile. What about forging presses? We can't do without those. As the machinery discussion raged on, many in the audience began to yawn. But bound by the rule against leaving before an agenda item concluded, they simply started their own side conversations, and the room filled with a low buzz of competing voices. Wang Liubin suddenly stood up without asking permission. The machinists had completely abandoned any pretense of following the moderator. We also need a small foundry. Don't forget that. If we're going to manufacture engines, it's absolutely essential. A single-cylinder diesel engine is practically universal. It can plow fields and transplant rice, power boats, generate electricity in mountain villages, haul people and cargo on roads. Small engines shouldn't be a problem, someone agreed. A typical single-cylinder agricultural engine can use cast iron. HT250 will do, good vibration absorption, excellent casting flow, easy to machine. Speaking of casting, mold making is another issue entirely. That's a specialized trade. Having equipment doesn't mean you can produce quality parts. You need proper molds. Modern mold-making equipment is insane. 3D modeling, electrical discharge machining. This is going to be a problem. It's not that dramatic. You're thinking of current methods. In the old days, process designers would draw up blueprints, machine the parts, and fitters would assemble everything. Fitter skill was what really mattered. Gradually, the machinery discussion wound down. The industry group had used a considerable amount of paper, and they seemed fairly confident in their conclusions. Wen Dacey watched engineer Wang scribbling enthusiastically and worried the procurement list was growing unwieldy. I'm Jai Situi. A man with a full beard rose to his feet. Despite the facial hair, his face had an almost baby-like quality. I represent the chemical group and I'm here to lodge a strong protest. He emphasized the words chemical group with particular weight. Chemical industry is critically important. How can it be lumped indiscriminately with general industry? They're all machinists over there. We have nothing in common. The grouping issue can be discussed later. First, let's hear your views on chemical industry. 3 acids, 2 alkalis. Jai Situi's tone was declarative. That's our goal, solving the production of these fundamental substances. Let me provide some basic context. The chemical industry we're discussing is heavy chemical industry, the foundation upon which all other chemical industry rests. Now it was the machinery people's turn to yawn, though most still watched with interest. Chemical industry is the most versatile sector there is. Chemical products are rarely end products. They're primarily utilized by other industries. Sulfuric acid for fertilizer, soda ash for glass manufacturing, synthetic ammonia for explosives and fertilizers. If we can solve the production of these basic heavy chemical products, we unlock solutions to countless manufacturing problems. Do you have any idea how much your daily life depends on the chemical industry? He shook his head in exasperation. You don't. That's why you lumped chemistry in with machinery. Tragic. Skip the lamentations. Stick to the facts. Very well. Our fundamental chemical equipment needs include a synthetic ammonia combined soda process system and a coal tar chemical system. These 2 installations will roughly meet our basic needs, especially the synthetic ammonia unit. What exactly is coal tar chemical equipment? A coking furnace? No. Simply put, it's integrated equipment for manufacturing various chemical products from coal tar. It can produce sulfuric acid, phenol, aniline dyes, and sulfonamide. Sulfonamide is invaluable. That gives us antibiotics. Output won't be enormous, but it should suffice for general use. And the synthetic ammonia, that's for fertilizer. Extremely useful. Let me put it plainly. Without synthetic ammonia, we cannot produce nitric acid. Without nitric acid, we cannot produce explosives. And the fertilizer industry's dependence on synthetic ammonia is even more absolute. Jai Situi continued. Beyond complete systems, we should prepare backup chemical equipment, synthesis towers, absorption towers, carbon removal towers, distillation towers, saturated hot water towers, various reaction kettles, pressure-resistant piping, acid pumps, heaters. I'd estimate 500 to 600 tons of materials in total. Can't we produce this equipment ourselves? Our machinery capability is fairly complete. It's a materials issue, Jai Situi replied. Unless we can quickly produce stainless steel, polyethylene, and similar materials, Manufacturing chemical equipment domestically within 10 years will be extremely difficult. What about glass and ceramics? Luo Duo spoke up again. The 8th Root Army made sulfuric acid using water urns as reaction towers. And plenty of improvised equipment during the Great Leap Forward relied on these materials. I'm not certain about that approach. If we can procure modern equipment, there's no need for improvised methods. Production efficiency would be far superior, and the working environment much safer. If any of you want to try making sulfuric acid using water urns, I'd suggest thinking carefully about your teeth. I'd like to ask, once we have this equipment, can we establish an organic chemical industry? That, Jai Sidui paused, thinking, these people are really reaching for the stars. Organic chemistry wasn't nearly that straightforward. That will be very difficult. So no nylon and no synthetic rubber, someone lamented. What do you need nylon for stockings? Came a teasing voice. Sheer black, sheer nude, can't live without either. When trolling took over, Xiao Zishan had to quash their creativity and steer them back on topic. Rubber trees take 11 years before you can tap them, someone pointed out, but there are countless uses for rubber. We're not making condoms. Why must we have rubber? This drew another round of laughter, and the meeting once again descended into freewheeling discussion. Xiao Zishan finally managed to restore order. I assume you want organic chemistry for plastics. Jai Sidui addressed the original questioner, who nodded. Plastics are our most common household material, but they involve complex organic chemistry. We probably can't produce them. It's not merely a question of raw materials. However, we can manufacture celluloid and bakelite. Bakelite is very useful. If we're building an electrical system, bakelite is invaluable, though rubber would be too. Let's have agriculture address the rubber question later. End of chapter. Chapter 17. The Conference, the Women's Corps. During a recess, Xiao Zishan stepped outside and found his women's corps gathered in the lounge, chatting amongst themselves. Most had slipped away shortly after the meeting began. There wasn't much entertainment to be had here beyond conversation. The younger women spotted him and came running over, calling out "Team Leader," with barely concealed amusement at the title. Xiao Zishan gathered them together. There's a break inside. Let's hold a quick meeting for general affairs. All right. Go ahead, Team Leader. More giggles erupted. He sat down and waited. When giddiness met silence from a man, it tended to subside on its own, and so it did. Our general affairs group handles logistics, plain and simple. He surveyed them, 8 people in all. Apart from one woman in her 50s, they ranged from their early 20s to about 30. He had reviewed their registration forms beforehand. The older woman had written housewife. The remaining 6 had all held jobs, Li Yuanyuan as a secretary, the others in similar clerical roles. Women with technical skills had been assigned elsewhere. Those in general affairs were, to put it bluntly, women without particular specializations. No wonder the general affairs leadership had attracted so little interest. This was essentially the remedial class. To put it charitably, one might call it the general affairs section. Since we're handling logistics, we'll be doing a lot of tedious chores. Let's start with the most fundamental issue, food. General affairs will be responsible for the food supply. I've never cooked in my life. I hate cooking more than anything. The declaration landed like a brick to the skull, the kind that might have knocked out any inexperienced man. Neither have I, said another woman timidly, but I can learn. I don't mind cooking as long as you dare eat it. A third struck a theatrical pose. If you're not afraid to die, be my guest. I can cook for everyone: rice, flatbread, hand-pulled noodles, all of it. Auntie Cow wrung her hands. But for this many people, we'd need industrial-sized pots. I've never worked in a cafeteria. I don't know if I could manage. Xiao Zishan knew her full name was Cao Shunhua. She had graduated middle school and been sent to the countryside during that era, returning to the city only years later. Apart from a brief stint at a neighborhood collective enterprise, she had essentially been a housewife all her life. Her husband had died young, and her daughter worked in construction after a recent divorce. Life had dealt her a hard hand, but she was resilient and down to earth, a woman who embodied the traditional virtues of Chinese working women. "Let's just order boxed lunches," an older woman suggested. "There are so many people now, and there'll be even more later. Even if we all cook together, it wouldn't be enough." Boxed lunches are notoriously low quality, everyone knows that. Xiao Zishan shook his head. "For a quick lunch here and there, sure, but we'll be here for half a year, maybe a full year. Boxed lunches every day." He paused, allowing an insinuating smile to creep across his face. "Don't you all want your boyfriends and families to eat well?" In any other context, such reasoning would have fallen on deaf ears, but this was different. These women had chosen to cross into another timespace for love. Their devotion ran far deeper than average. As for why he insisted on running a cafeteria, the real reason was to accumulate experience for their post-crossing food supply. 17th century Hainan had no fast food companies. The women exchanged glances but said nothing. "Zhao Xiaoqin, you worked in procurement for a restaurant business, correct?" "Yes, 5 years of procurement experience." The woman approaching 30 let out a long sigh. "Then you'll be in charge of purchasing," Xiao Zishan proposed. "You're certainly qualified," she hesitated, "but I'm not familiar with suppliers here." "That's not a problem. Since it's your field, adapting to a new location should be straightforward for someone of your caliber." Xiao Zishan understood that beyond financial incentives, the most effective way to motivate someone was to affirm their professional value. "All right, I'll try, but I have one request." "Go ahead." "I need an office. I have my own computer, but I'll need a phone line and a fax machine. Internet access too, if possible." Xiao Zishan noted her requirements. "Internet is a bit of a problem. We haven't set it up yet." "Phone and office space, though, are no problem. I'll get you sorted." "I'll need a menu from you, a meal plan, so I can estimate quantities." She seemed to be thinking out loud. "Vegetables, meat, poultry, eggs." Good, now they had a working atmosphere. "Xiaoqinjai, we don't need to buy raw ingredients, do we? We can order pre-processed vegetables." Pre-processed vegetables. Xiao Zishan thought, "That's exactly what I had in mind." Someone bringing it up showed they were thinking. The advantage was minimal preparation. Just cook and serve, skipping the tedious sorting, washing, and chopping. Perfect for modern people unaccustomed to such labor. If they purchased piles of raw chicken, duck, fish, meat, and vegetables like a traditional company cafeteria, the prep work alone would spark enormous conflict. "Oh, right. That's much more convenient." Zhao Xiaoqin smiled, the dejection vanishing from her face. "Otherwise, washing vegetables alone would be a nightmare. In that case, I'll head into the city over the next few days, collect some catalogs, check market prices, and when I'm back we can calculate per-person budgets." "Good." Xiao Zishan was secretly pleased. "I'll also need an assistant. Is that acceptable?" She hesitated. "It wouldn't be appropriate for me to handle purchasing alone." A seasoned professional who knew the rules. Since she was being sensible, Xiao Zishan showed her full respect. "You choose someone. I'll help you." The young woman who had suggested pre-processed vegetables volunteered. "I can speak Cantonese." "Good, but team leader, what's our budget and reimbursement process?" Xiao Zishan explained the procedure. During the year-long preparation period, establishing a simple but complete administrative and financial system was essential and would serve as an important reference for the future. "Got it. Everything is cash on delivery, correct?" "Correct." This was to minimize contact with suppliers. They would simply unload at the door and leave. "Auntie Cow, you'll be leading our kitchen core." Xiao Zishan spoke with sincerity. "Frankly, we young people lack cooking skills. Running a cafeteria means keeping everyone satisfied, and your cooking is excellent. I'm entrusting this to you." "Oh, you're too kind, team leader. Just call me Zishan." "Then I'll call you Zishan." Auntie Cow laughed happily. "Cooking isn't that difficult. Watch a few times and you'll learn. It's just that my cooking is northern style. I don't know if the southern comrades will be accustomed to it. I hear you're supposed to add sugar to dishes." "I don't think that will be a problem," Xiao Zishan smiled. "People's tastes aren't so particular anymore. We're getting pre-processed vegetables with mainstream flavors, easy to cook. You can mix things up and focus on making staples." "Perfect. That's my specialty." Zhao Ziakin, you'll also need to acquire some kitchen equipment. You know a bit about that, have a look around. She made a note. What's the maximum number we'll need to feed? 5 to 600. Ziaozishan seemed troubled. Try to economize on equipment. Many things like rice cookers might not be usable on the other side. Oh, no problem, she said. Kitchen equipment can be rented. For now, let's just rent everything. Ziaozishan nodded. Indeed, matching profession to task was most effective. You had to use everyone according to their abilities. He finished arranging the cafeteria-related matters. Besides their main duties, general affairs would assist in the cafeteria daily, while other transmigrators would take turns helping in groups of 4. In recognition of general affairs contributions, they would enjoy a weekly group dinner. Boyfriends or family could attend, at a standard of 20 yuan per person. This small perk satisfied everyone. Li Yuan, present, team leader, the girl struck an attention pose. You'll handle all clerical work, personnel files, meeting minutes, reports and applications from each group, financial statements, all to be compiled and archived. Understood. Understood, team leader. Fang Yijing, you'll handle distributing daily necessities, dormitory management and assigning cleaning duties. Me. The woman seemed startled. Weren't you a nursery teacher? Those were children. Here there are many men. It'll be fine. With women around, people tend to pay more attention to their image. They won't be too sloppy. In the brief 30-minute recess, Ziaozishan had roughly established the general affairs structure. Procurement, Zhao Ziakin. Cafeteria, Cao Shunhua. Dormitory, Fang Yijing. Clerical, Li Yuan. Each position with one assistant. After the crossing, organizing logistics would now have a model to follow. End of chapter. Chapter 18. The conference, food and housing. Once they crossed into another timespace, the transmigrators would face 3 fundamental categories of problems. Basic necessities like food and clothing, protection from violence, whether human or animal, and protection from nature itself, weather and disease. Compared with the overly technical industrial matters, most people cared far more about these personal concerns. Modern society operates through extreme division and specialization of labor. Every convenience of daily life, even the simplest, requires an entire industrial chain to maintain. A single drop of tap water before it flows from the faucet depends on electricity, chemicals, steel manufacturing, cement, construction, and countless other industries working in concert. In 17th century Hainan, none of this existed. Rice came only as unhusked grain. Water, after simple sedimentation, could only be sterilized by boiling. Ready-made clothing was an unknown concept. The wealthy hired tailors while ordinary people relied on their wives to cut and sew every garment by hand. Every daily necessity, even those taken most for granted, either did not exist in that timespace or survived only in primitive forms. As internal affairs team leader responsible for livelihood matters, Ziaozishan's proposed equipment list sparked immediate debate. Rice hullers, flour mills, grain processing equipment. Is all this really necessary? Consider the spare parts problem plus power consumption. Even ancient times had water-powered rice hulling workshops. And as for grinding flour, Chinese peasants were still milling their own wheat well into the 1950s. Even if we adopt mechanized production, machinery could build what we need. Bringing equipment from this timespace feels like a waste of transport capacity. And sewing machines, sergers, cutting tools. Another voice piped up. Team leader Zio, are you planning to open a garment factory? Agriculture strongly supports grain processing equipment. Wu Nanhai interjected, siding with Ziaozishan. If internal affairs hadn't requested it, we would have. It's all about processing speed. Traditional methods are extremely inefficient. Feeding several hundred people through manual operations would consume far too much labor. You could use water-powered mills. China had them, Europe had them. Which means building a dedicated mill. Does the labor and material consumed for that not count? With electricity, we can drive this equipment directly and process enough grain in a fraction of the time. Machinery can handle spare parts, Ziaozishan replied. He had anticipated this objection. In rural areas, dry grain is typically stored. Using planned economy-era standards, 12 jin of rice per adult per month. With 500 people, we need at least 6 tons monthly. And that 12 jin ration is for ordinary citizens and office workers. Heavy laborers receive more. After crossing, with so much physical work ahead, we should calculate at 14 jin. If we bring in local labor, supply needs increase further. He continued. Machine-processed grain is high quality, free of impurities. Stone mills demand high-quality stone, and poor stone produces flour full of grit, terrible for everyone's teeth. As for sewing machines, same reasoning. Clothes wear out and need replacing. Who exactly do you expect to make new clothes? Your girlfriends. Laughter rippled through the room. Perhaps you'll find a local woman to marry. She won't know how to make our style of clothes. Teaching her isn't difficult, but a purely hand-sewn garment takes days, even for an expert seamstress. Perhaps you can wait those few days. But in the future, we'll be recruiting workers and even, he lowered his voice, an army. He raised it again. Will their uniforms also be sewn stitch by your wives? More laughter. By that logic, ancient armies went naked. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers received new uniforms every year, didn't they? That was based on vast quantities of cheap, even free labor. We don't have that luxury. Zio Zishan made a pained expression. Our lives are finite. Productive capacity must be directed toward climbing the tech tree. Better to bring necessary machinery directly. It can also serve as an engineering sample for future replication. Housing was another issue of great concern. Internal Affairs had originally planned to purchase large quantities of tents and establish a tent camp before constructing permanent structures. The construction group proposed an alternative, purchasing prefabricated houses for direct assembly, the kind common on construction sites as dormitories and offices. Panel materials came in many varieties, were lightweight and easy to erect, reasonably insulated and far more comfortable than tents. Durability was respectable too. With proper maintenance, 7 to 8 years presented no problem. Our company has one department that's been using the simplest corrugated steel prefab as warehouse and office space for almost 10 years now, still in good shape. The speaker was Auntie Cao's daughter, Li Xiaolu, a petite northern woman around 30, fair-skinned and wearing thin-rimmed glasses. Prefabs can also be multi-story, though that requires light steel framing. Her voice was soft as she continued. Given the harsh environment we'll face, we should use higher-grade materials, magnesium phosphate prefabs, for instance. These use polystyrene foam core magnesium composite panels for walls and roofs, with steel doors and windows set in light steel framing. No special machinery is needed for installation. With simple tools, 4 skilled workers can assemble a standard unit of about 60 square meters in just 4 hours. Their modular flexibility exceeds corrugated steel. Units can be added or removed as needed, with doors, windows, and wall panels freely interchangeable. With reinforced structure, they can be built multi-story as well. These houses have excellent sealing and insulation, and they're entirely fireproof, moisture-resistant, corrosion-resistant, earthquake-resistant, and light. A standard unit weighs only 2,200 kilograms. Expected lifespan exceeds 10 years. Dormitories, offices, and small warehouses can all use this type. What about factory buildings? Industry was quite interested. Large-span factory buildings won't work with these, but you could use cement panel prefabs instead. Li Xiaolu continued. Basically, angle steel frames with cement panel construction. Much heavier than standard prefabs, but the advantage is a lifespan of 20 years or more. They can handle large spans and can be built as 2- or 3-story structures. Cement panels, someone said hesitantly. Construction believes our industrial system can produce both cement and angle steel without difficulty. If factory buildings aren't urgently needed, we could bring only blueprints plus necessary molds, jigs, and materials, then build on-site using local resources. Her face was pale, and she seemed to suppress a wave of nausea as she steadied herself against the table. However, assembling prefabs is skilled work. I recommend sending people to prefab companies for hands-on training. When Daisy nodded and made a note, practical skills training. Can we install plumbing and electricity in these houses? Yes, though we can't run conduits inside the walls, surface mounting works fine. However, construction's view is that dormitories and office buildings should not have individual water supply and drainage to save materials. For water needs, we think it's best to have separate public washroom facilities with 3 sections: shower room, wash basin area, and toilets. This allows centralized plumbing. Given Hainan's heavy rainfall, we'll install enclosed corridors connecting dormitories to the washrooms. Winter temperatures aren't low enough to warrant heated showers. What about cooling? Summers in Hainan are scorching. We need air conditioning. The suggestion drew eye rolls, though more than a few privately hoped for air conditioning. They were accustomed to it, and in Ming-era Hainan, there wouldn't even be electric fans. Traditional AC is definitely out of the question. Li Xiaolu glanced at Xiao Zishan. Seeing no objection, she continued. Traditional AC requires enormous amounts of electricity and chemical refrigerants, far too luxurious for our situation. If the executive committee decides to implement cooling, we have 2 options. She seemed slightly dizzy as she went on. First, evaporative pad cooling, essentially evaporative ventilation fans that eliminate the indoor unit and compressor, using water as the refrigerant. Very energy efficient. The downsides are high humidity, and the fans are difficult to manufacture. Second, groundwater-cooled AC. Similar in principle to radiator heating, except we pump groundwater instead of steam. High initial investment, deep wells and copper tubing for evaporators, but much better performance. Personally, I prefer this option. It works far better and the system is simpler. Isn't that type prohibited by the government? They say it wastes water. There's no such regulation in another dimension. I understand that, but wasting water is still wasting water, not exactly environmentally friendly. You're worried about environmentalism back then. You can re-inject the groundwater so there's no waste, she explained. For something more advanced, there's geothermal AC. Similar method, about 10 meters underground, temperatures remain constant around 20 degrees C. Drill down and circulate water as a heat exchange medium, warm in winter and cool in summer. In winter, extract heat from the ground. In summer, release heat into it. Our camp would need geologically stable ground. If conditions are too active, the system can only provide heating. The attendees turned to Xiao Zishan. He was in charge of internal affairs. Xiao Zishan, in turn, looked to Chairman Wen Daisy. He personally favored anything that improved living conditions. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, hard to go from luxury to frugality. A group of pampered city dwellers, starting over in a wilderness, would suffer terribly low morale if conditions proved too harsh. But he didn't dare state his position. These livelihood systems would require substantial industrial resources, and he simply lacked the courage to commit. When Daisy exchanged glances with him, then surveyed all the group leaders. Finally, he delivered the classic line, "We'll need to study this issue further." End of chapter. Chapter 19. Military matters. The meeting consumed nearly the entire day, finally concluding after dark. Countless details remained unresolved, but they had at least hammered out a preliminary division of labor, sketched a rough framework, and established direction. Everyone departed with a general sense of their responsibilities. Even so, a restless energy hummed through the group. The committee had made it abundantly clear that nothing related to the crossing could be discussed outside the office building, yet reality proved otherwise. Small clusters of transmigrators drifted along the weed-choked running track, voices low as they debated the meeting's outcomes and aired their disagreements. Some found kindred spirits through these conversations, forging bonds over shared frustrations. The sources of discontent varied wildly. The direction of a particular industry, an equipment list, or sometimes nothing more than the way someone had spoken. But where there was dissatisfaction, there grew intimacy, and nothing could please everyone. Small grievances began accumulating from the very start. The executive committee, still basking in the glow of what they considered a victorious conference, a unifying conference, a successful conference, remained blissfully unaware. At that moment, committee members had gathered for private discussions with the core members of the athletics group. The so-called athletics group was nominally responsible for physical training, but in reality served as the embryonic form of the transmigrators' future military apparatus. The innocuous name was purely a cover. Throughout the day's proceedings, the athletics group had remained conspicuously silent, a deliberate arrangement by Wens. The group's scope was too sensitive for open discussion, even among trusted transmigrator cadres. The current athletics group leader was ostensibly a sales manager, though that had nothing to do with his appointment. He was a former military officer, a graduate of the infantry academy who had served as a company commander in a field army before rotating to headquarters as a staff officer. Among the transmigrators, he represented their strongest military foundation. He had a rather impressive name, Zayaju. Zayaju and his athletics group colleagues were mostly demobilized veterans. Their numbers weren't large, but the military bearing their service had instilled remained unmistakable. Director Wen, this is Beiwe, formerly of the Reconnaissance Battalion, XX Military Region. This is Zhao De, formerly of the XX Naval Water Police District. And this is He Ming. Zayaju's tone shifted to evident reverence as he introduced the oldest member. He served as an infantry company commander during the Liangshan Rotation War. The introduction commanded immediate respect from everyone present. The comrade approaching 50 had weathered dark skin and slightly graying close-cropped hair. He sat with his spine ramrod straight. Most transmigrators are laymen when it comes to military matters. Wens began, choosing his words with care. Quite a few know plenty about weapons in theory, but it's all armchair strategy. Few have actually served or so much as touched a real firearm. I'd like to hear the athletics group's thoughts. You're the professionals here. I'd like to first confirm roughly how many will participate, Zayaju replied. What's the ratio of veterans to militiamen? Hard to say at this point. Ultimately, probably 500 to 600 total. About 10 more have the qualifications you mentioned. Then we'll have to take the all-people soldiers approach. Zayaju was decisive. This population base can't sustain even a modestly sized dedicated armed force. He paused to let the implications sink in. With 14 military-trained personnel, even if they were all Rambos, it wouldn't be enough. We need comprehensive military training across the board. Everyone participates. Even women. Yes, though anti-cow can be excused. All men regardless of age, women under 40. What kind of training? Zio Zishan hoped it wouldn't resemble the ceremonial drills he remembered from university military education. We'll draw up a detailed plan. Zayaju considered for a moment. The environment we'll face is completely different from modern warfare, so the curriculum needs significant modification. The initial phase will cover drill, basic field fortifications, disassembly and live fire training with one long and one short light weapon each, plus simple combat techniques. First, we'll form a small squad of 15 to 20, primarily veterans for early security and reconnaissance. That will be our standing force. The athletics group will also recruit young people in good physical condition for more comprehensive training, a core militia of about 50. These will be our backbone. These people can't be taken off regular duties. Of course not, Zayaju agreed. That's precisely why they're called core militia. They simply receive more intensive training. But when combat comes, they'll form the spine of our defense. How much time will this require? Basic training runs 30 days, core militia 90. If we identify promising individuals, I'd like to continue their training right up until the crossing. Zayaju ran quick calculations in his head. Physical conditioning must also continue, daily long-distance running at minimum. The athletics group will handle all of this. Weapons training will need a separate location. Are there any shooting clubs in this county? I believe there's one set up specifically to attract Hong Kong tourists. Good. Too bad real firearms are so difficult to obtain. Zayaju sighed. Ammunition at clubs runs expensive. We can only give people a feel for the weapons. Actual training is out of the question. Zio Zishan shifted uneasily in his seat. He sensed the conversation was veering toward extremely sensitive territory and wondered briefly whether he ought to excuse himself. The weapons issue is indeed very difficult, Wen Daisy acknowledged. Too sensitive by half. Is there any way to get real guns? Wang Liubin refused to abandon hope. Though he claimed to have manufactured countless firearms himself, they had all been fabricated from ordinary steel, a far cry from proper arsenal production. Modern firearms employed a wide variety of materials, over a dozen types of steel alone for different components. It's possible, Zayaju allowed. He knew something about the black market. But I'd strongly advise against it. The risk is far too high. Then we'll have to count on industry to manufacture them. Wang Liubin couldn't hide his disappointment. Make them here in this time space. We have equipment, we have talent, and materials aren't hard to source. What we produce would be at least as good as Hualong-made firearms. Wen Daisy shook his head firmly. Too dangerous. Illegal guns are a priority crackdown target. If we attempted manufacturing, the police would come knocking within days. Then what? There's simply no way for us to acquire proper weapons. How about bribing a shooting club for some real steel? Someone was dreaming. You might as well march up to the Armed Forces Department and ask directly. Zio Zishan couldn't contain his objection. Director Wen, how many weapons can we actually obtain? Give us a bottom line. When Daisy hesitated. These days, even hiding a hunting shotgun could land you in court. But Zayaju was their future military backbone. Some show of trust was necessary. We have very little. When Daisy never recorded these figures, they existed only in his memory. Currently confirmed, over a dozen shotguns of various brands, calibers, and models, some antiquated single-shot types, others the 5-shot variety that often featured in crime reports. Calibers ranged from 12 to 16 to 20 gauge. All were old domestic brands: Pigeon, Eagle, Flying Dragon, Double Ring, holdovers from hunting enthusiasts of decades past. Shells, primers, and reloading tools were complete, but the guns themselves showed their age. Some had over 30 years of hard use. What could actually be called rifles amounted to 2 Imei brand small-caliber sporting rifles in decent condition, fitted with competition sights, plus a small cache of ammunition. There was also a rifled hunting gun of unknown East German manufacture, chambered in 8x57, with a few casings but no ammunition to speak of. Rounding out the inventory were several Shanghai brand and Guangzhou brand air pistols, one being a competition model with proper sights. Not a single real gun. Someone sounded deflated. Not bad at all, actually. Zayaju's assessment surprised them. Shotgun buckshot is effective out to 35 meters, slugs to 70. That's no worse than flintlocks and far superior to matchlocks. Plus, we have a significant advantage in rate of fire. He nodded thoughtfully. The small-caliber sporting rifles have excellent accuracy, and with scopes they can serve as sniper weapons to suppress important targets at range. If I recall correctly, small-caliber rifles can achieve an effective range of 200 meters. Not much stopping power though, right? The enemy will mostly be wearing full armor. Where would they get that much armor? Just ragged uniforms. That's the Qing. Our great Ming wasn't quite so shabby. Just as the conversation threatened to derail into the eternal debate between Ming fans and Qing haters, a quiet voice emerged from the corner. Just aim for the head. Everyone turned. It was Beiwei, a stocky former recon soldier who had sat expressionless since the meeting began. A small chill ran through the room. Zayaju nodded his approval. What level of equipment the enemy possesses, that's for the history experts to determine. The intelligence group needs to provide us with a capabilities table covering all the major Ming factions: combat strength, weapons and equipment, tactical doctrine, notable battles. That way we can develop targeted plans. No problem, intelligence agreed without hesitation. They spent the remaining time going over operational details. The weapons issue remained complicated. They decided to gather more intelligence before attempting any solutions. End of chapter. Chapter 20. The North American branch with the first institutional conference concluded. The crossing plan moved from theory into action. Specialized groups took charge of drafting operational plans, contingency protocols, and procurement lists within their respective domains, while the stream of personnel reporting for duty grew steadily each week. Every new arrival, upon registration, was thrown into 30 days of intensive military training, drill formations, field fortifications, obstacle courses, hand-to-hand combat, and wilderness survival. Once that grueling month ended, General Affairs assigned them based on their abilities and chosen fields, either to specialized groups for planning work or to practical training courses. Zhan Wuya's modest machine shop had essentially transformed into a vocational school, its floor littered with discarded practice parts. On group recommendations, some recruits were sent to outside vocational schools for crash courses at the crossing company's expense. Former IT elites now found themselves learning to lay bricks and spread mortar. Office clerks who had never touched anything more industrial than a stapler hunched over sewing machines. People who had spent their lives in climate-controlled cubicles gathered around lathes and workbenches, fumbling through unfamiliar trades with clumsy determination. Those transmigrators who already held technical positions bore a double burden. Beyond their daily documents and meetings, they were expected to train the newcomers. Wu Nanhai had perhaps the heaviest load of all. He was tasked with transforming a group of people who had never worked the fields into competent agricultural technicians. Though some transmigrators hailed from rural backgrounds, virtually none had actually done farm work. Anyone who could distinguish wheat seedlings from chives was already considered above average. One rule was ironclad. Everyone on base, regardless of assignment, ran long distance each morning. As Director Wen had put it with characteristic pragmatism, if we can't fight the natives, we should at least be able to outrun them. The athletics group also organized military sport games each evening after dinner, an important means of sharpening both bodies and reflexes. Not everyone who arrived chose to stay. Some hesitated, reconsidered, changed their minds. After all, modern society still held so much worth clinging to. Casting oneself into another dimension, gambling everything on an unknowable future, required a particular kind of courage, one that not everyone possessed. Others had viewed the crossing as an opportunity to escape societal constraints and do as they pleased. When confronted with prolonged training and strict regulations, they grew impatient and drifted away within days. Those who remained threw themselves into the work. Swept up in the fervent excitement of tampering with history, an unprecedented adventure in human experience, this group labored almost around the clock, drafting plans and proposals with obsessive energy. Every night as Xiao Zishan walked down the corridor, he heard shouting matches, passionate arguments, and the relentless clatter of keyboards spilling from every office. General Affairs distributed generous quantities of tea and coffee daily, though cigarettes remained off the list. Those were considered a luxury. The sheer scale of organizational work posed an enormous challenge to their management capabilities. Had this not been a group preparing for another time-space, the chaos of those early weeks would have been financially devastating. Each time Xiao Zishan handed over envelope after envelope of cash gifts to accounting, he felt a pang of unease, even knowing this money meant nothing to him anymore. When had he ever handled so many bribes in one sitting? The executive committee had not fully grasped what a complex systems engineering project they had undertaken. Their preparations involved tens of thousands of individual items, many of which only specialists could identify as critical. The staggering complexity of the modern industrial system left Xiao Zishan, who processed procurement lists daily, in a perpetual state of amazement. Fortunately, it had established an OA system for the entire organization. This permission-tiered platform allowed the executive committee to track personnel status, work progress, inventory, and proposals with clarity. For the first time in months, when Dacey's desk was free of towering document piles. Progress on every project was smooth, except for one persistent problem. Athletic equipment remained stuck in its original state. Athletic equipment, like the Front Organization Athletics Group, was code for weapons, firearms in particular. Knives, though technically controlled, still had plenty of legitimate channels. The internet offered an endless selection of blades. From Director Wens personally acquired 3 Yuan Ming-era Japanese-style Northern Border Army folding steel infantry longsword 80 cm handle, 120 cm blade, to the legendary Type 56 three-edged bayonet, to Japanese saber-type bayonets and Western M9s and D80s. The debate over which blades to adopt had sparked heated arguments, but guns were another matter entirely. Plenty of people could rattle off encyclopedic data at their fingertips, yet no one had actually managed to obtain a real firearm. But in every story, there's always a golden finger, just as transmigrators always seem to get struck by lightning. One day, a mysterious visitor appeared at Director Wen's office. Well, that's not quite accurate. The visitor was a man approaching 40, utterly unremarkable in appearance, with an intellectual air about him. He dressed simply but with understated elegance. When Zayaju was summoned, the man was already deep in conversation with Wen Dacey. The committee members gathered around them wore expressions of barely contained excitement. A weapons dealer. Zayaju's guard went up instantly. The executive committee had been discussing weapons more than anything else lately. Had they actually invited such a character, this was reckless. These types were not to be trifled with. Annoyance at Director Wen's carelessness flared within him. "Let me introduce you," Wen Dacey said, noticing Zayaju's expression. "This is Shi Nioran, a doctor." "Hello, Dr. Shi. I'm Zayaju. Pleased to meet you." Shi Nioran shook his hand warmly. "We'll be comrades in arms soon." He burst out laughing. "Dr. Shi came back from America specifically to join our operation," Wen Dacey explained. "He's the helmsman of the North American branch." "Please don't say that." Shi Nioran waved the title away. "We have 4 people total in North America who have committed to crossing. Zio Rui even sold his house. He's preparing to buy guns for everyone." Buy guns. The words sent a jolt through Zayaju. He hadn't been particularly enthusiastic about acquiring firearms, knowing how slim the odds were. At best, they might source some additional 5-shot revolvers through online channels, but someone who could directly purchase modern firearms. That wasn't just a step up for combat capability, it was a leap into another category entirely. That's right, buy guns. Shi Nioran was actually an infectious disease specialist by profession. As a long-time internet lurker, he had learned of the operation and flown back specifically because he knew of the transmigrators' weapons shortage to discuss how he might help. "Tell us, what guns can you get?" "The Type 56 semi-automatic, of course, cheap and plentiful." Shi Nioran explained that SKS series semi-automatic rifles, though their prices had risen in America, remained relatively affordable. Yugoslav variants ran under $300, Northern Chinese ones around $400. Gun stores kept plenty in stock. With sufficient funds, you could buy as many as you wanted. "Can you buy AKs, machine guns?" Wang Liubin's voice rose with excitement. "Semi-auto AKs, yes. Automatic weapons are out." Shi Nioran shook his head with genuine regret. "Really? Aren't some states more relaxed? Plenty of Americans legally own automatic weapons." "True enough. Buying automatic weapons requires a Class III license and annual taxes. That part isn't the major obstacle. Some states are quite lenient. The problem is that automatic weapons must have been on the market before 1987, thanks to the Firearms Owners Protection Act passed in 1986. Consequently, automatic weapons today are not only prohibitively expensive but generally old and in poor condition. I see. Disappointment rippled through the room. To them, machine guns had seemed the ultimate guarantee of security. It doesn't matter. Semi-automatic weapons are already quite formidable. Zayaju's tone made clear he wasn't particularly concerned about the distinction between full auto and semi-auto. We're mainly here to ask what guns we should buy, Nioran admitted, looking slightly awkward. Actually, I don't shoot myself. Zio Rui is more familiar with firearms, but he's no professional either. You have soldiers here and serious enthusiasts. You probably understand our needs better than we do. Then let's go with the Type 56 Semi, Wang Liuobin said, his voice still tinged with disappointment. Most people here fired and field-stripped them during military training. It's a weapon we know. No, I don't see it that way. The Type 56 Semi is not a good choice. The speaker was none other than Zai Yazhu, the military veteran who theoretically should have felt the deepest affection for the Type 56 Semi. End of chapter. Chapter 21. The question of weapon selection must begin with an assessment of our environment and our enemies. Zayazu paused, gathering his thoughts before continuing. We face three principal opponents. First, Chinese armed forces whose strength lies in massed simple firearms supplemented by cold steel. The Ming armies are representative of this type, and late Ming rebel forces like Li Chuang's are essentially the same, their core troops being defectors and deserters from the imperial armies who brought their equipment and tactics with them. Second, the Manchu Qing forces, who employ cavalry as their primary striking arm, supported by firearms. Third, the pirates, both Chinese and foreign, who are heavily armed with various guns and extremely active along China's coast. We are few, and most of us have never seen combat. Psychologically, we may lack the hardness of these ancients. Our weapons must therefore conform to two essential principles. First, we need sufficient range to engage and suppress an enemy charge at maximum distance, and to strike at their artillery crews and commanders. During the Napoleonic Wars, 8- and 12-pounder field guns achieved effective ranges of roughly 900 meters. 17th-century capabilities were lower still, perhaps 400 meters. Our rifles should match that range at minimum. Our first two adversaries both rely on cavalry as their shock force. This means our weapons must deliver sustained volumes of fire to suppress cavalry charges. Machine guns would be ideal, but that seems impossible. From what I understand, the North American branch can't obtain machine guns or automatic rifles either. Then, why doesn't the SKS qualify? Someone interjected. It seems to meet every criterion: 400-meter effective range, 10-round magazine, maximum rate of 40 rounds per minute. The performance isn't outstanding, but the weapon is simple, and almost everyone here has handled one. I have no love for the M43 cartridge in 7.62x39. Zayazu chuckled softly. This rifle round uses corrosive primers that eat away at the barrel and require constant cleaning. Hainan's environment is brutal. Most people here have neither military experience nor any real knowledge of firearms maintenance. They'll rust their guns into solid blocks because they won't bother to clean them. If someone can't clean a gun, should they really be a soldier? That's a flimsy argument. Zayazu ignored the objection. Corrosive primers also corrode the casings badly, which significantly affects reloading. Now that's worth considering. Reloading is our only means of replenishing ammunition in the early stages. Warsaw Pact weapons were designed with good enough as the baseline philosophy, Zayazu continued. They were capable of manufacturing better weapons, but cost always took priority. A durable weapon that consumed too many resources didn't fit their doctrine. In this timeline, that approach made sense. If a gun breaks, you simply replace it. But we cannot replenish modern weapons, so we must account for full service life. Are you saying the SKS has too short a lifespan? Precisely, and not just the SKS, AK-type weapons as well. He stretched his numb legs. There's another issue. The SKS is a standard semi-automatic rifle. He emphasized the word. That means it cannot be converted to automatic fire. The room fell silent as understanding dawned. Those who had been dismissing his earlier remarks suddenly perked up with renewed interest. Of course, the American civilian gun market had no automatic weapons, but civilian versions of the AK and AR platforms based on their military counterparts could all be converted to full auto. U.S. law strictly prohibited such conversions, a serious felony, but the FBI would have no jurisdiction in the Ming Dynasty. AK-47, M16. These familiar names filled the room immediately, and everyone began fantasizing about wielding one. Then let's bulk buy civilian AKs, Hainan grew excited. Plenty flooded the market after 2004. Our machining capability is good enough for conversion. Why AK? I want an M16. You don't know anything, that's the AR-15. Convert it and it becomes an M16. Let me say it again, I don't like the M43 round. Ziyazhu was satisfied with the reaction he'd provoked. And for similar reasons, I can't recommend small-caliber rifles like the M16. It's not just about stopping power, it's about power at maximum range. Small-caliber rounds also have higher manufacturing requirements. My recommendation is semi-automatic rifles chambered in 7.62 NATO, civilian versions of the M14, the FNFAL, and similar weapons. Once converted to automatic fire, they would significantly reduce our urgent need for machine guns. The M14, I hear the accuracy is excellent, but it's overpowered and heavy. Isn't it complicated? American guns all seem to have complex structures and difficult maintenance. The firearms debate continued for another half hour, leaving Hainan increasingly frustrated. When no resolution appeared forthcoming, he proposed they speak directly with Zhao Rui online. Zhao Rui knew the American gun market far better and had seen more oddities in civilian firearms than the mainland crowd, who only knew that the AR-15 was the semi-automatic civilian version of the M16. Zhao Rui proposed a different weapon entirely, the Saiga 308 rifle, which no one had heard of. It was a Russian civilian semi-automatic chambered in 7.62 NATO. An AK that could fire 5.56 wasn't unusual. Even Norinco had exported Type 56s in that caliber. But an AK lineage semi-automatic using American full-power rifle cartridges was fairly rare. The Saiga 308 had been developed by the Izhevsk factory, the primary manufacturer of Kalashnikov firearms, specifically for international AK enthusiasts as a sporting and hunting rifle. Externally, it retained almost all AK features, with most internal parts drawn from the AKM and AK-74. The muzzle used a flash suppressor designed for the SVDS sniper rifle, and side rails could mount various Soviet and Russian optical sights. The Saiga 308 boasted respectable accuracy. At 100 meters, 10-shot groups showed a dispersion radius of only 40 to 45 millimeters. Reliability exceeded standard AKs. To address the excessive recoil of the 7.62 NATO round, a special buffer pad had been installed on the stock. Even first-time adult male shooters had no problems with it. This gun has solid performance, adequate power, and long effective range, Hainan relayed from Zhao Rui's input. Empty weight is 3.6 kilograms. The standard magazine holds 8 rounds, but 20-round magazines and high-capacity drums are available. The price is reasonable, $500 per unit with bulk discounts. You could also buy the M1A, the civilian M14, but that runs over $1,000. So Zhao Rui recommends the Saiga 308. He didn't say that. Hainan was shrewd enough to know that weapon selection was a matter of state importance. Get it right, and it was merely a reasonable suggestion. Get it wrong, and any future problems would land squarely on your shoulders. It's just a suggestion. The final decision belongs to the executive committee. This kicked the ball back to the committee, where the discussion continued inconclusively. Compared to the passionate debate among amateur enthusiasts, the athletics group, with the exception of Ziyazhu, showed little interest. In their view, the Type 56 semi was good enough. Why introduce unfamiliar equipment? What about bolt-action rifles? Director Wen remembered attending a gun show during a trip to the United States. An endless array of antique rifles, Mausers and Springfields and Mosin Nagants, everything imaginable. And very cheap. He could picture it now. Such rifles fitted with long bayonets, soldiers in black peaked caps and red and yellow wool uniforms advancing in disciplined lines. That would be impressive. But he knew asking the transmigrators to accept such an anachronism was impossible, so he kept this fancy to himself. The 7.62 NATO versus 7.62 Warsaw debate produced no resolution. 6 distinct proposals emerged: SKS semi-automatic, M1A M14 semi-automatic, Saiga 308, civilian semi-auto versions of the AK-4774 or M16 for later conversion. Whether AK or M16 generated differing opinions. A combination approach, one high-power long-range rifle paired with one intermediate-power or small-caliber rifle. Bolt-action rifles. Every proposal had its supporters, and every proposal had its drawbacks. Just as the discussion threatened to turn unfriendly, when Dacey deftly redirected the conversation to personal self-defense weapons. The athletics group had originally planned to issue daggers for personal defense, but with the North American branch serving as their golden finger, they could afford greater ambition. Handguns dominated the American civilian market, with many models available. However, to simplify logistics and facilitate repairs, they could choose only one type. Using 9 Parabellum was uncontroversial. It was the mainstream cartridge. As for the pistol itself, most favored the M9 because it looked stylish and was well known. Brother Ma's dashing image remained unforgettable. The M1911 also had supporters, though it was slightly heavy. The PPK, S and W revolvers and Glock all had their fans as well. For usability, lightness, and ease of maintenance, the committee originally preferred the S and W9 revolver. It had all the typical disadvantages of revolvers: gas leakage, short range, limited ammunition, slow reloading. But this was for self-defense at 20 or 30 meters. Outstanding performance wasn't necessary. Simplicity and durability were what mattered. The problem was that the athletics group clearly disliked revolvers. The PLA had no tradition of using them, and everyone felt uncertain about handling one. Besides, revolvers obviously weren't cool enough. They made most transmigrators think of the firepower-deficient Royal Hong Kong Police. The final compromise put both the M9 and the S and WM337 on the procurement list. End of chapter. Chapter 22. The 5th member of the North American branch, Hainan, flew back to America the following day. The question of which weapons to purchase remained unresolved. Too many opinions, no consensus, so the North American contingent advised waiting for their update before taking action. Weapons shouldn't sit in storage too long anyway. Purchasing a few months before departure would suffice. The discussions had left the executive committee thoroughly dissatisfied. Everyone walked away feeling something lodged in their throats, some half-formed objection they couldn't quite articulate. Every proposal had somehow failed to match anyone's vision. When it came to military weapons, though none of them had actually fired one, plenty knew enough to hold forth at length on the subject. But civilian versions were a complete blind spot for a group of urban shut-ins. They had no theoretical foundation to work from, essentially stumbling through darkness. In the days that followed, Zhang Yi lobbied committee members and Zai Yazhu relentlessly, pushing his all-in-one weapons plan. Semi-automatic rifles supplemented by bolt-action Mosin Nagants. Director Wen found himself tempted. He even researched the Type 38 Arasaka. That rifle with its long bayonet could form a truly magnificent pike formation. Alas, the athletics group showed no interest in continuing revolutionary traditions by working a bolt. Zhang Yi's efforts among the rank and file garnered little support either. People wanted weapons that could spray. Whether automatic rifle or submachine gun didn't matter, but bolt action was absolutely rejected. It simply offered no sense of security. Then, unexpectedly, an overseas call arrived from Dr. Shi. Another person had joined the North American contingent and was preparing to fly over for weapons discussions. This one, she claimed, had fired even more types of guns than Zhao Rui, knew the North American civilian weapons market like the back of his hand, and had fired artillery on the ground and flown Mustangs in the sky. Such exploits commanded respect, and most assumed their incoming visitor would be muscular and burly. What they found waiting at the base was an elegant young man with a slightly slick appearance. Disappointment rippled through the group. People began doubting Dr. Shi's words. The newcomer introduced himself as Lin Shen, a firearms enthusiast. Thanks to the decadent, backward USA, he had spent years handling countless famous and obscure firearms, even participating in the construction of a Nordenfeldt machine gun and a Napoleonic 12-pounder bronze cannon. The military buffs drooled. After hearing the committee's firearms briefing, he smiled leisurely, a knowing expression that mystified everyone. Zhao Zishan, watching that smile, was reminded of Tang Guoqiang playing Zhuge Liang on television. Unfortunately, no one was present to ask the classic question, why does the strategist smile? None of you really understand the North American civilian weapons market, do you? Lin Shen's voice was soft but carried perfectly. Civilian weapons are actually quite different from their military counterparts, and performance varies considerably by manufacturer. He paused for effect. Take the AR-15. Everyone knows it's the civilian version of the M16. But in reality, the various profiteers manufacturing civilian products in America are cunning. Their wares are nothing like what American GIs actually carry. AR-15 barrels, even standard ones, often aren't chrome-lined. Or consider the M1A that Zhao recommended, Springfield Armory's civilian version of the M14. Many enthusiasts love it, but its receiver is investment cast, unlike the forged receivers found in military contract M14s. Ironically, Norinco's M14s use forged receivers, just poor quality forgings. So American profiteers use the U.S. military for advertising while pawning off shoddy goods on the hardworking American masses. It's not exactly shoddy. The North American civilian gun market is enormous, serving demand across all income levels. That's quite different from military contracts. Some companies simplify production to reduce prices, while others manufacture expensive premium products. Take civilian M14s. LRB Arms uses forged receivers and costs considerably more than Springfield. Essentially, anyone at any income level can find what they consider the best value for their money. After Lin Shen's introduction, everyone realized just how complex the American civilian gun market truly was. They regarded him with newfound respect. So what's your weapon recommendation? That depends entirely on executive committee requirements. Regarding semi-automatic selection, I agree with team leaders. Given our operational environment, semi-automatics are optimal. With 200 semi-auto rifles, we can handle any complex situation during the initial phase. We have no objections there. The problem is choosing which semi-automatic. For value, the SKS really is excellent. Retail runs about $400. M43 ammunition is very cheap in North America, suitable for large-scale issue, and stock is plentiful. Didn't Zhao Rui say Mosin Nagants are only $80 each? 400 buys 5 of them. The Bolt Action faction persisted with dogged loyalty. And the ammunition is even cheaper. Which of you has actually used a Mosin Nagant? Lin Shen wore his all-knowing smile. Among bolt actions, the Mosin has the hardest bolt to work. People joke that you need to kick it open, and bolt-action rifles require extensive practice before they develop any real combat effectiveness. You could choose others, like the Lee Enfield. That's possible, but in my view, bolt-actions would be perfectly adequate as equipment for native troops later on. We transmigrators should be better equipped for confidence if nothing else. I still oppose Warsaw Pact weapons. Zhao held his ground. Service life is too poor. That's not entirely true. Warsaw-packed weapons certainly include poor-quality examples. It depends on the manufacturer. On the North American civilian market, AK-series rifles from Russia's IZMASH and similar factories use cold hammer-forged barrels with chrome-lined bores, rated for over 80,000 rounds. Among AR-15s, only the HK-416 uses cold hammer-forged barrels. Bulgarian arsenal-produced AKs claim barrel life of 15,000 rounds or more. That's straight from the U.S. distributor. Then let's bulk buy AKs. We can convert them to full auto. The AK faction's voices rose in triumph. Still, I tend to agree with Zayaju. We should have at least some semi-autos chambered in full-power cartridges. Lin Shen offered his endorsement unhurriedly. Considering combat needs, Team Leader Zai's thinking is comprehensive. It's not merely about range. Full-power rounds offer penetration against old-style buildings and prove advantageous against enemies concealed in brush. The transmigrators will need this capability in densely vegetated areas. After Lin Shen's thorough briefing, the starry-eyed executive committee finally settled on a hybrid solution. A small number of Russian-made AK semi-automatics chambered in 7.62 NATO, the Saiga, would serve as dedicated weapons for military personnel. SKS semi-automatics using M43 rounds would equip the militia. Though the SKS had minor performance drawbacks, its ammunition was remarkably cheap, unlike the expensive 7.62 NATO. Economy remained a key consideration. Lin Shen's recommended variant was the SKSD, whose advantage lay in its AK magazine compatibility, no longer limited to the standard 10-round internal magazine. Sustained firepower improved dramatically. As for handguns, the M9 is just for show. Better to choose Glock, cheap, plentiful, and beloved by American police, under $500. Lin Shen pressed his advantage and swayed the committee's handgun choice to Glock. Though the M9 was handsome, Glock proved equally stylish, so opposition remained muted. However, the procurement ratio dropped from majority to minority. Automatic pistols would be issued only to specialized military personnel in limited numbers. Most would carry S&W revolvers, better suited to low-quality reloaded cartridges. Lin Shen then offered further suggestions. Purchasing large quantities of Russian 4x optical scopes, essential if rifles were to achieve their 400-meter-plus capability. Also, a small number of high-magnification sniper scopes for designated marksmen. We should also purchase small quantities of various light weapons as blueprints for future reverse engineering, or at least as technical reference. Throughout this discussion, the athletics group, except for Zayaju, maintained complete silence. But after the meeting adjourned, several members requested a trip to the shooting club to fire an M14 and experience full-power ammunition firsthand. Fine, arrange it. When Daisy glanced at Zio-Zishan, if they have that .308 thing, have everyone in athletics fire it. Getting money to America became another puzzle. These 200 rifles alone would cost $100,000. Converting currency at a bank was obviously out of the question. Fortunately, Wen Daisy had recently established several companies to cover money flows, one with import-export rights. They shipped several kilograms of gold by container under the guise of exporting electronics. "Do you really trust Dr. Shi and Lin Shen?" Zio-Zishan asked Wen Daisy one evening as they strolled across the parade ground. "If I don't trust them, what choice do we have?" Director Wen countered. "Our weapons depend on them. There's simply no other option." "True enough." Zio-Zishan fell silent. "To be frank, our entire operation is built on mutual trust." When Daisy drew a deep breath, "If you and Engineer Wang hadn't trusted me, would you have gone through the wormhole with me? If these people didn't believe we had a wormhole, why would they be here? Even those who left, if we hadn't trusted their promise of secrecy." His expression went cold. "We should have." Zio-Zishan shuddered. "Choose your words carefully." Director Wen nodded slowly. "How's Zayaju doing lately? Any morale problems?" "None. Besides, his proposals weren't completely rejected. He and Lin Shen even went out drinking together, quite a crowd, lively atmosphere. Lin Shen has genuine practical experience, quite talented. What about the others in athletics? Any strong opinions? They think we're making mountains out of molehills. Zaya Ozishan smiled ruefully. Through chatter among his general affairs family members, he could gauge many people's thoughts. In their view, having guns to use is good enough. Everything else is overthinking. So they hold no particular opinions about which guns to buy. That's good. Everyone's mood needs to stay stable. Honestly, everything is wonderful now. I'm just worried about after we cross. Director Wen left the thought unfinished. Hold a weapon in your hands and the urge to kill arises. Exactly, especially when everyone has guns. We'll need a system for managing firearms and ammunition. Yes, at least in the long run. But that's really just a technical detail. Zio Zishan gazed into the darkness beyond the parade ground. Looking at the bigger picture, we need a complete political system, a political platform, a code of conduct, that sort of thing. So we should establish a complete framework. Director Wen's voice grew thoughtful. A constitution. Note, all information about firearms and the North American civilian gun market in this chapter comes from discussions among members of a certain forum. Thanks to all contributors. End of chapter. Chapter 23. Gao Jus Worries. Spring in the city of Five Rams was drawing to a close, yet the weather refused to warm. Gao Jus sat in the courtyard, staring blankly at the sky, turning over the same worn worries he had nursed for nearly 2 months, ever since he became a servant of the Australian masters. When Master Gao had reassigned him, the old merchant had pulled him aside with special instructions. Report everything the Australians did. In exchange, Master Gao made promises. If the foreigners departed and never returned, or if something went wrong, he would take Gao Jing's entire family back into his household. He wouldn't let them end up on the streets. Gao Jing and his wife had discussed it many times, lying awake in the dark. What if the Australian masters wanted to take them across the sea? Could they beg to be left behind? These Australians were generous to their servants, that much was true. Learning of his family's hardships, they had provided extra rice each month and additional wages for his son. But they were foreign sea merchants who would eventually return home. If they truly wanted to bring the family along, what then? By rights, these masters owned them. Wherever the masters went, the servants must follow. That was the natural order of things. Yet Gao Jing didn't want to be uprooted again. When famine struck his home village and he'd been forced to sell himself, he had already left his native soil once. If he truly had to journey to that Australia, 10,000 li across the ocean, surely it was a barbarous land. However ingenious their gadgets, how could it compare to China? Guangzhou wasn't his hometown, but after all these years, the city had sunk into his bones. No matter how he turned it over in his mind, the worries multiplied. He had served in Master Gao's household long enough to know that Portuguese merchants typically waited for favorable winds in June before setting sail. The Australians probably departed around the same time, and would they want to take his family along? He sighed again, squinting at the back courtyard gate. Steward Yan would arrive soon. By his reckoning, the Australian masters were due any day now. Over the past 2 months, roughly every 2 weeks, the 3 masters would appear and stay for several days. He never knew when they came or how they entered the house. Only when daylight arrived would he find the gate to their courtyard already open, heaps of goods piled in the hall and beneath the eaves. This always struck him as deeply mysterious, and the mystery carried a tinge of fear. Master Gao had hinted at it, even ordered him outright and promised rewards for uncovering the Australian merchant's secrets. But Gao Jing hadn't dared. Sneaking into their courtyard would be easy enough, but what if he saw something he shouldn't? A servant's cardinal rule: never learn what you're not meant to know. Whether your master hailed from the Great Ming or from Australia made no difference. His son, Gao Dai, didn't understand what troubled his father. The boy came running over, breathless. "Dad, Mom wants to know when the masters are coming. She needs time to prepare food. Last time Master Wang said he wanted a proper meal. He wanted to try Ming cuisine. Should be any day now. The timing's about right." Gao Jing counted on his fingers. Have you got the account book ready? All ready. At month end, the masters reviewed it and praised me for keeping complete, careful records. Gao Dai tilted his chin up proudly. Master Wang even corrected my spelling, and Master Zio said he'd teach me something called Arabic numerals later, faster than what the accountants use. Good, good, as long as the masters are pleased. Gao Qing's words were vague. Having the children find favor with the masters was certainly good. If these masters were Chinese, it would mean excellent prospects for his son. But alas, they were foreigners. Even if they didn't take the whole family, taking just one or two of the children, he couldn't bear the thought. I noticed Master Wen really likes sister, Gao Dai said. Every time he comes, he calls her over to talk and gives her things. Do you think he'll take her as a concubine? The word struck Gao Qing's heart like a blow. His face darkened. After a long silence, he said quietly, "That depends on her fate." But inwardly, he was unwilling. While he brooded, he heard the gate creak. Steward Yan had arrived. Gao Qing hurried to greet him, seated him at the stone table, and sent his son to fetch tea and snacks. Old Gao, the Australian merchant, should arrive any day now. Steward Yan dispensed with pleasantries. What about the task the master assigned you? Reporting to you, sir. I really haven't been able to discover anything. Gao Qing had known this conversation was inevitable. Those masters are very cunning. They never let anyone follow them into their quarters, and they always come and go without a trace. It's been 2 months and you're still reciting the same few lines. Truly useless. Steward Yan had always been Master Gao's confidant. He'd never paid much attention to this menial servant who wasn't even permitted in the inner courtyard. Yes, I'm dim-witted. How am I supposed to report to the master? Steward Yan rolled his eyes. The master is very displeased with you. Please, Steward Yan, put in a good word for me. Gao Qing was growing flustered. He fumbled at his waist and produced 2 cayan of silver, his savings from the past 2 months, meant to buy fabric for the children's clothes. Steward Yan's half-true, half-false threats had frightened him. Though he no longer belonged to the Gao household, he didn't dare entrust his fate entirely to these Australian masters either. Steward Yan took the silver, weighed it briefly in his palm, and tucked it into his sleeve. I'll cover for you with the master for now, but this matter you can hide on the 1st but not the 15th. One way or another you must get to the bottom of these people. Yes, I understand. The moment the merchants arrive, bring them over immediately, at any hour. Yes, I understand. Steward Yan departed. Gao Qing wiped the sweat from his forehead, his brow furrowed deeper than before. Spying for Master Gao would ultimately mean offending his current masters. Setting aside their kindness, it would be rank ingratitude. Beyond that, prying into and betraying his master's secrets was disloyalty, a serious offense anywhere in the world. Even if he didn't die for it, he'd lose a layer of skin. But if he ignored Master Gao's orders, he'd have no chance of returning to that household later, let alone that dealing with a lowly servant like him would present no difficulty for a man of Master Gao's standing. While lost in thought, a sworn brother from the Gao household arrived. Gao Chang came carrying a large food box, cured delicacies Master Gao was sending as a gift to the Australian masters. Gao Qing forced himself to seem cheerful and called his wife and daughter out to take it to the kitchen. That bastard Steward Yan came to shake you down again. Gao Chang was about 25 or 26, a sturdy young man. He and Gao Qing hailed from the same hometown. He too had fled famine to Guangzhou, and with Gao Qing as his guarantor, had sold himself to the Gao household. Both worked as laborers in the outer courtyard. Being from the same hometown and watching out for each other, they had sworn brotherhood. Alas! Gao Qing hung his head and mumbled. "Brother, you're too timid," Gao Chang said indignantly. "You belong to the Australian masters now. Why bother with that dog? The masters are generous and let you save some money and you go stuffing it down his hole. Don't say more, brother, it's complicated." Gao Qing gazed at the sky above the courtyard wall. "This whole family, I fear will still need to rely on Master Gao someday." He said no more. "Strange, your whole family's indentures were given to the Australian masters. Why would you need to rely on Master Gao? Don't tell me the masters don't want you anymore." No, nothing like that. The masters treat our family very well. They're generous and speak kindly, all good people. Then why would you want to go back to the Gao household? At Master Gao's, brother, you were just a laborer, a slave among slaves. Nothing like now, practically a steward. I'm envious. But they're foreign sea merchants after all. So what? They're not the red-haired, green-eyed Portuguese, all hairy and reeking. The masters speak oddly and dress strangely, but they're still Chinese. They'll leave someday. What if they want to take the whole family with them? Gao Chang suddenly understood this was his sworn brother's true worry. He himself didn't much care. An orphan since childhood, still single with no ties binding him, anywhere was the same as anywhere else. But his brother had a family. Putting himself in those shoes, the caution made sense. Brothers' concerns are valid, but in my view, if you go, you go. This great Ming may be fine, but it's not our great Ming. A servant here, a servant in Australia, how much worse could it be? These masters are kind-hearted. If your whole family follows them, you surely won't suffer, he smiled. If I were you, I'd go along gladly, see the sights of this little China overseas they call Australia. What you say makes sense, brother, but I don't want to die far from home. Gao Qing let out a long sigh. Years ago, when famine struck and we needed to survive, I abandoned the old homestead and ancestral graves to flee. Thanks to Master Gao taking us in, we made it here, over 10 years now. The house, the ancestors' graves, probably all gone. I've given up any thought of returning home. As he spoke, tears fell. His voice grew thick. I'm past 40 now, not long for this world. To be buried in foreign soil in my old age, that would mean dying with my eyes still open. Seeing his brother's sorrow, Gao Chang offered what consolation he could. But inwardly, he disagreed. When a Gao household slave died, only those with status could use the master's gift money and their own savings to hold a Buddhist service and purchase a burial plot. Ordinary slaves received a cheap coffin and were carted to the pauper's graveyard outside the city walls, to be tossed carelessly into the earth. Did his brother want to stay behind just for that? A sudden bleakness washed over him. This muddling youth, who had spent 20-odd years as a servant just scraping by, felt something stir in him for the first time, a flash of uncertain clarity. Perhaps the world shouldn't be like this. End of chapter. Chapter 24. Gao Jus Worries. The morning was cool, the weather far from warm, yet Gao Ju was sweating. Make no mistake, though Master Gao had reached middle age and his figure had thickened somewhat, he remained a robust man. He was not one of those soft, doughy merchants who needed tonics just to manage a concubine. His arms might never have been tested by cavalry charges, but he had once faced down dozens of swords, knives, and firearms without so much as blinking. Yet here was such a man, on a late spring morning that was hardly warm, breaking into a cold sweat. A month ago, a letter had arrived from Eunuch Yang announcing that he was sending his adopted son, Yang Tianliang, to Guangzhou to discuss an important matter. Gao Ju could not fathom what this matter might be, and the uncertainty had set his heart pounding ever since. Having half his profits stripped away by this eunuch pained him every time he thought of it. Still, over the years it was Eunuch Yang's protection that had kept him from disaster. So year after year, he sent every fen of dividends and profit shares to the capital, or deposited them with Guangzhou pawnshops as instructed, never failing. Every summer he sent lychees, every winter delicacies. He never dared to slack. So why had the eunuch suddenly dispatched a little Eunuch Yang to discuss some great matter? Great matter. Gao Ju smiled bitterly to himself. He was merely a merchant. What great matter could he possibly discuss with such grand palace personages? Surely this was just another demand for a large sum to be borrowed or contributed. The amount must be enormous, otherwise a letter would have sufficed. Dispatching an adopted son in person meant Eunuch Yang was in dire need. He sighed. The windfall from a few months ago would have to be coughed up again, but losing money was not what frightened him most. Ever since the rise of the 9,000 years, at the start of the Tianqi reign, palace affairs had grown increasingly unfathomable. His backer, Eunuch Yang, had come from the household of Gao Shiming. and that senior eunuch Gao had wisely resigned of his own accord in the first year of Tianqi to protect himself. Eunuch Yang was now a marginalized figure in the palace. What if the 9,000 years took a disliking to Eunuch Yang? The thought made Gao Ju break out in fresh sweat. He had no fondness for the man, but years of mutual exploitation had bound them together like two grasshoppers on a string. If Eunuch Yang fell today, tomorrow the Eastern Depot's agents would come crashing through his gates. Catastrophic ruin would follow. Could this visit be about that? Gao Ju started sweating again. He bellowed, "Fan me." The maids attending in the study hurried over, waving their silk fans gently, sending a light breeze mixed with rouge and feminine fragrance. Ordinarily, this would have calmed even the most irritable mood. Now it was useless. He felt only suffocating heat. He sprang to his feet and cursed, "All of you get out." The maids and pages started in alarm, quickly hunching their shoulders and scurrying from the room. He endured the silence for a moment before a voice announced, "Steward Yan has arrived. Send him in." Steward Yan came to report that Gao Qing had just brought word the Australian merchants had arrived. Already here, Gao Ju's eyes lit up. This was somewhat good news, offering a small lift to his spirits. After all, watching people deliver money was always pleasant. Lately, the Australians no longer wanted porcelain. Instead, they wanted various precious medicines and spices, and they were buying hardwoods and sandalwood. This puzzled Gao Ju. The goods were not hard to find, as Guangzhou had plenty. The problem was that these commodities were mostly products of the Western Ocean, meaning Zhenghe's Western Ocean, distinct from later usage, and all foreign merchants dealt in them. Why would the Australians need him to purchase on their behalf? The sea merchants grew ever more peculiar in his estimation. That Gao Qing was useless. 2 months of attending them and he had discovered nothing. Though Gao Ju had not really expected that dull-witted fellow to uncover anything. No time to worry about that now. He snorted and asked, "How's the inventory going? Any new goods?" "No new goods. We're counting quantities now." "Fine. Have them come over for a chat." The Australian masters brought another person, a trader. Steward Yan was unsure how to describe this newcomer, whether employee, partner, or equal. "Invite them all together. I understand." Steward Yan stepped closer and said quietly, "This newcomer seems to be a trained fighter. Should the master?" Gao Ju considered, probably unnecessary, but Steward Yan's caution showed loyalty. He gave his orders. "Tell Instructor Zhao to have a few guards wait in the courtyard. Keep them out of sight." "Yes." Seeing no further instructions, Steward Yan was about to withdraw. "Wait, no word yet from the man we sent to Sheiju." "None. Young eunuch Yang only left the capital on the 2nd of the 3rd month. He probably hasn't reached Nan'an Prefecture yet. 10 more days at most." Have the correspondence secretaries find all letters related to eunuch Yang and review them. Investigate young eunuch Yang's background thoroughly. How old he is, when he was adopted, what habits he has, find everything. "Yes, master." "Any new court gazettes?" The secretaries didn't mention any, so probably not. For the 4th month, there's only one urgent appointments report, just appointments. They didn't think it worth presenting. What nonsense! Fetch it immediately. The urgent appointments report was different from ordinary court circulars. It was the Ministry of Personnel's list of official transfers. Though it did not include major officials, reading the seasonal patterns of even minor personnel changes might reveal which way the court wind was blowing. Having given his orders and drunk some tea to steady himself, Gao Ju rose to receive his guests in the outer study. Beiwei was crossing the Wormhole for the first time. Standing now in this Ming-era building, it all felt like a dream. His days as a reconnaissance soldier lay long in the past. After demobilization, whatever work he took up, he had continued maintaining the skills he had learned. This time, joining the crossing trade, his focus was straightforward: a reconnaissance trip for future underground operations in Guangzhou. Master Gao was their collaborator, but only a collaborator. Since the partnership was purely profit-driven, he might betray them at any moment. They had to guard against this. And if other forces intervened, endangering Master Gao for their own purposes and disrupting the collaboration. They needed to be prepared to protect both the man and the channel. From the moment Beiwei left the back door of the Guangzhou branch until he entered the Gao residence, he had walked with a peculiar stiff gait, every step exactly 80 centimeters. In his bag was a portable camcorder, automatically filming the environment. But more reliable were his eyes and brain, recording every doorway, every courtyard, every turn, every entrance. Steward Yan had sent away the irrelevant servants, but this new Australian's strange behavior set the escorting guards to whispering among themselves. They also noted with envy his powerful physique. An average guard probably could not last 3 moves against him. Host and guests were now exchanging pleasantries. To avoid unnecessary socializing, they had agreed beforehand that Beiwei would present himself as a bodyguard accompanying the Australian merchants. So he sat erect behind Director Wen, hands on knees, motionless. But his eyes surveyed every direction. Though called the outer study, it was actually a complete small courtyard, and the hall was not small. Beiwei's gaze swept the room. 11 Ming-era people. Master Gao himself, 1 escorting steward, 1 guard, 2 serving maids, 2 young manservants, and 4 household guards positioned at the corners. The 4 guards were well proportioned, small but sturdy, obviously household martial artists. Their loose shirts probably concealed iron rods beneath. These were only part of the picture. Since entering, Beiwei had noticed 4 more guards standing inconspicuously behind the artificial rock formation and trees in the courtyard. The true master was probably the guard standing behind Master Gao, controlling the door to the side chamber. He wore a blue archer's sleeve jacket, standing quietly with hands at his sides, yet emanating a subtle, contained ferocity. Beiwei did not know how formidable these Ming martial arts masters actually were. His palms itched. If there was a chance to spar, he would not pass it up. He had always been interested in traditional Chinese martial arts. During his military service, combat training focused on modern techniques. Traditional martial arts were not covered much. He had attended some performances but found them unsatisfying. Too many flowery moves with little real combat application. Master Gao and Wen Dynasty continued their business talk, both somewhat distracted. One was thinking about the affair with eunuch Yang. The other was contemplating the expansion of the Guangzhou branch. Wen Dynasty's main purpose for this visit was exactly that, to expand the Guangzhou branch. Their foundation was solid but too closed off. All external dealings went through Gao Jus, unfavorable for future trade and intelligence work. The executive committee wanted to go out as much as possible and develop more agents, not just merchants like Master Gao, but also officials, scholars, and ordinary people. Of course, they could not do that yet. Their appearance was strange, their speech peculiar. Going out meant being mobbed by onlookers. But the household of servants Master Gao had given them offered another opportunity. If they could win the Gao family's hearts, the road ahead would only grow broader. The meeting ended quickly. After exchanging goods manifests, the transaction was complete. Goods and silver would be transported by servants. Master Gao was anxious to return to his study and review the materials his secretaries had compiled, so he had no heart for polite invitations to stay for dinner. He simply had a table of food and wine sent over. End of chapter. Chapter 25. The carrot and the stick. The 4 visitors spent the remainder of that day productively. Master Gao's table of food and wine consisted of the 4 great courses, 12 dishes in all, and though the cuisine differed from modern Cantonese cooking, the natural ingredients and careful preparation produced flavors that were rich, fresh, and succulent. A thick soup of Zaixi's tongue clams proved particularly excellent, drawing appreciative nods from everyone at the table. Being a leader really is grand, Beiwei thought to himself. Where would ordinary folks get to indulge like this in the Ming Dynasty? As he mused, Gao Qing's wife Gao Xian emerged from the kitchen bearing a freshly reheated main dish. A full plate of meatballs the size of pigeon eggs floating in shallow, clear broth, glistening and tender, sprinkled with bright green scallions. Wen Dacey reached for his spoon first. One bite and fresh, clean flavors filled his palate, with a subtle tingle of Sichuan pepper lingering in the aftertaste. Director Wen had moved in social circles back home. Though never one for lavish banquets, his dining experience was among the best of the transmigrators. Yet this mouthful stumped him. He couldn't identify what it was. It seemed like chicken, but also like seafood. "What is this?" he asked. "Land and sea treasure," Gao Xian replied softly. "Soft-shelled turtle, silver fish, chicken, frog, and white shrimp all mixed together." "Does it please you, sir?" "Excellent, truly delicious." "Indeed, very good," another agreed. "The landlord class really does live decadently," Engineer Wang said, wearing an envious expression that made clear he wouldn't have minded a little decadence himself. "Such a fuss over some meatballs," Beiwei scoffed. When Dacey shook his head with genuine regret. "Almost every dish has Sichuan pepper. It overwhelms what would otherwise be wonderful flavor. The ingredients are so fresh and natural." "That seems to be a Ming-era habit," someone observed. The Ming was also an important market in the Southeast Asian spice trade. "That entrepot trade is worth pursuing." As they talked, Gao Xian brought out 6 small plates of cured snacks to accompany the wine. When she came to warm the jar of Jinhua wine, she found it untouched and hesitated. "The masters don't drink wine. We don't drink." They feared alcohol might cause problems, so they hadn't touched a drop since arriving in Ming-era timespace. "If the masters don't wish to drink wine, I have some flower essence I distilled myself. Diluted with water, would that suit?" "Flower essence, like cologne?" Everyone looked startled. "Yes, I distilled it myself. Currently I have rice leaf and perilla. If the masters don't mind, please try some." It turned out to be aromatic essential oil distilled from plant leaves and flowers. Ming-era distilling technology was already mature, and small alembics, besides making liquor, were commonly used for flower essences. Diluted with clear water, the drink had an elegant, refreshing fragrance. But Zhao Zishan had grown suspicious. This Gao Xian was supposedly a tenant farmer's wife who did menial work, yet she knew how to make flower essence and understood fine recipes. He studied the woman more carefully and noticed in her movements and bearing a certain refinement, nothing like her husband's awkwardness. Intent on investigating, he stopped her as she turned to leave. "Sister Gao, you've served in a grand household before, haven't you?" Gao Xian startled visibly. "Yes, I've always been at the Gao mansion." "That can't be right. At the Gao mansion you did rough work. How would you know the recipe for land and sea treasure? Where did you learn to make flower essence?" Gao Xian stammered, her composure cracking. The other servant women taught me. Forgive my presumption, sir." "How old are you?" "This servant is 30. Zhao Zishan studied her face, darkened by labor now but still showing traces of youthful beauty, and thought of Gao Luji's appearance, the age difference between this couple. He understood 7 or 8 parts of it, though there was no need to speak aloud just yet. After a moment's thought, he glanced outside the hall. No one else was there. Gao Qing was probably working in the back courtyard. "These past days has Gao Qing often gone to Master Gao's?" Gao Xian started violently but said nothing. Zhao Zishan knew he was right. Master Gao must have Gao Qing reporting on them regularly. "And Steward Yan comes often too," he continued, his voice measured and slow. "Never came, only occasionally." "Which is it, never or occasionally?" "It's occasionally, just visiting as acquaintances." The lie came with difficulty. Under this barrage of questions, she was already panicking. Master Zhao's words implied he knew everything, including her past, but how? While her mind churned in turmoil, she saw Zhao Zishan's expression darkening. Knowing things were going badly, she dropped to her knees. "This servant deserves death. I shouldn't have deceived the masters." Beiwei had been a revolutionary soldier under the red flag, and he couldn't stand seeing this. He was about to speak when Dacey stopped him with a look. Though Zhao Zishan's questioning was sudden, it was part of their plan to win hearts. "He's come quite a few times, hasn't he?" Zhao Zishan pressed. "I imagine he's even looked into the courtyard where we stay." "No, no." Gao Xian's face went pale. And he's promised you, if one day we return to Australia, he'll take you back into the Gao household. Is that so? Gao Xian trembled. The masters know everything. She silently cursed her husband for his lack of backbone. Every time Steward Yan had cajoled and threatened, he'd agreed to let him search around. Though nothing had been discovered, this was still the crime of betraying one's masters. This servant deserves death. It's all my husband's fault. Gao Xian prostrated herself and confessed everything about Steward Yan's visits during their absences. My husband is soft-eared and weak-minded. He was foolish to heed that man's nonsense, she sobbed. I beg the masters, considering his age and his leg ailment, to spare him the household punishment. This servant is willing to take double punishment on his behalf. Everyone listened, finding it matched their prior estimates. Seeing her beg so pitifully for her husband, they couldn't help but feel sympathy. You don't know how sweet the new society is until you've experienced the old one. Xiao Zishan let the silence stretch deliberately, then heaved a theatrical sigh. Sister Gao, since your whole family came under us, have we ever wronged you? You put me to shame, sir. The master's kindness, our whole family is endlessly grateful. When your provisions ran short, we gave extra monthly rice. When the children grew and had no spending money, we gave them wages. I don't ask for gratitude. I only hope that having traveled 10,000 li to find a foothold here, we'd have a peaceful place to rest. I'd prefer not to be scrutinized in every detail. Gao Xian said nothing, only sobbed and kowtowed. Get up. I dare not. Please punish this servant severely to uphold household discipline. Xiao Zishan thought this woman really did have her routines down, clearly not an ordinary farmer's wife. Without rules, nothing succeeds. You and Gao Qing were at fault, but we hadn't set rules beforehand. We'll count this as ignorance, not crime. Get up. Thank the masters for their grace. Gao Xian heard the change in tone and figured they wouldn't be thrown out. A beating she could endure. What she feared was being expelled. Even if Master Gao took them back, there would be no good days ahead. Do you understand what comes next? Yes, this servant understands. I know you're not from a small household. You understand propriety far better than Gao Qing. From now on, guide him well, teach him to know his place. I understand, I understand. Gao Xian nodded repeatedly. As long as you serve diligently and loyally, whether or not we return to Australia, we won't leave you without a future. Make the most of this chance. This servant thanks. Gao Xian began to kneel again, but Xiao Zishan stopped her. Better not to play the grand landlord too much in front of everyone. Go call Gao Dai. After she left, Xiao Zishan turned to the others with a lighter expression. How was my performance? He was eager to shift the atmosphere. He didn't want to leave an impression of being tyrannical. Performance, yes, just a performance. Wen Daisy's jaw dropped. Zishan, are you really from poor peasant stock? Of course. You're a Golden Horse award-winning actor, Engineer Wang marveled. You scared that poor woman half to death. Wasn't that overkill? Beiwei still felt sympathy. It was a bit much, Xiao Zishan admitted with a nod. But for the carrot and stick approach, this is the minimum. We're surrounded by eyes. If we don't change this situation, we can't carry out any work later. When Daisy nodded, the favors we gave them before were the carrot. Now it's time to show the stick. Exactly. Since they couldn't yet remove these eyes, they could only turn them around. Will this be enough? Just the beginning. Loyalty isn't built with a few words. Recruiting followers is hard. To gain loyalty, first one must have power. No one is loyal to the weak. Second, there must be benefits. With benefits comes motivation. Before, they had given benefits. Now they had to demonstrate power. At the right moment, results would follow naturally. I read that the time travel predecessors had it easy. A few words and their followers would kowtow in devotion. Maybe we lack that main character aura. You can have it, I don't want it. The atmosphere lightened again, and Xiao Zishan secretly exhaled. In truth, he hadn't been entirely confident about that conversation, but he had exploited the woman's fear of her past being exposed. After a while, Gao Dai arrived. Though young, he was sharp. Seeing his mother's reddened eyes, he knew something had happened, and he hurriedly brought his account book to pay respects. When Daisy asked casually about the household situation and reviewed the account book, just a simple ledger, and with minimal expenses it was quickly understood. He praised the boy a bit and seeing his unease fade asked, "Do people from the Gao household come often lately?" "Often." The boy didn't hide it, nodding vigorously. "That little Hat Yan comes all the time, always whispering with father." Little Hat Yan, when Daisy was confused, then realized he meant Steward Yan, who regularly wore a six-panel cap. "What do they talk about?" Gao Dai hesitated. Xiao Zishan spoke up. "Just tell us." "It seems Little Hat Yan always asks about the master's affairs," Gao Dai said, "but father won't let me listen when they're talking." "Are the Gao household people good to you?" "Good," Gao Dai didn't quite understand. "I don't know, I've never served the Gao household directly. The accountants treat me well and there are children I often play with. All Gao household servants. Yes, some born in the house, some like me." "Among those children, are there any you're especially close with?" "Quite a few, Little Li, Little Qian, the Wang brothers." "Good. Come to the study later and make a list." When Daisy instructed. End of chapter. Chapter 26. The Guangzhou Operative. From the beginning, the executive committee had identified the Gao family's two children as priority targets. An adult's worldview, once crystallized, resists change. But adolescents are another matter entirely. They possess a natural irreverence toward authority, an appetite for novelty, a hunger for adventure, and an eagerness to prove themselves the equals of their elders. All qualities the transmigrators could exploit. During each crossing, they had spent considerable time with the siblings, carefully observing their personalities and capabilities. Between the two, the boy Gao Dai held greater value. Girls moved in smaller social circles and had fewer opportunities to appear in public, while Gao Dai was younger still, his views and character far more malleable. The boy was clever and quick-witted. When Xiao Zishan taught him bookkeeping and arithmetic, he grasped the concepts instantly. When Daisy would send him on small errands, which he handled with surprising competence. And when given modern candies and snacks, he invariably took them home to share with his sister, evidence of an unselfish nature and genuine sense of responsibility. When the siblings entered the study, they knelt stiffly on the floor. Beiwei's eyebrows shot up in displeasure, but when Daisy, knowing the man couldn't stomach such acts of subservience, quickly stayed him with a gesture. "Stand up, both of you. What are you kneeling for? Do you think we're city gods?" When Daisy offered a faint smile. "We beg the masters to forgive our mother's offense." The children remained on their knees, speaking in unison before pressing their foreheads to the floor in a formal kowtow. "As I said, ignorance is no crime. Please stand. We thank the masters for their grace." The siblings exchanged relieved glances and rose quickly to their feet. "Gao Luji, step outside for a moment. I have words for Gao Dai alone." "I understand, sir." The girl withdrew. Beiwei moved to the window and peered out. Seeing she had truly departed, he nodded. Xiao Zishan turned to the boy. "Do you know Guangzhou well?" "Yes, people at the Gao mansion often sent me on errands, a few coins each trip." "Those playmates I asked you about before, do you still see them often?" "Some were promoted to real duties. The rest are idle with time on their hands. They often invite me out." "Are any of them reliable?" Gao Dai's head snapped up, his eyes sharp. "Does the master want new household members?" A clever child indeed. Xiao Zishan nodded silently, then equivocated. "We don't need that yet. This isn't quite the same as selecting household members, though it's related." "Then please instruct me, sir. What kind of person do you need?" "A few children who know Guangzhou well. Each day, they'll report the city's news and market rates." Xiao Zishan listed the commodities he wanted tracked. "Easy enough. Just visit the guild tea houses and check the posted boards. Compile everything daily into a ledger using the bookkeeping method I taught you." "I understand." "Each month you'll receive an extra tael of silver as operating funds. Choose your people carefully, no one unreliable or prone to loose talk." Xiao Zishan fixed his eyes on the boy, his voice dropping lower. "Also, pay attention to news from the Gao household. Anything important, don't write it down. Wait until we arrive and tell us directly." With each instruction, Gao Dai responded promptly. Xiao Zishan noted the trepidation on the boy's face, but excitement clearly overflowed beneath it. Does your family have anyone friendly inside the Gao household? Yes, Uncle Chang, my father's sworn brother. He does odd jobs in the outer courtyard. The boy went on to explain. This Gao Chang was his father's fellow townsman, having joined the household some 6 or 7 years ago. Strong and skilled in martial arts, he could have been promoted to guard, but his blunt speech and lack of money for bribes had made him unpopular with those who mattered. Now 25 or 26 years old and still doing menial work, he hadn't even been assigned a wife. A bachelor. Yes, but Uncle Chang takes it in stride. He rarely complains. The four transmigrators exchanged meaningful glances. A promising prospect indeed. Someone overlooked at their workplace would welcome a change of employers. Blunt speech suggested honesty. Rarely complaining implied a balanced temperament. And martial arts skills always had their uses. Of course, these were the nephew's words, possibly exaggerated out of affection. But this was a time of need. They couldn't afford to be choosy. Whether someone was suitable could only be determined through actual use. Should I invite Uncle Chang over? He's off today. Good, go get him. I'll say father is inviting him for a drink. He'll come right away. Sharp instincts. Without a word about the need for secrecy, the boy already understood. Though Xiao Zishan's thoughts took a darker turn, this child's cleverness might become a liability if not managed properly. Shortly thereafter, Gao Chang arrived. Introduced by Gao Dai, he kowtowed in greeting. The transmigrators sized him up. Not tall, but sturdy, with nimble movements that spoke of physical capability. Xiao Zishan asked about his background and years of service at the Gao household. I've been doing odd jobs in the outer courtyard for 6 years now. I see you cut a fine figure, and you're clearly capable. How is it you've always remained just a laborer? This humble one is naturally clumsy with words and can't talk well. That's why I've stayed where I am. Have you married? No, Gao Chang blushed. Too poor, no woman would have me. You've served all these years, hasn't the family assigned you a wife? Truly, this humble one is too poor. Even if they assigned me a woman, I couldn't afford to keep her. Xiao Zishan warmed to the man. The masters had shown him no favor whatsoever, yet he refused to speak ill of them. How does the Gao family treat you? I'm just a servant. The masters give me clothes and food, that itself is kindness. He spoke with neither servility nor arrogance. Xiao Zishan glanced at Beiwei. Without warning, the former recon soldier sprang up and shoved Gao Chang hard in the chest. Caught completely off guard, the man stumbled backward 7 or 8 paces before catching his balance. Though clearly startled by the assault, he simply smoothed his clothes and resumed his position without complaint or aggression. Beiwei nodded with satisfaction. The man's lower body stance was stable. He had genuine skill. You know martial arts? Xiao Zishan asked. Just country techniques practiced for self-defense. Nothing worth the master's notice. Xiao Zishan nodded and told Gao Dai to see his uncle out for drinks. After the boy departed, the transmigrators sat in satisfied silence. But how to properly recruit this man required further thought. They turned to discuss the work ahead. They had established their first intelligence network, though its purpose was less about gathering actual intelligence and more about testing whether Gao Dai was suited for such a role, and verifying whether the Gao family would prove loyal. If Gao Qing stubbornly continued serving as Master Gao's informant, they would need to find replacements quickly. I think Gao Qing's attitude toward Master Gao is ambiguous, Beiwei said. Judging by his wife and children, they don't look fully committed to him. I agree, Wen Daisy nodded. Gao Qing is simply cowed by Gao Ju's power. In reality, he has little genuine loyalty to his former master. What he fears most is following us far from home. We bear the title Australian sea merchants. He's not from the seafaring regions where people are accustomed to sailing abroad. Let's win over his wife and children first. After today's display, he'll think twice before running to report on us. Will he still go? I think so, just less frequently. Gao Qing is timid and indecisive. His former master's authority still looms large. He still wants a fallback option. Until he's out of Gao Ju's sphere of influence, we can't fully trust him. We need our own house soon. Right. For now, we want the convenience of trade, but before the final crossing, we must secure new property. Gao Dai shows promise, but he's just a child. He can't handle buying real estate or managing servants on our behalf. What about Gao Chang? Someone's there, Beiwei's shout cut through the room. In one fluid motion, he flashed to the window, snatched a rock from a potted plant, and hurled it into the darkness outside. A muffled thump echoed back. It had hit something. The three city-dwelling otaku panicked, collapsing deeper into their chairs, barely daring to breathe. What happened? When Daisy asked, his voice unsteady. A shadow moving across the opposite courtyard. Beiwei's jaw was tight with fury, conducting reconnaissance before dark, quite audacious. An eavesdropper, must be. The approach was zigzagging toward this window. One of Gao Ju's people, unlikely. Gao Ju already has eyes in this household through Gao Qing. Our business is going smoothly. He has no reason to antagonize us. Then who? Probably people who envy him. Zio Zishan recalled what Gao Ju had said when giving them the house. Lately, with these rare goods appearing on the market, I've attracted considerable attention. This must be one of those attentive parties. Things were becoming complicated. Thinking of how distracted Gao Ju had seemed today, of the worry lines creasing his face, their thoughts all grew tense. They were no longer the only ones watching, and the watchers, it seemed, were multiplying. End of chapter. Chapter 27. A newcomer arrives at the Nanxing Prefecture wharf. Boats of every size lay at anchor. This was Guangdong's critical north-south junction. Merchants traveling from the south crossed Dayu Ridge from Nan'an in Jiangxi, then transferred to boats at Nanxing for the long voyage down to Guangzhou. Young eunuch Yang Tianliang, had come from Beijing aboard 2 decorated barges. One carried him along with his attending servants and maidservants. The other bore his secretaries, stewards, retainers, and guards. Neither vessel displayed flags, plaques, or silk lanterns. Eunuch Yang was far from a palace favorite. He could barely secure his own position, and displaying insignia would only invite jealousy. Though certain officials might have wished to pay their respects, young eunuch Yang had always detested ceremonies of welcome and farewell. So whether traveling by sedan or by boat, arriving anywhere, they neither disturbed official relay stations nor sent calling cards. They simply moved in silence. Now, after a day's rest aboard ship, half the journey's fatigue had lifted. His retainers invited him to join them at cards, but he declined every invitation. It wasn't that he disliked mahjong. The journey south had simply brought a particular bitterness to his heart. Yang Tianliang had entered the palace late in the Wanli reign and been assigned under eunuch Yang, who valued him enough to adopt him as a godson. Eunuch Yang was one of Gao Shiming's most trusted aides, and with these 2 great trees at his back, Yang Tianliang's future had once seemed bright. But when the 9,000 years rose to power, everything changed. Senior eunuch Gao retreated into retirement to protect himself. His godfather was either banished to dig at tomb construction sites or kept idle within the palace walls. Yang Tianliang himself had gone years without a real assignment. Fortunately, old connections still held some weight, and he'd managed to secure a position overseeing the scripture printing workshop. Father and son rarely met anymore. Outside their official duties, they occupied themselves managing private properties. On matters of palace and court, they said nothing to one another, striving always to avoid suspicion. Yet as the 9,000 years' power swelled beyond all bounds, their days grew ever harder. Scholars at court either trembled into submission or found themselves dismissed. Then, starting from the intercalary 6th month of the previous year, when Zhejiang's provincial governor Pan Ruzhen had submitted a memorial requesting the construction of a living shrine to Wei Zhangxian, officials everywhere scrambled to make similar requests. Already more than 40 shrines had been proposed. This had stirred the long-sidelined eunuch Yang's ambitions. Currently, those petitioning for living shrines were all court officials and local officers. No palace eunuch had yet taken the lead. What if he joined in? Perhaps the 9,000 years' impression of him might shift dramatically. a chance for a turnaround. At the very least, he would leave an impression of deference. But on second thought, the idea seemed wrong. He wasn't part of the inner circle, and such a move would be abrupt, a grave affront to Wei Zhongxian's palace confidants. One couldn't steal the limelight when flattering. After much deliberation, he had arrived at a solution. Officials and gentry had initiated shrine construction, but the merchant class remained unmoved. He could mobilize them. He had Gao Jus as a piece on the board in Guangzhou, and lately the man had been sending quite a few foreign novelties as tribute. He must have made a fortune. Let him put up the money and take the lead. This was why Yang Tianliang had been dispatched to Guangzhou. Per his godfather's instructions, this living shrine must be grand and magnificent, a demonstration of the merchant class's sincere devotion. As long as Gao Jus led a group of merchants in submitting a petition, the Guangdong provincial officials would never dare refuse. As for cost, eunuch Yang didn't concern himself. After all, Gao Jus had benefited from his protection for years. Bleeding a little was only fair. They were bound together in fortune and ruin. But Yang Tianliang saw things differently. His thinking ran deeper than his godfather's. The cycle of glory and decay knew no exceptions. The 9,000 years was now at his zenith, like flowers in brocade, like oil ablaze. This bit of icing meant nothing to him. But should the fall come, this shrine would become irremovable evidence of collaboration. At the thought, he shuddered. He glanced around, suddenly suspicious that Eastern Depot agents might be lurking among his entourage. Even thinking such things was enough to break into cold sweats. Though he kept his head down, Yang Tianliang had spent every day pondering how to manage this matter in a way that served both ends. His godfather was short-sighted, always thinking about money, believing it sufficient to have Gao Jus pay and arrange things. But what happened after the deed was done? A grand living shrine to the 9,000 years, whether it became monument or damning evidence would depend entirely on fate. The emperor was the 10,000 years, but his majesty's health didn't look like it could last for all ages. What to do? Wearily, he pressed his brow and leaned back against the cushions. A young attending eunuch crept into the cabin. Seeing his master resting with eyes closed, he dared not speak, only waited in silence. But Yang Tianliang knew someone had entered. He grunted without opening his eyes. "What is it?" Reporting to the master. "Master Gao's steward has been waiting at the wharf." "Show him in." The steward entered and kowtowed. Yang Tianliang recognized him, Steward Gao Yi, who often came to Beijing bearing tributes. Young, with polished speech and manner, the man was a smooth operator through and through. Besides conveying Master Gao's greetings, he had brought a boatload of fine wine, provisions, and supplies, along with several young male and female musicians for entertainment during the remainder of the journey. Most remarkable was a fine wooden box, which Gao Yi presented last, explaining that it was a token of Master Gao's regard, specially purchased from the Australian merchants. Australian merchants. Yang Tianliang had heard that name repeatedly in recent months. In spring, Gao Jus had written that some Australian sea merchants had arrived in Guangzhou bearing novel goods. He had sent along several items: crystal mirrors, lighters that ignited with a single flick. Yang Tianliang opened the inlaid lacquer box. Inside, two small golden cases were mounted side by side, gleaming brilliantly, their material neither gold nor jade. In the center of each were three strange patterns, impossible to identify. Between them sat something resembling a small candlestick holder, apparently niello inlaid, though crude and simple in design. He glanced inquiringly at Gao Yi, who gently extracted a paper pack and carefully opened the lid, revealing a shiny silver sheet within. Peeling it back exposed a neat row of white sticks. A fragrant aroma wafted out. "Is that tobacco?" Yang Tianliang asked immediately. Smoking was his small vice, and he recognized the scent at once. "Paper cigarettes from Australia. My master specially presents them to you." Gao Yi drew one out with respectful hands and offered it. Yang Tianliang held the cigarette, examining it. Snow white throughout, One end showed pale gold tobacco shreds, the other packed tight and white like compressed cotton. He didn't know how to handle it. He smoked with a pipe. He'd sampled Western snuff before, but he'd never seen anything like this. Under Gao Yi's demonstration, he placed the cigarette in his mouth, lit it with that candlestick-like lighter, and took a puff. The tobacco seemed ordinary, mild-flavored with an unfamiliar fragrance. But the way the paper-wrapped tobacco glowed and dimmed, never going out or dropping ash, that was remarkable. Just paper-wrapped tobacco, yet so elaborately presented, same style as the Australian lighter your master sent last time. Though he said this dismissively, he was quite taken with the cigarettes. He fondled the golden case, reluctant to set it down. This could make a fine gift for court dignitaries. Steward Gao, does the Australian merchant have more of these? Yes, the merchants brought quite a few. Good. When we reach Guangzhou, prepare several dozen boxes, and include matching lighters. I understand. Seeing young eunuch Yang say nothing more but simply close his eyes again, Gao Yi slowly withdrew from the cabin. As young eunuch Yang's boat drifted down the river toward Guangzhou, the transmigrators completed another round of trade. Cigarettes were a newly developed item in their inventory. When Daisy had requested that Master Gao sell Gao Chang to them, though they had considered various covert schemes to acquire him, every angle led to discovery. Rather than sneaking around, better to proceed openly. Master Gao was surprised by the request, but he assumed this was Gao Qing's doing, finding a way out for his good-for-nothing sworn brother. Since Gao Chang was no confidant, he agreed readily, not even asking for a purchase price. Gao Chang came over with nothing but his bedroll. After greeting his new masters, he announced that he wished to change his surname to Wen. The transmigrators had never considered such matters. Now that Gao Chang raised it, they realized that changing surnames carried real significance in this era. It was a means for servants to develop a sense of belonging. But Wen wasn't quite right. This was everyone's undertaking, not Wen Daisy's alone. Zhao Zishan suggested an alternative. Rather than some arbitrary surname, why not restore his original family name? This would win hearts. Chinese people took ancestral matters seriously. Losing one's surname was the greatest shame, regaining it the greatest honor. When they asked his thoughts, the big fellow dropped to his knees and knocked his head loudly against the floor, tears streaming down his face. By the Master's grace, restoring my original surname, from now on I, Sun Chang, belong entirely to the Masters, through fire or water, whatever the Masters command. And if we return to Australia, never to come back. Wherever the Masters go, Sun Chang follows to the ends of the earth without a second word. Sun Chang spoke with iron resolve. They had thought recruiting followers would be difficult. This easy. Their protagonist Halo had finally manifested. End of chapter. Chapter 28. The Oriole Society. Guangzhou's South City faced the Pearl River, where sea merchants moored their vessels alongside foreign ships from distant lands. By the Song Dynasty, this district had flourished into a commercial hub, sheltered behind the east and west wing walls, ramparts that fell to ruin during the military chaos of the Yuan. When the Ming rose to power, trade revived once more. But after the Qulin Mutiny, when the unprotected residents of South City suffered terribly at the hands of raiders, the authorities raised new fortifications along the old wing wall foundations. As the Guangdong Gazetteer recorded, in the 42nd year of Jiajing 1563, Governor Wu Gifeng, responding to the Qulin Mutiny's trampling of residents outside the walls, constructed new walls from the southwest corner tower to 5th Sheep Relay Station, encircling to the southeast corner tower, for defense. Within these walls lay New South City, the smallest of Guangzhou's 3 walled districts, bounded by the Pearl River on one side and moats on the other 3. Yet this compact quarter concentrated the foreign vessel zone, the wharves, the commercial streets, and the mansions of the wealthy all within its bounds, making it the beating heart of the city's trade. On this particular day, several men in rain capes and bamboo hats stood on the Pearl River embankment outside South City's Jinghai Gate, surveying the murky water. The sky hung low and oppressive. A fine mist blurred all distinction between river and shore. A dozen sailing ships lay at anchor in midstream, their black silhouettes barely visible through the thick fog that rose off the water. Towards Qiwei Islet and White Goose Pool, nothing could be seen at all, only a deep gray haze that merged seamlessly with sky and cloud. "Damn it all, where is this Australian ship?" one of them spat into the river. "Boss Wang, we've searched for over 10 days now. We've examined every seagoing vessel along the river. There's no strange big ship anywhere." Boss Wang made no reply. He stood in silence, gazing out at the water where ripples spread as old fish rose to blow bubbles at the surface. Below the embankment, jagged rocks jutted from the shoreline, and turbid waves slapped rhythmically against them. Not far off, porters shouldered goods down a gangway from a foreign ship, ferrying cargo to a wharf warehouse. "Brother Wang, I don't understand." One of his men ventured closer. "The master's doing fine in Guangzhou garrison. Why this sudden whim to send us hunting for Australian merchants? I've followed him all these years, sailed the eastern and western seas, and I've never once heard of any Australia." Boss Wang snorted. "Keep your voice down. Do you have any idea where we are? Want to get us all killed?" Everyone fell silent. After a pause, Boss Wang spoke again, his voice low but intense. "Australia may be a place none of us have heard of, but the goods being sold at the Gao family shop on Hainan Street didn't fall from the sky. The whole city's gone mad for them. Everyone knows about Australian rarities now. A trade this profitable coming in by sea." He smiled grimly. "How can we brothers not get our cut? This time, we're going to get to the bottom of these sea merchants." These men were subordinates of Zhang Zhilong, the great pirate, whose raids were currently ravaging Fujian and shaking both Fujian and Guangdong provinces to their foundations. Allied with Li Qiwei, Zhang had gathered over 30,000 men and seized control of key coastal islands and harbors along southern Fujian's coast: Zhangzhou, Guilingyu, Dadan, Liu, Gaiapu. Whether plundering merchant ships, extorting water dues, or raiding inland to burn, kill, and kidnap, they had become the dominant power on Fujian's southern seaboard. The group made their way along the wharf toward the city, passing an increasing number of pedestrians and peddlers as they approached the walls. Past the Dragon King Temple, the tower of Jinghai Gate rose into view. Once inside, they followed the road toward Fifth Sheep Gate until they came upon a magnificent structure, Tianfei Temple, built during the Hongwu reign. This intersection served as South City's transportation hub, a cosmopolitan crossroads where all manner of people mingled amid sedan chairs and mule carts. Merchants gathered in clusters, markets stretched along the streets, voices clamored over one another, and commerce thrived at every turn. Boss Wang moved cautiously, keeping close to the wall. Turning a corner, they slipped into an alley. At the base of the city wall sat a small tavern, its dingy bamboo half-curtained dark with accumulated grease. The group ducked inside. A few oil lamps provided meager illumination. Even in daylight, the place was dim. Customers packed the room in a noisy crowd. The floor was wet and treacherous, and the air hung thick with cooking smells, wine fumes, oil smoke, and the reek of unwashed bodies. A waiter hurried over to greet them. Boss Wang requested a private booth and ordered food and wine. He had the curtain drawn only halfway so that the man nearest the doorway could survey the entire establishment. After a while, a street rat entered, a smooth-faced, middle-aged man with the look of a practiced informant. Their eyes met. The newcomer sat down with them. No one bothered with pleasantries. They simply ate and drank. When Boss Wang had satisfied himself that no plainclothes constables or depot agents lurked among the patrons, he asked quietly, "Any news from the brothers on Hainan Street? We've been tailing them for nearly half a month." "Nothing useful. We've watched load after load of goods carried out of the Gao mansion and sent to the shop, but we haven't seen any special goods going in and no peculiar people." "What the hell?" Boss Wang's appetite vanished. He stared at a steaming plate of stir-fried snake shreds without touching it. How are those goods getting in there? Could it be misdirection? Perhaps the Australian merchandise wasn't coming through the Gao mansion at all. Perhaps that was simply a cover. What about the Gao family's wharf warehouse? Check that too. The man shook his head. The Gao shop runs a tight operation. We couldn't pry anything loose. It took us days just to learn that the warehouse manager keeps a mistress who moonlights as a prostitute. We spent silver on her and managed to extract a bit of information. He paused to take a long drink, letting the silence stretch. Boss Wang recognized the game. This local rat was angling for more money. He cursed inwardly but kept his voice even. Silver's no problem. What did you find out? The manager says Australian goods never pass through the warehouse. They're all sent from Gao Jus's private storage at his residence. Each shipment isn't large, just a few crates at a time. But every single piece is valuable. The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed with undisguised greed. How often do they ship? No fixed schedule, roughly every 10 days. So the goods originated from the Gao residence. But how did they get inside? The mansion wasn't on the seashore. No ship could possibly sail in. Did they fall from the sky? Have you investigated what the Gao family brings into the residence? For that we had to enlist help from Flying Foot Third at the Porters Guild. He charged quite a bit. The man let the implication hang. No problem. Boss Wang said this smoothly, but his hand drifted to the short blade hidden in his sleeve. He wanted 10 taels. The middle-aged man squinted, testing his reaction. Boss Wang smiled thinly and glanced at his companions. They all wore the same cold smirk. The informant suddenly seemed to remember exactly whose subordinates sat before him. He hurried on. Flying Foot Third had his people secretly check what the Gao family was bringing in, and there is something strange. Oh, they're smuggling the goods in. No, it's not that. It's what goes in and out that's peculiar. They had bribed porters throughout the guild to examine a full month's worth of cargo entering and leaving the Gao residence. Normally, what went in consisted mainly of porcelain and ironware, and what came out was much the same. But this month had been different. Besides the usual goods, they were now bringing in musk, ambergris, red sandalwood, and strangest of all, nothing was being shipped back out. Everything vanished into thin air the moment it passed through the gates. After all their investigation, they still couldn't determine where the Australian goods actually came from. Boss Wang sighed heavily. If even the local rats couldn't uncover the truth, discovering it themselves would be harder still. He counted out a dozen foreign coins and sent the man on his way. The group sat in frustrated silence, struggling to believe their predicament. In the month since they had infiltrated Guangzhou, navigating countless difficulties, they had investigated this far and no further. They had a rough idea of where the sea merchants were staying, but where their ship was moored and how their goods were being transported remained complete mysteries. For now, they could only wait for a report from the men they had sent days earlier to infiltrate the Gao residence. They waited a long time. Finally, the 2 men who had attempted the infiltration returned. One had a fresh scrape across his face. Boss Wang saw his expression shift the moment he entered and knew at once that things had gone wrong. The back streets all have barriers, hard to get through. So we went over the city wall instead and lay in wait for several days before we spotted something unusual. These 2 had been famous flying thieves in their former lives, until murder charges and wanted posters drove them to join the pirates. The Zheng family had promised them a hefty sum for this dangerous Guangzhou mission. From their vantage point atop the city wall, they had observed the comings and goings of people and cargo at the Gao mansion's back gate. They discovered that everything actually flowed to and from a different compound entirely through its rear courtyard. They had managed to get inside that courtyard, and there they had finally laid eyes on the Australian sea merchants. 4 of them, dressed in Ming attire but with shaved heads, like monks. Knowing this courtyard held secrets, they had observed for 2 more days and determined it was a secret property belonging to the Gao family, now serving as quarters for the Australian merchants. All goods were transported from this safe house to the Gao mansion. The Gao mansion, in turn, sent goods back here. But the fundamental question remained unanswered. They still had not discovered where the sea merchant's goods actually came from. We wanted to get close enough to listen in, but damn it, the one with the bruise spoke viciously. There's a trained fighter among them. The moment we got near, he spotted us and threw a rock, fast and hard. I say we go all in. Someone spoke in a low voice. Just sack the whole place. Grab Steward Yan or even Gao Jus himself and we'll get the full story. Boss Wang snorted. Grab them. Which merchant on Hainan Street doesn't have powerful connections? Setting aside their reach into high places, just the household guards alone would be enough to crush you. Then grab one of the sea merchants. The man chuckled. Even if we don't touch the Gao family, these rootless sea merchants are fair game, aren't they? Brother, he says there's only one fighter among them and no Gao household guards present. Even if that one were made of iron, how many nails can you forge from a single ingot? We gather our best brothers, go in and grab one of them, take him aboard our ship, and then whether he's from Australia or Mount Kunlun, he'll have to explain everything. His grin turned greedy. Besides, to get him back, won't they have to hand over some good merchandise? The others roared their approval, all turning expectantly toward Boss Wang. He considered the proposal. It had merit. Kidnapping a sea merchant wasn't a major affair. Gao Jus was unlikely to wage war over it, which left room for future dealings. With that settled, they huddled together and began to plot. End of chapter. Chapter 29. The Disappearance of Director Wen. My head. Xiao Zishan groaned as consciousness dragged him unwillingly from sleep. His skull felt packed with wet sand, and a nauseating heaviness pressed behind his eyes. Strange, these past few days he'd been sleeping better than he had in years. Ming-era Guangzhou offered clean air and blissful silence, unmarred by the early morning roar of traffic. Sleep here came deep and sweet. In the early days of their crossing trades, everyone had been too anxious to spend nights in the Ming Dynasty. They would conclude their business before nightfall and return, preferring the familiarity of the modern world. But as their operations expanded and their connections with local merchants solidified, the work on this side of the wormhole demanded longer stays. To preserve the passage's lifespan, lingering for a few days after each crossing had become routine. Besides, there was something dangerously seductive about living like lords with servants attending their every need. Sometimes Xiao Zishan caught himself never wanting to leave, but this morning was different. He forced his eyes open. Beyond the gauze window, post-rain sunlight flooded the room with a brilliance that suggested mid-morning, close to 10 o'clock, he guessed. That made no sense. In this era without television or internet, even their longest evening discussions wound down early, and everyone naturally rose around 7. Why had he slept so late? He pushed himself upright and froze. The room had been ransacked. Every drawer gaped open, every cabinet door flung wide. His belongings lay scattered across the floor in chaotic heaps. Robbed, the word struck like ice water. Panic surged through him. The cash and merchandise from this trade were still stored in the compound. If those were gone, he scrambled to dress, reaching for his shoes, and found them missing. His socks and hiking boots had vanished. They'd actually been robbed. He spotted a pair of woven straw slippers in the corner, jammed his feet into them, threw on his clothes, and rushed outside. He nearly collided with Beiwei in the courtyard. One glance at Beiwei's feet confirmed his fears. Straw slippers. The combat boots were gone. Something happened, Beiwei said flatly. What? Director Wen is missing. The words turned Xiao Zishan's blood to ice. Director Wen, missing. This wasn't 21st century Guangzhou, where Director Wen knew half the city and could summon the police with a phone call. This was 17th century Guangzhou. Beyond these walls, they knew no one. They didn't even know which direction to run. The two men tore through the compound, checking room after room. Engineer Wang lay in deep, unnatural slumber. In the servants' quarters of the third courtyard, they found Gao Qing's family and son Chang equally comatose. They roused everyone they could. All complained of dizziness and nausea. Gao Luji and Gao Dai wouldn't wake no matter how much they were shaken or called. Master Xiao, Sun Chang said as they fumbled about in confusion, try cold water on the face. Gao Qing's family scrambled to fetch basins. Only after splashing their faces did anyone's head begin to clear. "This is very wrong," Sun Chang said, studying their symptoms with grim recognition. "What is it?" "Knockout incense poisoning, without question." The words conjured an immediate image in Xiao Zishan's mind. Sun Ernyang from the water margin, drugging travelers at her roadside inn. Sun Chang had wandered far from his famine-stricken hometown, begging his way to Guangzhou. He had seen much of the Jianghu underworld along the road. Are the masters missing anything of value? The question sent Xiao Zishan and Beiwei sprinting to the west chamber of the middle courtyard. This room served as their primary warehouse and crossing point. The executive committee had made certain non-period modifications here, windows and extra doors bricked shut, and the interior fortified with a cage of barbed wire-wrapped steel fencing and a modern security door. As they approached, Xiao Zishan's heart sank. The padlock on the outer wooden door was gone. He shoved the door open and exhaled with relief. The steel grating stood intact, the security door undisturbed. A full cartload of goods remained neatly stacked inside. The thieves had failed to breach their 21st-century defenses, but the relief was hollow. They had lost Director Wen, and that was infinitely worse than losing merchandise or money. Money could be earned back. A living person lost somewhere in the Ming Dynasty. That was another matter entirely. Who could have taken him? Xiao Zishan's mind churned through possibilities. Random crime or premeditated attack? Impossible to say. If premeditated, only the Gao household knew they were staying here. They had no other contacts in the entire city. But what would Gao Ju's people gain from kidnapping Director Wen? If random, perhaps some master thief had broken in seeking valuables, failed to crack the security measures, and snatched Director Wen as a consolation prize. That seemed plausible enough. They searched Director Wen's room again and again but found nothing conclusive. His clothes, shoes, and hat were all gone, along with the stab-resistant vest he always wore on crossings, his pepper spray, and his stun gun. After another fruitless sweep, Xiao Zishan turned to Beiwei. "See anything useful? Aren't you supposed to be a recon soldier?" Beiwei spread his hands. "Recon soldier, not detective. We need someone from criminal investigation." "Then let's get one. Ran Yao used to be a police officer." "Get him here fast," Engineer Wang agreed. "And those mystery buffs who haunt the detective novel forums, bring a few of them too." He spotted Gao Xian approaching with cleaning supplies and shouted, "Don't move anything. We need to preserve the scene." Gao Xian fled in alarm. After quick deliberation, they formed a plan. Engineer Wang would take the goods and cash back through the crossing, report to the executive committee, and summon professionals to examine the evidence. Xiao Zishan and Beiwei would remain to investigate. Xiao Zishan summoned Gao Qing's family and Sun Chang, questioning them about anything unusual that had occurred recently, including events at the Gao mansion. After much probing, Sun Chang offered the only lead worth noting. A young eunuch Yang from Beijing had been visiting Master Gao lately, and the old merchant seemed to have something weighing on his mind. This news only deepened Gao Qing's anxiety. He retreated to the front courtyard to sweep and calm his nerves. Sun Chang remained more composed. "There's no need to panic just yet," he counseled. "If the thieves have kidnapped Master Wen, they'll send a ransom letter. When that arrives, the masters can decide whether to pay or involve the authorities." "Involve the authorities?" Xiao Zishan laughed bitterly. They were all illegal entrants to this era. How could they possibly bring in Ming officials? Besides, he understood ancient law enforcement well enough. Unless the crime involved armed murder or arson in broad daylight, officials couldn't be bothered to act without substantial bribes. At that point, they might as well just pay the ransom directly. "True," Sun Chang said quietly. "The masters are not Ming subjects and shouldn't appear publicly. But you could ask Master Gao to handle the matter, have him deal with the authorities discreetly." He glanced at Xiao Zishan. Master Gao's word carries considerable weight in the prefecture and both counties. Xiao Zishan gave a non-committal grunt, but suspicion coiled in his chest. Before Sun Chang's arrival, everything had been perfectly normal. The man had been here only a few days, and now Director Wen had vanished. As he mulled this over, Beiwei strode in. Sun Chang quickly withdrew. "Found something," Beiwei announced. Xiao Zishan straightened. "Where?" They came in by climbing the wall from the small lane behind the third courtyard, knocked off a bunch of tiles from the wall coping, scattered all over the ground. "There are friction marks on the wall face too." "And they left the same way. Same route out. I checked other spots around the perimeter. No wall climbing marks anywhere else. I remember Master Gao mentioning that the back lanes are locked at each intersection with wooden gates. Ordinary people can't get in." "I don't think they came through the lanes," Beiwei said. "The front entrance uses main roads, too conspicuous for this kind of work. If I were running this operation, I'd come over the city wall." "The city wall? The back courtyards of all these houses butt right up against it," Beiwei nodded. "There are no ramps up or down, but the wall is virtually deserted most of the time. Once you're up there, it's like a highway circling the entire city." "That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Remember when someone tried to sneak in and eavesdrop the other day? I threw a rock at them. That person ran off toward the city wall. I think we're dealing with the same group. So this was premeditated, but who would do this and why? No idea, but we need to get Director Wen back first. We'll figure the rest out once the professionals arrive to examine the scene." "Agreed. We should also notify Gao Jus and ask him to help search. He's the local strongman, he knows people." "What if Gao Jus is involved?" "I doubt it. What would he gain from kidnapping Director Wen?" "Still can't rule it out." Beiwei's expression darkened. "Damn it, my knife is gone too." He'd paid good money for that blade on a sword-collecting website. Now it had vanished along with his 3515 brand military boots. Alone in the study, Xiao Zishan sat turning the puzzle over in his mind. No matter how he analyzed it, Master Gao remained the prime suspect. He was the only one who knew they lived here. But what was the motive? Xiao Zishan believed firmly that everything in this world had a motive. What could Gao Jus hope to gain? Extortion seemed pointless. The merchant was already profiting handsomely from their trade. Perhaps he wanted to use Director Wen as leverage to guarantee exclusive monopoly on all Australian goods going forward. That was conceivable. But even so, why resort to such elaborate measures? Wall climbing, knockout incense. Wall climbing, knockout incense. When you stripped it down, this was the work of Jianghu professionals. Understanding began to crystallize. Xiao Zishan called Sun Chang back. "Are you familiar with the street gangs and underworld elements in Guangzhou?" "No," Sun Chang replied. "I'm not a local, and I'm not Cantonese. Besides, I've always worked within the Gao mansion. The family scrutinizes the backgrounds of all household servants very strictly. Anyone with connections to unsavory elements is never hired." Xiao Zishan nodded. That statement went a long way toward clearing Sun Chang of suspicion. The servant hesitated, seeming to have more to say. "If you have something on your mind, speak freely," Xiao Zishan said. "I believe in trusting those I employ and employing those I trust." "Yes, master," encouraged, Sun Chang spoke. "I have a suggestion." "Go on." "In Nanhai County, there's an escort agency called the Qiwei Escort Bureau. It's a small operation, their routes aren't long, but they have a specialty, store-sitting." "Store-sitting?" "Yes. The masters may not know. Shopkeepers are often harassed and extorted by street thugs, so they hire escort guards to sit in their shops and keep order." "Like security guards," Xiao Zishan said, understanding. Sun Chang didn't recognize the term but agreed anyway and continued. "Escort guards who sit in shops know the local street thugs and lowlifes intimately. If we engage their help, they can certainly gather information for us. And if this was the work of ordinary underworld rats, they might even be able to rescue the hostage." Note: store-sitting, as an escort bureau service, is documented only in Qing Dynasty, Beijing. I haven't found records of it elsewhere. Also, the escort bureau industry generally appears only in the Kangxi period of the Qing. My view is that given the commercial economy of the Song, Yuan, and Ming dynasties, similar trades or organizations must have existed. but since I couldn't find documentation, I've used Qing-era sources. End of chapter. Chapter 30. 17th Century Deduction. You have contacts at the Qiwei Escort Bureau, Xiao Zishan asked immediately. I do, Sun Chang replied without hesitation. The manager and all the guards hail from my home region. It turned out the Qiwei Escort Bureau was staffed entirely by Jiangxi natives, their routes running exclusively between Guangzhou and Nanchang. Many of the Bureau's guards had trained alongside Sun Chang at the same martial arts school. Whether to involve the Escort Bureau was not a decision Xiao Zishan could make alone. The stakes were too high. After a moment's hesitation, he told Sun Chang they would discuss it later and instructed him to keep all gates secured. When the executive committee received the news, they convened an emergency session immediately. Someone had dared to kidnap a transmigrator. If they could tolerate this, they could tolerate anything. The room buzzed with vengeful energy. Everyone wanted to teach the perpetrators a lesson. They summoned Ran Yao, the former police officer, along with several mystery enthusiasts well-versed in Conan Doyle and Agatha Christie. Ziyazhu produced a cache of hidden 5-shot shotguns. Someone proposed manufacturing grenades to give the natives a taste of modern warfare. Others volunteered to cobble together sulfuric acid bombs. The meeting threatened to descend into chaos until Ma Qianju stepped forward. We can't send a mob over there. Why the hell not? Engineer Wang demanded, his face flushed with anger. Sending a crowd won't help. It'll only create confusion. Ma Qianju remained calm. That's Ming-era Guangzhou we're talking about. We don't know the streets, we don't have maps, we can't navigate. What good does it do to send dozens of people? Even if someone told you exactly where Director Wen was being held, could you find it? The room fell silent. Apparently no one had considered this. Ming-era problems require Ming-era solutions. What we need right now is intelligence. Once we know Director Wen's whereabouts, we can proceed, whether that means armed rescue or paying ransom. But if a noisy crowd shows up, Zishan and Engineer Wang will have a difficult time explaining things to their local partners. Pay ransom? How can you even suggest that? Someone protested. We're not going to cave like cowards. Never. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the room. The transmigrators often paid lip service to respecting ancient wisdom, saying things like, "Don't underestimate our ancestors," and people back then were quite formidable. But deep down, they brimmed with modern superiority. The notion of civilized modern people, compromising with ignorant backward ancients, wounded their pride just to contemplate. If we can resolve this quickly and safely, compromise isn't shameful, Ma Qianju said, holding his ground. Armed rescue has problems. First, we lack intelligence. Second, it might endanger Director Wen's life. And finally, he surveyed the room. Our goal here isn't to wage war against the Ming-era underworld. As tempers cooled slightly, he continued. We'll prepare for both possibilities. Ran Yao should still go to examine the crime scene. His investigative skills will be sufficient. This isn't some locked room mystery, so the detective fiction buffs can sit this one out. Several mystery enthusiasts lodged half-hearted protests. If we need an armed solution, we already have Beiwei on site. I propose the athletics group send 2 additional people as backup. Any more would just get in the way. Lin Shen pushed through the crowd. I'm going too. Give me that Imei small-caliber rifle. I've shot sniper rifles in America, practically never miss within 500 meters. Fine, you're in. That's enough. Ma Qianju cut off the remaining volunteers with a wave. To Engineer Wang, he added, tell Zishan to leverage Ming-era capabilities. Don't rely too heavily on force alone. Understood. With the discussion concluded, everyone scrambled to pack gear. Ran Yao brought his camera and criminal investigation notebook. He had fingerprint collection tools as well, but those were useless here. The Ming Dynasty had no fingerprint database. The athletics group packed 3 5-shot shotguns. Ammunition was scarce, and there was no time to reload fresh rounds, so each gun received only 10 shells. They also assembled reconnaissance equipment, night vision goggles, radio beacons. Listening devices couldn't be obtained on short notice, but voice recorders, microphones, and cameras were scrounged together. Walkie-talkies, smoke canisters, tear gas grenades, gas masks, and assorted odds and ends, whether useful or not, filled 2 large backpacks. Ran Yao accompanied Xiao Zishan and Sun Chang as they inspected Director Wen's room and the entire compound, sketching several diagrams along the way. Sun Chang was astonished that within a few hours, more Australians had materialized, even more surprising than learning Master Wen had been kidnapped. He watched this new Australian work in silence, prowling methodically through the rooms and courtyard, now climbing a ladder, now lying flat on the ground peering through a small magnifying glass, occasionally scribbling in a notebook with some kind of pen. He concluded this must be an Australian constable, though he couldn't fathom how the man had arrived so quickly. After more than an hour of investigation, Ran Yao had largely reconstructed the crime. This was a coordinated operation involving multiple perpetrators. In the room, he briefed the grim-faced rescue team. A large square table had been stood on end to serve as an improvised blackboard, its black-lacquered rosewood surface now defaced with chalk marks. This is the route the criminals used to enter. He drew a floor plan on the table. The courtyard wall here is quite tall, roughly 7 to 8 meters. A human pyramid wouldn't work at that height, so they must have used a grappling hook. There are obvious grip marks on the wall coping, along with many fallen tiles. Grappling hooks are real, very real. I've seen documentation of burglary cases using such tools well into the 1940s and 50s. After entering, the criminals first used knockout incense on the servants in the outer courtyard, then moved inward and drugged each of our 4 colleagues in turn, proceeding from east to west. They waited outside for some time before calmly searching each room. They broke the padlock on the crossing point room and attempted to pry open the steel grating. There are at least 3 or 4 pry marks on the bars. From the abrasion patterns, the tool was probably a crude blade or similar long, narrow iron implement. Finally, they carried the unconscious director Wen out through the back courtyard gate. Though the traces aren't entirely clear, based on footprints extracted from the muddy ground and friction marks on the walls, I've identified at least 3 distinct sets of footprints inside the compound. Outside the wall, there's another set. So we're looking at a minimum of 4 perpetrators. Their heights range from 1.55 to 1.6 meters. They carried specialized climbing equipment, weapons, and narcotics, professional criminals without question. One peculiar detail stands out. Among the 4 sets of footprints, one person was barefoot. While going barefoot was common in ancient times, this is Guangzhou proper, not some remote backwater. This could be a significant lead. You mean there are social groups accustomed to going barefoot? Exactly. At least one of the criminals habitually goes without shoes. It's unlikely to be a personal quirk, more probably a custom shared by an entire social group. Who would that be? The room puzzled over this. I'm not a historian, Ran Yao admitted with a helpless shrug. In the modern world, this case would be trivially easy. The traces this gang had left were as obvious as walking around without pants under contemporary forensic techniques. Unfortunately, this was 17th century Ming Dynasty China, no fingerprint databases, no criminal records to consult. He was utterly ignorant of this ancient city's social fabric. Standard investigative methods were useless here. Disappointment settled over the room. They had expected a professional investigator to make short work of these petty criminals. Apparently not. Modern criminal investigation, they were learning, depended heavily on long-accumulated intelligence and archives. Is there anything else you can tell us? What about motive? Was this premeditated or opportunistic? Xiao Zishan pressed. Premeditated without question. Ran Yao reconstructed the sequence. The criminals had detailed knowledge of this compound. There are over 20 rooms of various sizes here, yet knockout incense was used only in occupied ones. On the windows of empty rooms, I found no dosing holes. The reason they resorted to knockout incense is obvious. They knew you had strong defensive capabilities. Otherwise, they wouldn't have needed it to succeed. Director Wen always carries pepper spray wherever he goes. Also, as Beiwei mentioned, you had an intrusion attempt a few days ago. That was almost certainly the criminals casing the location. As for motive, that's where things get puzzling. Ran Yao stroked his chin thoughtfully. Judging from the stolen items, they clearly came for valuables, but kidnapping Director Wen alone suggests a targeted abduction. Do they know Director Wen's identity as an Australian sea merchant? I'm certain they do. Ran Yao pointed at the list of stolen items. This gang wasn't just interested in silver, they specifically targeted your Australian goods. They left most Ming-era valuables untouched. Instead, they took your shoes, socks, ballpoint pens, modern trinkets. They came prepared. You mean, this isn't simple theft or kidnapping? Ran Yao shook his head slowly. I believe Director Wen's abduction may not be for ransom at all. The room fell into hushed conference, and everyone agreed to leverage Ming-era resources for intelligence gathering. Xiao Zishan turned to Sun Chang. Bring the manager of the Qiwei Escort Bureau here. End of chapter. Chapter 31. The Qiwei Escort Bureau help rescue a hostage. The elderly manager of the Qiwei Escort Bureau, Sun Kecheng, rolled his eyes and fixed them on Sun Chang, who had come bearing the summons. This Sun Chang was his disciple-nephew by martial lineage and a distant blood relative besides, yet his blunt personality had always made him unpopular. After drifting to Guangzhou with nothing to show for it, the man had simply sold himself into servitude. Sun Kecheng often brooded over this. What a waste of genuine martial skill. He had considered finding Sun Chang a position at the Bureau, but times had been lean. The escort trade wasn't like other businesses where adding a person merely meant another pair of chopsticks at the table. In this line of work, every position served a purpose. When contracts flowed, you hired. More work meant more hands, which meant higher expenses eating into slim margins. When business dried up, you didn't dismiss anyone. The whole company tightened its belt together. With things as they were, taking on new staff was out of the question. Yes, Sun Chang said. My masters request that you come to discuss the matter. Sun Kecheng frowned in confusion. He recalled that Sun Chang now served at the Hainan Street mansion of Gao Jus, a merchant of considerable standing. Master Gao was a well-connected figure in Guangzhou. Why seek out an escort bureau instead of going through official channels when someone had been snatched? As for hostage rescue, escort bureaus generally wanted no part of it. The relationship between escort services and bandits was built on harmony, what the Jianghu called making friends, not on life-or-death battles. Rescuing a hostage meant snatching meat from a wolf's jaws. Anyone bold enough to kidnap someone in the provincial capital was no petty thief. It would mean a vicious fight, and win or lose, once the Bureau's involvement was known, they would have made blood enemies of dangerous men. Still, the current situation was desperate. Since the first year of Tianqi, disorder had spread everywhere, escort routes had grown increasingly perilous, and income kept dwindling. The Bureau had 100 mouths to feed. After considerable deliberation, he finally agreed to take the job. First, this commission could relieve half the Bureau's financial strain. Second, according to his disciple-nephew, these new masters were Australian sea merchants, and this piqued Sun Kecheng's interest. Australian goods had gained sudden fame in recent months. These merchants were not only wealthy but treated their people generously. They had even permitted Sun Chang to restore his original surname. Clearly, they were benevolent gentlemen. For reasons of both sentiment and profit, he owed them his help. Xiao Zishan and Ran Yao regarded the escort bureau manager with some skepticism when Sun Chang's recommendation finally walked through their door. They had expected a burly giant with a bearded face, the heroic type from martial arts tales. Instead, what arrived was an ordinary middle-aged man wearing a plain silk cap and a cross-collared jacket, indistinguishable from common folk on any Guangzhou street. Though his steps remained steady and sure, he hardly looked the part of a martial hero, but they needed someone who could gather information, and quickly. Gao Dai had already volunteered to go out scouting, but no one dared pin all their hopes on a handful of children. They recounted the entire affair, including all of Ran Yao's investigative findings. After hearing Xiao Zishan's briefing and the conclusions they had drawn, Sun Keqiang nodded slowly. "You have an expert among you, I see. We're strangers here and don't understand the city's ways," Xiao Zishan replied. "We must trouble Manager Sun for assistance." Of course, Sun Keqiang smiled. "Sun Chang has found favor with you. For that alone, the Qiwei Escort Bureau will give its full support." He paused, considering. "You mentioned there was one barefoot person among the intruders. In this city, even villagers coming to town wear at least wooden clogs or straw sandals. The only people who go barefoot year-round are one kind, the Danjia boat people." Danjia, Xiao Zishan seemed to recognize the term, something about an ancient low-born caste. "Exactly. The masters don't know about the Danjia," Sun Keqiang settled into explanation. The so-called Danjia, also known as egg households, were water-dwelling people distributed along the coastal bays and inland rivers of Fujian, Guangdong, and Guangxi provinces. Their descendants take boats as homes and fishing as livelihood. They read hidden currents by the color of the water. In ancient times they were called dragon households. Common folk call them Danjia. They're fishermen. Though the Danjia make their living on the water, only some are fishermen. But not all fishermen are Danjia. He explained that the Danjia engaged in every kind of water-based trade imaginable. Their boats could be found at almost every inlet and fork of the Pearl River. If there was a Danjia person among the kidnappers, things became much clearer. Director Wen was very likely being held on some boat. This was the South City. Climb over the city wall and you were at the Pearl River. Once the criminals boarded a vessel, they had the whole sea as an escape route. Moreover, the Danjia formed an extremely closed community with dialects and customs entirely distinct from land dwellers. Without someone familiar with their inner circles, gathering information would be nearly impossible. Hearing this, everyone's heart sank. "There are thousands of boats on the water, if not tens of thousands," Ran Yao said, frustration rising. "Even an inspection would take a month or more." He forgot momentarily that in this time and place he had no authority to conduct any inspection. The masters needn't despair. It's not as difficult as it seems. Sun Keqiang raised a calming hand. Though the Danjia and land dwellers keep separate and bear each other no love, they wouldn't be behind a kidnapping. This must be outside criminals working in league with pleasure boat prostitutes. These women often engage in illicit activities. That knockout incense isn't something common in the Jianghu underworld. It's more like what water-based prostitutes use to rob men of their money. He smiled confidently. "Master Wen should be on one of those flower boats." "Where do these flower boats moor?" "The Danjia flower boats gather mostly around Qiwei Islet at White Goose Pool. I'll send out escort guards as soon as I return." He paused, his expression growing serious. "But there are a few things I must make clear, heed them carefully. First, avoid reporting to the officials." Though Master Gao's influence could dispatch every constable in the prefecture in both counties with a single calling card, those men are rogues themselves. A fat sheep at their door won't move them without their palms being greased with silver. They might even collude with the criminals. Second, don't seize whoever delivers the ransom letter. Such people are either street beggars hired temporarily or common thugs. They won't know the real criminals. Grabbing them is useless and will only alert the other side. After dark, the city gates close. We don't know the terrain beyond the walls. Fighting them on their ground, we might not have the upper hand. Finally, don't act rashly. They certainly have lookouts watching your residence. But these watchers are also hired helpers who can't tell you much. After seeing Manager Sun off, everyone agreed that simply waiting for news wasn't the answer. Fortunately, if the other side wanted ransom, there would have to be letters exchanged. This was a thread leading to the kidnappers. Tailing someone through Ming-era Guangzhou was impossible for them, but modern surveillance technology certainly could work. They immediately installed cameras throughout the compound, and established a monitoring station in the courtyard, powered by banks of batteries, 24-hour continuous surveillance of every approach. Lin Shen walked a circuit of the perimeter and mounted several wireless cameras on the front courtyard roof to watch the street. Then he donned a camouflage jacket, took up binoculars, night vision goggles, a walkie-talkie, and a rifle, and climbed the compound's only large tree. Among the dense branches, he constructed a platform and began trading shifts with Beiwei on Overwatch, ready to respond at a moment's notice. Ran Yao changed into servant's clothes, clipped a DV camera to his waist, and walked up and down Heipan Street several times with Sun Chang as his guide. Found the surveillance. He came back and tossed the camera on the table. Everyone perked up and crowded around as he played back the footage. There are 4 people watching. He pointed at a peddler on the screen. See this one, absent-minded, eyes constantly drifting toward Master Gao's front gate. This one's dressed as a beggar, but instead of working the busy street, he's hiding in the dead-end alley by the Gao mansion's side gate. This one is watching our front entrance, and this fellow sitting alone drinking tea in the tea house, he's probably the leader. They likely have 1 or 2 more serving as runners to relay reports. Ran Yao looked up. Let's print out photos of these people, 1 copy for everyone. Good. Should we grab them? These people are probably just outer ring members. They may not know the real details. If only we could tail them. The leader should be meeting with the main conspirators. Possible. Too bad we can't follow them. What about planting a wireless beacon on him? Better to just put the beacon in the ransom. That way we can track it straight to their lair. Theoretically possible. Lin Shen shook his head. But here we have no map, no GPS. We can't do precise positioning from the signal. All we can manage is radio direction finding for rough positioning, and the terrain is too complex. The key problem is no map. The Ming should have maps. Have someone go buy a few. Sun Chang already bought one, but this map. Someone unfolded it with a grimace. It's really useless. Ming-era cartography remained quite primitive. Modern mapping techniques had only begun reaching China with Matteo Ricci around this period. Still, it's an option. Who knows radio direction finding? I can do it, Beiwei said. Then it'll be up to you when the time comes. Best if we can just find out the location and go rescue him directly. Shouldn't be a problem. From Manager Sun's tone, he'll have the whereabouts within a few days. I wonder how Director Wen is doing right now. Manager Sun returned to the escort bureau, drank several pots of strong tea, and sat thinking. He had thumped his chest with confidence at the Australian merchant's residence, and in truth he was already 7 or 8 parts certain. That water-based prostitutes were involved was beyond doubt. Even if the Australian constable Ran hadn't mentioned the barefoot footprints, the lingering scent Sun Kecheng had detected in the room told him as much. But how to investigate presented its own difficulties. Escort Bureau rules forbade setting foot in brothels and flower boats, and he knew no one inside those circles. Fortunately, flower boats still depended on land-based vendors for food and supplies. From those small merchants who specialized in serving the boats, they could surely learn something. If nothing else, an extra person aboard meant considerably more provisions each day. He summoned several escort guards and split them into 2 groups. One would disguise themselves as traveling merchants and make discreet inquiries. The other would question familiar vendors. After giving these instructions, he added one final thought. Pay attention to whether any boat has recently taken on a charter customer, or which boat has suddenly stopped receiving clients. Flower boats were small. It was impossible to hide a hostage while still entertaining guests. Once they located where the hostage was hidden, the rescue itself would be straightforward. Manager Sun had handled hostage recoveries for several old clients before. He knew kidnappers rarely stayed with their captives. Those guarding the prisoner were usually small fry. This served 2 purposes: to keep the real criminals from being seen by the victim, and to ensure that if authorities discovered the hiding place, the masterminds wouldn't go down with it. But as that Constable Ran had said, the Escort Bureau's main job was to gather intelligence. How to act in the end was their decision. End of chapter. Chapter 32. Response sleep is the state closest to death. Director Wen woke with this phrase inexplicably lodged in his mind. He opened his eyes to find a pale red canopy swaying above him, its watergrass patterns rippling like something alive. A faint, feminine fragrance drifted to his nostrils. He closed his eyes to savor it, then snapped them open again. Where am I? Had he not already lived through the wormhole, he would have been 90% certain he'd transmigrated into someone else's body. His thoughts sharpened. Wasn't he staying at the mansion Gao Jus had given them? That bed had a canopy too, but just an ordinary blue cotton curtain, nothing this ornate, this feminine. So where exactly was this place? He tried to sit up, but his head felt leaden and his limbs ached with a bone-deep weariness. He looked around, a cramped room with no windows on any wall. Besides the large bed beneath him, there was only a small table and a single chair. A vase of potted plants sat on the table, 2 landscape paintings adorned the walls, nothing else. He moved to dress and discovered that his stab-resistant vest, belt, and waterproof boots were gone. His folding knife, stun gun, and pepper spray, items he never went without, had all vanished. This alarmed him considerably. As a longtime survivalist, these were practically Wen Daisy's protective talismans. Finding himself stripped of every defense in an unknown situation sent ice through his veins. The door creaked open. A lean, medium-built man stepped in, his sallow complexion radiating a certain viciousness. Director Wen was no fool. One glance told him this visitor meant trouble. With his own situation still unclear, he decided to hold his tongue. "How are you, shopkeeper Wen?" The man offered a casual salute with his fists, deliberately letting his sleeve fall back to reveal the short sword at his waist. Wen Daisy caught a slight Hokkien accent in his speech. "May I ask who you are?" The man laughed coldly and sprawled in the chair. "We all make our living on the sea. Word is that shopkeeper Wen came from Australia and made a fortune selling rare goods. We'd like to know where your ship is moored and what route you sail, so we brothers can look out for each other on the water." Wen Daisy ignored the question. "Where is this place?" "This is merely temporary lodging for shopkeeper Wen. No need to know more." The man's expression turned threatening. "We're very curious about Australian affairs. We hope the shopkeeper won't be stingy with information." Director Wen thought, "You skinny little runt, you think I'm scared of you." Under normal circumstances, he would have already given the man a thorough beating, but his hands and feet throbbed with weakness. He could barely move. Better not to take reckless risks. "Certainly," he said. "What would you like to know? What ship brought you to the Great Ming? Where is it moored now?" This was the question Wen Daisy dreaded most. There was simply no way to explain the truth, and lies would crumble under the slightest investigation. Since no Australian ship existed, his only option was to shift the blame onto a vessel that did. "Australian-built ships aren't suited for long voyages," he said, "so we only went as far as Borneo. From there, we transferred to a Portuguese vessel." This was half true. The man couldn't easily refute it. The interrogator then asked how they had entered Guangzhou. Wen Daisy's mind raced. Since this group had kidnapped him, they obviously weren't aligned with Gao Jus, possibly even his enemies. His only option now was to tie every verifiable fact to Gao Jus. That way they couldn't cross-check and his lies wouldn't be exposed. He recalled everything Xiao Zishan had told him about the smuggling merchants of Hainan Street. With his story prepared, he spoke. "Back in Australia, we'd heard from overseas merchants that Guangzhou in the Great Ming was richer than whole nations, but outsiders weren't allowed into the city to trade. By chance, we learned from a Portuguese sailor about a place called Yaoyu Islet at the Pearl River estuary, a haven for foreign merchants looking to smuggle goods. We disembarked there and paid someone to bring us into Guangzhou. That person delivered us to Master Gao Jus's mansion. Oh, and this person's name. We were newcomers. We didn't dare ask too many questions. I believe his surname was Wang. Wang, boss of Yaoyu Islet. This was just a passing whisper he'd once caught from the Gao household servants. Strange, Wang boss says he doesn't know any Australian merchants. A clear, flirtatious female voice came from beyond the door. As the words faded, a young woman stepped out from behind it. She wore a lotus root-colored, close-fitting, cross-collared jacket and a pale blue pleated skirt. Tall and slender, with arched brows, red lips, and skin luminous as jade, she possessed large, bright eyes that swept about as she spoke, naturally coquettish. But looking more closely, there was a subtle hint of menace in her gaze. Wang Boss seemed quite wary of this girl. He scrambled to his feet and offered his seat with a fawning smile. She accepted without ceremony, settling into the chair with easy grace. A pair of lovely eyes, seemingly able to peer into one's soul, roamed over Director Wen. His heart pounded. What's this girl's game? Where in 17th century Ming did such a person come from? And you are? Wen Dacey asked. Unsettled by her words, he knew that speaking up to defend himself would easily reveal flaws. Better to stall. Hey now, none of your concern, Wang Boss began. Oh, Boss Wang, don't say that. She cut him off with a dismissive wave. I'm not some villain. I'm someone with a reputation on these seas. Why be so secretive? She smiled. I'm Li Xia. She stood, lifted the hems of her skirt with both hands, placed her right foot back and dipped into a graceful curtsy. Director Wen's brain buzzed. Could this girl also be a transmigrator? Were there others in this world besides them? Forcing himself to stay calm, he rose and offered a slight bow. I am Wen Dacey. Now it was Li Xia's turn to look startled. Australia also practices Western etiquette. Wen Dacey noticed that the girl's hair and pupils had a slight brown tint, and her long hair was gently curled. He guessed she probably had Portuguese blood. Such local-born mixed-race individuals were common in Macau, some even having two Portuguese parents. The curtsy was simply Western manners, nothing more. Reassured, he smiled. In Australia, we normally practice Western etiquette. Yet you still call yourselves children of Huaxia. Isn't that a collapse of ritual and music? She teased. Our hearts turn toward Huaxia, thus we are children of Huaxia. It has nothing to do with ritual and music. Quite imposing. Li Xia sat in the chair, casually toying with a small knife, which Wen Dacey recognized as his own ever-present folding blade. But shopkeeper Wen, you haven't answered my question. Wang Boss really doesn't know you. She gazed at him lazily, her sweet voice taking on a dangerous edge. For the rest of your life, you do intend to exist in male form, yes? Wen Dacey broke into a cold sweat. He knew this girl, however coquettish her speech, was probably utterly ruthless. With such a person, showing weakness wouldn't work, but neither would outright defiance. He thought, I only said his surname seemed to be Wang. I never specified which Wang. Besides, Xiao Zishan had told him that groups like the fishing smuggling gangs on Yaoyu Islet were extremely exclusive. Outsiders couldn't possibly get information. He sneered inwardly, you're just casting a bluff. I don't know any Wang Boss, he said evenly. I only heard his surname seemed to be Wang. To soften his tone, he smiled. We come from overseas. We only know how to sell goods and make money. We don't go around asking about other people's affairs. You lot really do have black eyes that only see silver. Forgive us, pursuing profit is a merchant's nature. Why do I feel that shopkeeper Wen and all your people are rather extraordinary? Li Xia leaned slightly closer. A faint rose-water scent reached his nostrils. Pursuing profit, who in this world isn't a fly chasing after gain? Even emperors merely pursue the interests of their own family name. Her eyes flickered. Am I right, shopkeeper Wen? Yes, yes. Miss Li instructs wisely. When Dacey began suspecting again whether she was a transmigrator, if she really was, hopefully not a Fujoshi. While he was lost in thought, Miss Li sat up primly and laid out a pile of objects on the table, all random items, including Xiao Zishan's socks and Engineer Wang's ballpoint pen. They had one thing in common, nothing from this time-space. Are all of these made in Australia? They are. Then this graceful young beauty actually picked up Xiao Zishan's nylon socks, clearly knowing exactly what they were, using a bamboo skewer. This sock, how is it made? How is this thread spun? Why is it so transparent yet stretchy? They're knitted socks made with a knitting machine. Wen Dacey was well versed in early modern machinery. The first hand-cranked knitting frame had been invented in England in 1598, producing only 16 loops at a time, still quite primitive. Only 30 years had passed since then. Probably even the Portuguese didn't know about it. Made with a machine, the girl gazed thoughtfully at the socks. Yes, and this thread, raw silk, can't produce such elasticity. When Daisy thought this would be difficult to explain, knitting machines he could at least describe sensibly, but tell her this thread was refined from petroleum, then his nether regions would probably immediately cease to exist in male form. This material is called nylon. It's not silkworm silk. How it's produced is a closely guarded secret in our country. We merchants have no idea. Licia nodded, but disappointment flickered in her eyes. When Daisy's heart stirred, surely those long, slender legs would be wasted without a pair of stockings. Next time they should definitely bring plenty of nylon stockings. It seems Australian writing is also Western style. Licia sighed, fiddling with the ballpoint pen, reluctant to put it down. This pen doesn't need to be dipped in ink, quite convenient. Your goods truly make me feel like a frog in a well. I never imagined there was such a place in the world capable of making such ingenious things. You flatter us. Now that you've opened this sea route, you'll be trading regularly from now on. Well, when Daisy wasn't sure how to answer, HMPH, it doesn't matter. The girl gave a cold smile, seeming to speak more to herself than to him. The waters off Guangzhou will fall into the Grand Chief's hands any day now. If you want to keep your ships and cargo safe for the long term, wisdom would serve you well. With that, she rose and left without another word. End of chapter. Chapter 33, the rescue plan. The moment the girl stepped out, Boss Wang hurried to her side. Boss Li, what did he say? A mixture of truth and lies. Licia's voice was cold. Some of it can't be verified, so we had no choice but to let him talk. Give him a taste of pain, he'll spill everything. Not on a flower boat. She cut him off with a sharp gesture. Too many eyes and ears, too little space. If there's howling and screaming, word spreads immediately. Move him somewhere else before the interrogation. Good, I'll arrange it right away. After you get his confession, do what you want with him. If you want to leave yourselves an out, don't damage him too badly. Best would be to dispose of him cleanly. Dead men tell no tales. Boss Wang nodded, understanding she'd decided on permanent silence. Send the information to the usual place. I'll be staying in Guangzhou a while longer. She called out, let's go, and from the shadows emerged another slender figure wrapped in a black cloak. The two jumped ashore and vanished into the darkness. After a long silence, two accomplices emerged from the cabin. Boss Wang, what about us? HMPH. How can we not eat fat meat that's fallen into our hands? Boss Wang spat into the water in contempt. Who does she think she is? Just an errand runner for the Grand Chief. About moving locations. Move my ass. What does that girl know? Howling and screaming. He laughed derisively. Just pull the flower boat out, find some desolate creek to moor in, and take our time questioning him. You could administer the 10 great tortures of the Ming and no one would hear a thing. 10 great tortures of the Ming, is that even real? The underling looked puzzled. His companion understood the truth. Boss Wang was simply too stingy to pay for a new hideout and too attached to his paramour on this boat. Why not keep the profits in the family? Still, it was true this place had too many eyes. Master Gao wasn't someone to take lightly either. Extra precautions would be necessary. After some thought, Boss Wang issued his orders. Keep him hidden on King Yan's small boat. Ma San and little Zhao will watch him. He then positioned 2 more sentries at key access points. One was a Danjia man skilled with throwing knives, deadly accurate within 20 paces. Boss Wang placed him closest to the flower boat. If anyone came to rescue the hostage, a pair of flying blades could take down 1 or 2 men, buying enough time for Ma San to row the small boat away. The enemy might also approach by water, so he stationed his greatest investment, a military archer, on the flower boat's rear deck. From that elevated vantage point, the man could cover the water and embankment within 100 paces. No matter how influential or wealthy Master Gao might be, whether he sent constables or escort guards, they'd be nothing before a sharpshooter who could hit a willow leaf at 100 paces. Boss Wang savored the thought. This archer was a military deserter, but his skills were superb, fast, and accurate. Hiring him through the city's underworld had cost good money. Silver, Boss Wang never begrudged it. In the end, whoever paid the ransom would foot the bill. Why save money for others? For the 3 sentries and 2 guards, he paid 10 taels each up front, with another 50 taels promised from the ransom. Even the worthless bouncer on the flower boat got 5 taels. The whole gang of petty criminals was now in high spirits, eager for action. While making arrangements, the liaison sent to coordinate with the Hainan street surveillance team returned. Boss Wang had established a system, twice daily reports, morning and evening, on activity at the Gao mansion and the sea merchant's residence. Any movement, nothing unusual. The Gao household is bustling, lots of people coming and going, but no one went to the authorities or an escort bureau. Word is they're receiving an important guest from the capital. And the Australian merchants, nothing visible from outside, but what? They've been setting off firecrackers all day. It's confirmed. Ran Yao stood once again before the upended square table, except now the chalk stick was actual chalk instead of a lime cake. Wen Dynasty is being held on the 4th flower boat at He Embankment in White Goose Pool. The boat is called Guangzhou. Several people led by Beiwei sat silently watching Ran Yao and the table. Behind them on a large painting desk sat multiple walkie-talkie chargers, while a 19-inch LCD monitor displayed nearly 10 camera feeds in rotation. Below the desk, computer cases, battery banks, and tangles of wire cluttered the floor. The air was stifling. Xiao Zishan, on monitor duty, wore only an old man's undershirt and was still dripping with sweat. A blown-up digital photo was taped to the rosewood tabletop. This type of flower boat had a wide, flat bow with the stern raised high. A large sweep oar was mounted at the stern, with 2 smaller oars at the bow, convenient for maneuvering in narrow waters. The boat was elaborately decorated with carved beams and painted rafters. All flower boats, regardless of size, had 3 sections: bow cabin, middle cabin, and stern. The middle cabin was largest, about half the vessel's length, with curtains hanging on all 4 sides for privacy. Based on their analysis, Director Wen was most likely being held there. 5 people regularly lived aboard: the madam, 2 prostitutes, a servant woman, and a bouncer. According to reconnaissance from the Qiwei Escort Bureau, this flower boat has displayed a closed for charter sign since the 20th of last month. Over the past 10-odd days, several strangers have been coming and going regularly. Though they can speak Cantonese, they're not locals. Some have been overheard speaking Hokkien to each other. Except for one surnamed Wang, none of them stay overnight on the boat. This Wang suspect leaves early every morning and returns near dusk. 3 days ago, the day Director Wen disappeared, these people all vanished, but the charter sign stayed up. Daily food and vegetable deliveries haven't decreased. Yesterday, someone spotted one of the boat's prostitutes showing off a small, shiny object. Based on the escort guard's description, we believe it to be a nail clipper. A nail clipper? Yes. A small 5 Rams brand nail clipper with a plastic cover. According to the missing items list, it should belong to Xiao Zishan. There's one more piece of evidence. He taped up another digital photo. Based on photographs and identification of individuals around that boat over the past 2 days, this person matches the suspicious individual we photographed at the Hainan Street tea house on the day of the incident. 2 days earlier, after the Qiwei Escort Bureau efficiently reported that Director Wen was likely being held on a flower boat at White Goose Pool, Ran Yao and Beiwei, accompanied by Sun Chang, and using the Gao household women's sedan procession as cover, had conducted prolonged on-site surveillance at White Goose Pool. They gathered extensive material. Their investigation confirmed the Escort Bureau's intelligence was reliable. There was no time to waste. They decided to act immediately. The ransom letter hadn't arrived yet, meaning the situation remained stable. Once the criminals moved locations, finding them again would become far more difficult. Ran Yao would lead the operation, 3 from the athletics group plus Lin Shen, with several escort guards assisting. The plan was straightforward. Lin Shen would use the small-caliber rifle to suppress the battlefield. The athletics group would split into 2 assault teams. Ran Yao's team would attack the flower boat head-on from the embankment, while Beiwei led another team in a rowing boat to cut off the water escape route. Once successful, escort bureau carriages waiting on the embankment would pick everyone up. The reason for not retreating by water was simple. The Danjia were expert swimmers and boatmen. If pursued, the transmigrators might not be their match. The operation was set for 5:30. The transmigrators had learned White Goose Pool's rhythms. In this season, flower boat business didn't start until after 6. Before that, there would be few pedestrians, but visibility would still be good. After the operation, everyone would retreat into the city before the gates closed. If the criminal leaders were outside the city walls, by the time they reacted they wouldn't be able to enter. If they were inside, news wouldn't reach them in time. Ancient communication was basically people walking on 2 legs. In this, the transmigrators held a natural advantage. Wouldn't it be better to move at night? We have night vision goggles, they'd be blind. After dark, the city gates close. We don't know the terrain out here. Fighting them on their ground, we might not have the upper hand. And Ming-era night blindness may not be as widespread as we imagine. With the plan set, everyone prepared separately. All wore stab-proof vests and emergency inflatable lifebelts in case of falling overboard. The 4 assault team members had steel helmets, goggles, combat boots, and stab-proof gloves, protected from head to toe. To avoid attention, they wore hooded cloth cloaks over everything. Engineer Wang would stay to guard the residents with a 5-shot shotgun. Xiao Zishan would accompany the escort bureau pickup team as communications officer with the walkie-talkies. Everyone received a walkie-talkie for constant contact. After lunch, Lin Shen spoke briefly with Xiao Zishan, who nodded and left. Lin Shen then took the Amei brand small-caliber rifle and began a field strip on the table. It was an excellent domestic sporting rifle, the M751 free rifle, chambered in .22 long rifle. With a 4x scope, he was confident he could hit a human target within 200 meters. But though he'd fired many guns abroad, he had no feel for this particular rifle. To ensure accuracy, he needed test shots. The rifle was old but well-maintained. Lin Shen stripped and cleaned methodically. While he worked, Beiwei came over from the front courtyard. Seeing him occupied with the gun, Beiwei swallowed whatever he'd been about to say and watched in silence. Only after the rifle was reassembled did he speak. "Shen," he began haltingly, uncertain how to frame it, "about you being sniper. What, afraid I can't handle it?" Lin Shen was unconcerned. He raised the rifle and practiced shouldering it several times. "Well, I know you've fired more guns in America than I've ever seen, and you can talk circles around anyone about small arms." Beiwei hesitated. "But you've never been in the military. Real combat is different from playing at the range." He took a breath. "By rights, I should be doing this myself, but the assault team is already short-handed." "Don't worry." Lin Shen set down the rifle without elaboration. "Come watch me test fire." He handed over a pair of binoculars. Beiwei accepted them, still full of doubt. The firing range was set up in the alley beside the courtyard. High walls and a long enclosed space made it ideal. Xiao Zishan had already measured out 50 meters with a tape measure and taped a paper target to the wall. Lin Shen took up a kneeling position at the 50-meter line. He adjusted the sights, chambered around, and engaged the safety. He tucked his right heel under his buttocks for stability, right knee on the ground, and refined his entire shooting posture. The 4x scope brought the target's center into sharp focus. Not a breath of wind. From the courtyard came the chaotic crackling of firecrackers and thunderclap bangers, cover for his test shots. He barely heard them. He was aware only of his pulse beating faintly, the tiniest muscle tremors clearly reflected in the scope, the black bulls swaying rhythmically with his body's micro-tremors. He held his breath. In that motionless second, he squeezed the trigger. The recoil was smaller than expected. The small-caliber rifle had a special stock buffer pad, and for someone accustomed to all manner of firearms, Lin Shen barely felt it. Bei Wei raised the binoculars and shook his head. The bullet had struck between 7 and 8 o'clock on paper, but not even the 4 ring. At 50 meters, only ring 4. At 200 meters, who knew where the bullet would land? Lin Shen didn't move. He didn't immediately eject the shell, keeping the barrel temperature stable improved accuracy. After reloading, he fired again, this time up 2 rings. A third shot hit the 8 ring. From the 4th bullet on, the impact stabilized, 3 consecutive shots almost all at the 8 ring. He readjusted the sights. The next 5 shots all landed in the 10 ring. That should be good enough. Lin Shen glanced at the remaining ammunition. There wasn't much left. He'd wanted to fire 10 more rounds. Nice shooting, Bei Wei gave a simple assessment. But on the battlefield, you're shooting at people. Can you pull the trigger when it counts? Why couldn't I? A strange smile appeared on his face. I hunt often. End of chapter. Chapter 34. Every shot hits note. Since chapter 33 was extensively revised, readers who read the old version should reread chapter 33 before continuing. That's the Xuanju. Ran Yao pointed through the Xiangfei bamboo blind toward a flower boat moored along the embankment. Lin Shen raised his binoculars and slowly adjusted the focus. Beyond the window, dusk had begun to settle over the water, softening the light into something gentle and diffuse. Perfect weather for what they had planned. They occupied a private room on the 3rd floor of a tavern overlooking White Goose Pool, the highest vantage point available. The escort bureau men had reserved it the day before, and Ran Yao and Bei Wei had spent a full day here, watching and cataloging every detail until the entire situation lay bare before them. The criminals had chosen their hideout well. Embankment was the outermost pier at White Goose Pool, and the Xuanju sat at its farthest end, the last vessel in a long row of moored boats. One sweep of the oars and they would be out on the broad expanse of the Pearl River, easy to board, easy to abandon, easy to slip away unnoticed, and easier still to flee if trouble came calling. Their reconnaissance had also revealed a network of lookouts. One man worked from a small kanji-selling boat at Ren Embankment, just 1 pier over from He. Another stood on the shore hawking medicine. On the flower boat itself, 2 guards kept watch, one fixed at the rear deck, the other a bouncer who moved constantly on and off the vessel. The escort guards had confirmed as much to Ran Yao. Lin Shen adjusted the focus bit by bit, sweeping his gaze down the slope below as he calculated distances. From here to the end of the embankment was roughly 100 meters. The Xuanju sat apart from the other flower boats, isolated at the pier's terminus, likely a security buffer the criminals had deliberately maintained. It was clever as far as it went. Unfortunately for them, it also made his job considerably easier. Had the boats been packed together like the others, he would never have had a clear line of sight to the deck. Was Director Wen truly aboard that flower boat? And if so, was he lounging amid soft fragrance and warm jade in some den of pleasure, or suffering unspeakable torment? There was no way to know. He mentally called roll on his targets, one by one. All of them were thin, dark-complexioned men. Since arriving in this time-space, he had yet to encounter a single fat person. Everyone on the team had studied photographs of these individuals repeatedly before the operation. They had memorized the faces of the madam and the prostitutes too. If any of the women showed unusual behavior, they would have to be killed, even the women. Bei Wei had warned him specifically, citing numerous examples of Vietnamese female special agents from the Sino-Vietnamese War to drive the point home. What grudge did he hold against any of them? Though these weren't good people, they were strangers to him all the same, no different, emotionally speaking, than Director Wen himself. Lin Shen shook his head, trying not to overthink it. As a transmigrator, the calculus was simple. Anyone who endangered the transmigrator's interests could be killed. Having confirmed each target's position and distance, he set down the binoculars and dragged a table closer. He placed a modified pillow on its surface. Prone shooting was far more accurate than kneeling, and from this height he could lie across the table and fire with stability. When you hear firecrackers downstairs, start shooting. Ran Yao reminded him one last time, then hurried off. Lin Shen checked his watch. 5:20. He removed his helmet, then stripped off his bulky outer jacket. Even the thickness of clothing could throw off accuracy at this distance. Once he had settled into a prone position on the table, he adjusted his body angle using his left elbow as a pivot, bringing the rifle to bear on his first target. Ran Yao had chosen it, the medicine peddler stationed at the entrance to He embankment. In an instant, the man's head filled his entire scope. Lin Shen raised his abdomen slightly off the table so that neither his breathing nor the pulse of major blood vessels would transmit through to the rifle. Achieving a first-shot hit at 100 meters outdoors with an unfamiliar weapon demanded absolute concentration. He swallowed once and spoke into the walkie-talkie. Lin Shen ready. Beiwei's team lay in ambush aboard a small rowboat 100 meters from the Guangzhou. Zhao Zishan waited farther back with the Escort Bureau pickup team and 2 mule carts. As each team reported ready over the walkie-talkie, Ran Yao felt the world grow quieter around him. His 5-shot shotgun was chambered. His hunting knife was ready to draw. He reminded himself once more. This was a rescue operation, not an arrest. The instant the firecrackers crackled to life, Lin Shen squeezed the trigger. His index finger moved with such practiced smoothness that his right hand barely registered the motion. The first bullet went slightly wide, kicking up a puff of dust from the ground. Almost without pause, purely by reflex, eject, chamber, fire. A red dot bloomed on the medicine peddler's forehead and he collapsed. In the fraction of a second it took to adjust his scope, Lin Shen glimpsed Ran Yao charging toward the flower boat with his shotgun raised, cloak billowing behind him to reveal camouflage fatigues and an 80 steel helmet. Against the classical backdrop of peach blossoms and green willows, the image was utterly incongruous. Years later, he would still remember it. Ran Yao knew that Lin Shen's second target was the porridge vendor. Amid the firecrackers, individual gunshots were impossible to distinguish, but the vendor clearly hadn't been hit. The man bared a mouthful of gleaming white teeth and drew 3 throwing knives from behind his back, their handles wrapped with blood-red strips of cloth. Ran Yao squeezed the trigger almost on instinct. The 5-shot shotgun spat a blindingly bright tongue of fire. The knife thrower crumpled into the water as if struck by an invisible fist, his red-ribboned blade scattering in every direction. Screams erupted along the embankment. The few pedestrians and vendors scattered in panic, none daring to run toward the entrance where this grim specter had appeared. Some threw themselves into the water, others pressed flat against the ground, trembling, burying their faces in the dirt. Lin Shen shifted to the archer on the rear deck. Their prior intelligence hadn't identified this threat. They had assumed he was merely an ordinary lookout. Through the scope, every movement was magnified fourfold. The moment he saw the sentry reach for a bow, he fired twice in rapid succession. The marksman, he who could hit a willow leaf at 100 paces, crumpled dead on the deck. The bouncer saw 2 black-clad figures charging grimly toward his flower boat. Knowing something had gone terribly wrong, he backed toward the cabin while shouting a warning, iron rod already in hand. Ran Yao was about to shoot when a crimson flower suddenly blossomed on the man's shoulder, a .22 caliber bullet punching clean through his back. He toppled stiffly into the hold. They stormed the cabin. Several women knelt on the floor, too terrified to speak. These fierce, strange figures exceeded anything their imaginations could conjure. Ran Yao didn't waste time with questions. He was about to kick open the middle cabin door when the curtain stirred. He and his teammate fired almost simultaneously, and thick gunpowder smoke filled the enclosed space. With a strangled scream, a large dark figure tumbled out, drenched in blood, clutching a dagger in one hand and a 7-star dart in the other. "Brother Wang," one of the prostitutes shrieked. Though his face was now a ruined mess of shotgun pellets, his build, his clothing, and the prostitute's cry confirmed what they needed to know. This was the Wang surname ringleader behind the kidnapping. Ran Yao exhaled in relief. The mastermind hadn't escaped. He was about to continue searching when Lin Shen's urgent voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. "Go rescue Director Wen. A small boat near the flower boat is getting away." From his vantage point, Lin Shen could see the boat moving, but the flower boat blocked his angle. He couldn't hit the rower. Fortunately, Beiwei was already on the water to intercept. The moment Lin Shen spoke, Beiwei spotted the fleeing vessel. He fired twice at the stern and screams followed immediately. "Row, now!" The two escort guards at the oars sat frozen, dumbstruck. Only after the sharp command did they snap to and begin rowing furiously. As the two boats drew closer, Beiwei gauged the distance and leaped aboard. But before he could find his footing, a man burst from the cabin, slashing at his face, fast and vicious. In close quarters on a rocking rowboat, Beiwei was no match for this man's blade work. But he had a 5-shot shotgun. He squeezed the trigger on reflex. The technological gap proved lethal. 16 pellets at virtually point-blank range turned the man into a honeycomb. They were so close that blood sprayed across Beiwei's face. Without hesitation, he charged into the cabin. This small boat served as sleeping quarters for the flower boat crew, a cramped space with barely room for a bed and a small table. Director Wen lay on the bed. "Target eliminated," Beiwei shouted into the walkie-talkie. "Director Wen located." He checked the man's breathing, steady and normal. He appeared to be in a drugged sleep. "He's safe. All teams withdraw." Ran Yao's voice came over the radio. "Check the cabin for any modern items, take what you can, throw the rest in the water." "What about you?" "Searching for stolen items, leaving once done. Rendezvous at pickup point. Stay safe." "Understood." Beiwei directed his teammate and the escort guards to carry Director Wen out while he searched the cabin. Besides some women's cosmetics in a drawer, there was nothing. He went out on deck, collected the spent shotgun casings, and searched the two bloody corpses, stuffing whatever scraps he found into his nylon pouch. Then he hurried back to the rowboat and rowed hard toward the pickup point. From the first firecracker to Director, when being loaded onto the mule cart, the entire operation had taken just over 4 minutes. The criminals had been utterly defenseless against this meticulously planned assault. As the cart pulled away, the string of firecrackers was still crackling in the distance, as if celebrating the transmigrators' first victory. End of chapter. Chapter 35. Aftermath. The rescue operation injected a shot of adrenaline into the monotony of pre-crossing preparations, giving the transmigrators endless material for conversation. Every evening after work, the participants found themselves cornered and pressed to retell stories they'd already repeated 100 times. Beiwei, Ran Yao, and Lin Shen rose like stars in the night sky. Wherever they went, people lined up to greet them, and even strangers hailed them as brothers. After a thorough hospital examination, doctors concluded that Wen Dynasty, delivered with such ceremony and concern, was actually healthier than anyone else in the group. He had lost a few items, though nothing of real consequence. The most valuable were Director Wen's stab-resistant vest and stun gun. Some romantics wondered aloud whether the vest might one day become the legendary, jewel-encrusted soft armor of wuxia tales, while others fantasized about the executive committee wholesaling them at 10,000 taels apiece. The executive committee's mood was considerably less whimsical. They weren't worried about the armor or the stun gun. The vest couldn't stop bullets, and a stun gun without batteries was nothing but a plastic shell. What concerned them was the intelligence the kidnapping had revealed. The items found on the dead criminals were unremarkable: silver coins, copper cash, flint, tobacco pouches. But among them lay something far more valuable: a letter. Its contents were mundane enough, filled with greetings and inquiries about whether certain goods had sold. But the signature read, "Zhou Rui of Minnan bowing." This letter might have been overlooked entirely if not for the recent arrival of Yu Shui, a young history graduate student from the capital's transmigration faction. Note: a graduate student, not a scholar. After reading it, Comrade Yu informed the executive committee that this Zhou Rui of Minnan was almost certainly one of the Yinan, sworn adopted sons, who served as commercial agents, belonging to Zheng Kai, cousin of Zheng Zhilong himself. Such Yinan were common in Chinese maritime merchant circles of that era. Overseas trade was dangerous work, so wealthy families kept Yinan or Year to brave the waves on their behalf, while biological sons stayed home to enjoy the profits. Some men became Yinan to settle debts. These adopted sons occupied a low social station, essentially commercial semi-slaves, lifetime professional managers forbidden from changing employers. The Zheng family maintained many such men. The famous official Zheng Tai, who later served under Koxinga, had started as exactly this kind of Yinan. Zheng Kai, in modern terms, had long held a senior leadership position in the Zheng Zhilong conglomerate. Though he came from a collateral branch of the family, after Zheng Zhilong surrendered to the Qing and was taken hostage in the north, the Zheng enterprise found itself temporarily leaderless. Zheng Kai had carved out his own territory, retreating to Xiamen to contend with Koxinga for control. His power was considerable. That the ringleader surnamed Wang had been carrying a letter from a Zheng family manager, combined with strong indications that the pirates hailed from southern Fujian, it all pointed unmistakably toward Zheng Zhilong's shadow. Making enemies with the largest maritime power of the late Ming and early Qing before they'd even properly begun the crossing. That wasn't funny at all. Yu Eshui told the worried committee members that their fears were groundless. The waters off Late Ming, Guangdong, and Fujian teemed with pirates. Beyond the Zheng faction, historians could name at least a dozen major pirate merchant gangs, not counting the nameless small-time pirates, the merchants who'd seize any opportunity, plus the Dutch, English, and Portuguese, a veritable paradise of jungle law. If the transmigrators wanted to establish themselves on Hainan, they'd have to beat them all into submission eventually. Making enemies with any one of them was merely a matter of timing. These merchant pirates didn't care whether you had a grudge or not. Where there was money to be made, they'd get involved. Without strength, you'd be robbed. Peaceful trade relations existed solely under mutual armed deterrence. So this battle wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At least now word would spread that the transmigrators weren't to be trifled with. Perhaps their enemies would think twice before acting recklessly in the future. Even so, the executive committee declared a first-level alert at the Guangzhou base to guard against possible Zheng retaliation. They reinforced the housing, installed barriers and security doors, and stockpiled fire extinguishers. Zhao Zishan visited Master Gao and gave a general account of what had transpired. Master Gao was astonished. He hadn't expected the Australian merchants to possess such capabilities, handling the situation so neatly in an unfamiliar place. After the incident, though he had sent sedan chairs and mule carts at Zhao Zishan's request, he had deliberately held back from offering his full assistance. His plan had been to wait for the ransom letter, let them come begging, and earn himself a substantial favor in return. He had never expected these Australians to be so formidable. The realization greatly annoyed him. When Zhao Zishan now asked for his help, he agreed wholeheartedly, eager to make amends. Zhao Zishan, citing the risk of future attacks on their residence, proposed buying a new property. Master Gao reluctantly agreed. At least the purchase would still go through him. The Australians apparently hadn't lost trust in their partnership. Thumping his chest, he offered to cover the property costs himself, a gift to steady Master Wen's nerves. Zhao Zishan murmured just this once, several times as he graciously accepted. Then Master Gao produced a list and handed it over. Zhao Zishan opened it. Paper-rolled tobacco, 10,000 units. Niello lighters, 200. Goose egg mirrors, 30. Compact mirrors, 200. Full-length dressing mirrors, 2. Assorted novel Australian goods as available. What's this? Ah, Master Gao sighed, his face showing extreme reluctance. Tribute I owe in the capital, it's urgent. Can you deliver it all within 10 days? Certainly, certainly. Xiao Zishan readily agreed. None of these were rare items. Except for the cigarettes, everything else could be found at a wholesale market. But this tribute was substantial. The total trade value would run close to 20,000 taels. Who could possibly be so important? If such a powerful figure could be connected through Master Gao, Xiao Zishan thought, it might prove useful later. So he said, deliberately casual, "We'll naturally bring some novelties along. Might I ask about this great personage's preferences? If we could cater to his tastes, wouldn't that be better?" "I appreciate the thought, brother," Master Gao said with a bitter smile. "Novelties are certainly welcome, but these items were specifically requested." Corrupt as hell, Xiao Zishan cursed inwardly. Not just accepting bribes, but soliciting them, and specifying exactly what to demand. "Who needs so much?" he asked, feigning surprise. "It's not that many recipients. 2 in the palace, the 24 bureaus, the Grand Secretariat ministers," Master Gao mumbled, then caught himself. "I forgot, brother isn't a Ming subject. You wouldn't understand all this." Xiao Zishan listened carefully. The gift recipients were quite high-ranking. Did Gao Ju have such connections? Wanting to probe further, he whispered, "The person making this list, could it be the 9,000 years himself?" Gao Ju startled, glancing around nervously. Seeing no one nearby, he answered in a low voice, "Careful, it's not the depot lord but another. How does brother know the 9,000 years title? We've been in the Ming long enough to learn a thing or two." Xiao Zishan adopted an air of hidden knowledge. "I know more than I'm saying," baiting his curiosity. Gao Ju took the bait. "Brother knows what trade I'm in," he sighed. "That I've conducted business peacefully all this time is thanks to a eunuch Yang in the palace." He briefly explained his relationship with eunuch Yang, essentially that Yang served as his backer and protector. The profit-sharing details he naturally omitted, but Xiao Zishan could easily imagine them. Any Chinese person would guess. No matter how purely friendly one claimed such relationships to be. But eunuch Yang's position in the palace has deteriorated considerably, Gao Ju continued, lowering his voice until it was barely audible. He's fallen out of favor with the depot lord. So these goods are meant to curry favor. I wouldn't dare call it favor-seeking. If burning incense in all directions could simply buy us safety, that alone would be the best outcome. Gao Ju wiped sweat from his forehead. Eunuch Yang and I are essentially one body now. No matter the cost, I must demonstrate my full devotion. I understand. There's one more thing I need brother's help with. Gao Ju clasped his hands together. Of course, of course. Xiao Zishan studied his expression, so sincere, his tone so earnest. Surely he wasn't about to ask for a loan. Lately I face certain difficulties. Cash flow may become tight. Damn it. Exactly what he'd feared. Xiao Zishan kept nodding and smiling, though his smile was beginning to stiffen. "I'd like to ask brother to negotiate with the Australian shopkeepers. Could we perhaps settle accounts monthly? If you could arrange this, I'd be extremely grateful and there would be compensation." So he wanted credit, and was even willing to bribe him to get it. Xiao Zishan considered the proposal. By any era's standards, it wasn't unreasonable. In the 21st century, most businesses would be ecstatic. Monthly settlement was considered generous when 60-day payment terms were the norm, with Taiwan businesses routinely pushing for 120 days. And from the 17th through early 19th centuries, foreign merchants trading in China often had to wait a year or two after consigning goods to Chinese merchants before receiving payment, often failing to collect at all, sparking countless Sino-foreign trade conflicts. The problem was that their crossing trade aimed to raise funds quickly. Extending credit would increase collection uncertainty, and the executive committee might not agree. He suddenly realized that from the very start, Master Gao had been steering the conversation, exploiting his curiosity to guide it toward this exact topic. The old fox. Is brother troubled? Gao Ju noticed his changing expression and sensed his difficulty. This requires further deliberation. Having come this far, he could only stall. For credit terms, we'd need clear justification before we could evaluate the request. After some hesitation, Gao Jus explained about Yang Tianliang coming to Guangzhou to discuss building a living shrine to the 9,000 years. The shrine itself would be manageable, perhaps 5,000 taels would suffice, but eunuch Yang wants it grand and magnificent, and he wants to mobilize all of Guangzhou's merchants and commoners. The total expenses could run to 70 or 80,000 taels. Gao Jus's face twitched slightly, obviously pained by the figure. Xiao Zishan's knowledge of the 9,000 years shrines came entirely from the middle school text, Record of the Five Heroes' Tomb. Whether Guangzhou had ever actually built a shrine for Wei Zhongxian, he had no idea, and frankly, no interest. But this needed to be reported to the executive committee quickly, so Yu Shui could assess whether it held any strategic value. End of chapter. Chapter 36. The Prophet. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Zishan took his leave and returned to the base, where Manager Sun of the Qiwei Escort Bureau had been waiting for some time. Before Xiao Zishan could even bow in thanks, the manager was already offering congratulations. Xiao Zishan presented him with 100 taels of silver as a token of gratitude. The shopkeepers truly excel in both civil and martial arts. Manager Sun's face bloomed into a smile as he accepted the silver. Such skill, such fearsome weapons. My disciples and nephews all say they've witnessed hostage rescues before, but never one so clean and swift. Without the help of Qiwei's experts, we strangers would still be fumbling in the dark. Please, Qiwei only played its modest part. Manager Sun passed the silver to a junior disciple behind him. I have a matter to discuss if shopkeeper Xiao would be willing to hear it. Please speak freely. Though the rescue went smoothly, those criminals have been here before and know the layout. You must guard against retaliation. As the saying goes, a thief may strike once, but no man can guard against thieves for 1,000 days. With so many valuables here, caution is essential. Xiao Zishan couldn't quite discern his intentions. Having just been deceived by that fox Gao Jus, Manager Sun's smile now seemed equally vulpine. He remained warily silent. When no response came, Manager Sun had to speak plainly. The Qiwei Escort Bureau was willing to provide night watch services for the residents, essentially serving as overnight security. Besides guarding storefronts, this was an escort bureau's primary urban business. Night watching differed from household guards in that the bureau concerned itself only with nighttime affairs. Only after the evening watch, when every room in the residence was latched and lit, would the guards enter to patrol. If the shopkeepers find that arrangement inconvenient, you might consider purchasing a few servants. We could train some capable hands for personal protection. So he was selling security services. Xiao Zishan considered it. Night security probably wasn't a good idea, given how many secrets this residence held. Escort guards were shrewd and capable. Over time, they would inevitably notice things. Training guards, however, might prove useful, though he couldn't make that decision alone. Still, the Qiwei Escort Bureau connection was something the executive committee had resolved to fully exploit. Currently, Gao Jus was their only agent, and their social reach remained far too narrow. Escort bureaus, by contrast, interacted with all levels of society, from high officials to bandits and thugs. They knew everyone and could deal with everyone. This would prove invaluable for the transmigrators' future operations. Compared to other professions and social classes, escort bureau personnel embodied the most traditional virtues, valuing trust and righteousness above all. Once won over, they would make reliable allies. But winning them over required showing favor, and escort guards weren't ordinary people. Though they spouted slang and made friends with bandits as part of their livelihood, that was merely business. In reality, they were extremely careful about whom they befriended. Attempting to purchase goodwill through lavish spending would backfire spectacularly. One might even be labeled a mark and looked down upon. Fortunately, China had always been a society built on personal relationships and clan ties. The bonds of kinship, clan, and master-disciple relationships ran deepest. Working through these channels would prove far easier. Following the approach the executive committee had discussed, Xiao Zishan said, "Sun Chang contributed greatly to this affair. We've decided to free him from bondage. This is tremendous grace." Manager Sun rose and bowed deeply. For slaves, freedom wasn't necessarily a blessing, especially when, after being freed, there was nowhere to go and the master refused to keep them on. That could prove a death sentence. But regardless of the circumstances, Sun Chang was both his clan nephew and martial nephew. The young man's servile status had always reflected poorly on this senior uncle. He earned this grace himself. Xiao Zishan deliberately glanced at Gao Xian, who was serving tea nearby. A servant who doesn't shrink from trouble when the master is in danger, who steps forward and contributes, naturally shouldn't be mistreated. He paused. Though Sun Chang will be freed from servitude, he's loyal and capable. If he's willing, we'd be happy to keep him on staff. You're too kind to this boy. Manager Sun looked genuinely moved. Even if the Bureau's business improved enough to add Sun Chang as a guard, the young man would spend his whole life running escort routes. Staying with the Australian shopkeepers held far better prospects than being an escort guard. When he's out running errands, please look after him as an elder. Naturally, Manager Sun thumped his chest. Whatever the shopkeepers entrust becomes Qiwei's business. We'll do our utmost. Good things were starting to click. Family matters were indeed handled more wholeheartedly. Xiao Zishan gestured for Gao Xian to withdraw, then continued. There's also Gao Dai. You've met him, a young servant here. We've assigned him to gather market news. He's extremely clever and quick-witted, but I worry he's too young. Spending too much time in the streets might lead him astray, and without martial skills he could get hurt. Please have Qiwei train and discipline him. Though an escort bureau deals with all sorts of people, your men are notably upright. Entrusting him to you puts our minds at ease. The shopkeeper flatters us. Manager Sun brightened visibly. The Australian shopkeepers truly respected them. Seeing the moment was right, Xiao Zishan said no more. Both sides exchanged a few pleasantries and parted. That evening, Xiao Zishan crossed back to report the situation to the executive committee. Whether to grant Gao Jus credit sparked considerable debate. Both sides presented compelling arguments, and neither could sway the other. It was Yu Shui's comment that offered a fresh approach. What month is it over there now? The 30th of the 4th month. The 30th of the 4th month in the 7th year of Tianqi. Yu Shui nodded thoughtfully. In 18 days, Emperor Zizong will go pleasure boating at the West Garden after sacrificing at the Fang's altar. Wind will capsize the boat, and he'll fall into the water. Though Tianjing will rescue him, his health will decline from that day forward. He doesn't die until the 8th month. Are you suggesting Gao Jus delay the shrine project until August? Even if you play prophet, you can't possibly make him bold enough to wait for the emperor to die. The quicker minds already grasped his thinking. You underestimate bureaucrats' sensitivity to political winds. Yu Shui smiled. Why did Wei Zhongxian become the 9,900 years? Because of the emperor's favor. His entire fortune depends on Emperor Zizong living or dying. Tianqi was never healthy, and after this incident he never recovers. Once the emperor dies, Prince Xin will inevitably succeed. Wei Zhongxian, even if not toppled outright, couldn't possibly wield power the way he did during the Tianqi reign. Under such circumstances, bureaucrats won't rush to declare allegiance when the political winds remain unclear. This eunuch Yang isn't part of Wei Zhongxian's faction. He simply wants to curry favor while he still can. If the situation suddenly becomes uncertain, he'll be the first to postpone construction. By not building the shrine, he maintains the status quo. If he builds it and the emperor dies with a new lord ascending, things will almost certainly reverse. Why would he invite such trouble upon himself? You think Wei Zhongxian will simply watch Prince Xin take the throne? We know Tianqi was followed by Changzhen, but those bureaucrats don't. Tianqi has no heir, naturally it goes to a brother, someone explained. Actually, Tianqi had 3 sons in total, but none survived to adulthood. According to historical records and modern scholars, the princes were likely killed by Wei and Madame Qi. By the 7th year of Tianqi, his youngest son had been dead for 2 years. Once the emperor fell ill, the only one to inherit was his brother Prince Xin, Zhu Yaojian. Though Tianqi was foolish, he was devoted to Empress Zhang and his 5th brother Yaojian. Wei Zhongxian once tried to fabricate a major case implicating the empress's father, Zhang Guoji, in plotting to install Prince Xin, hoping to strike at his enemies. The eunuch Wang Tiqian, knowing the emperor's temperament, dissuaded him. Our lord is confused about everything except his brother and his wife. If anything goes wrong, we're all dead. Wei Zhongxian was so terrified that he immediately abandoned the scheme. This shows everyone understood how much Zizong trusted the empress and Prince Xin. Unless Tianqi fathered another heir, Prince Xin's succession was certain the moment the emperor died. The bureaucrats understood this perfectly. Once the emperor falls ill, Wei Zhongxian's blue-chip stock in the Ming market becomes shaky, while Prince Xin's potential stock turns bullish. Who would heavily invest in a stock that might plummet below issue price or be delisted tomorrow? So I should tell Gao Jus to delay past the 18th of the 5th month. News won't travel that fast. It takes at least 10 days for Beijing news to reach Guangzhou. Better to tell him to wait until month's end. The outcome will be clear by then. Though I'm not fond of playing prophet, I think on this matter we can demonstrate a little predictive ability, explicitly stating that on the 18th of the 5th month, there will be major changes in court politics. Yu Eshui smiled. Predicting the future holds powerful allure for anyone, especially such major political upheaval. Once verified, the impact could be tremendous. It won't make anyone immediately bow and swear allegiance, but it can powerfully reinforce the notion that we're following heaven's mandate. This solution was not only clever but greatly satisfied the transmigrators' appetite for playing prophet. Someone soon suggested that Yu Eshui act as prophet and meet directly with Gao Jus and Little Yang. Others proposed he travel to Beijing and seek out Cao Huachun. Perhaps they could earn credit for supporting Changzhen's enthronement, and the transmigrators could use modern technology and ideology to directly reform the emperor, leading China into a democratic, harmonious, prosperous Ming utopia. Yu Eshui immediately lost his appetite. Did these people think the Eastern Depot and embroidered guard were deaf? Such heretical speech about the emperor's life and death, they'd be immediately dragged to the imperial prison to sample the eunuch's tortures. Even if Cao Huachun were willing to listen to such ravings, Prince Xin was currently keeping a very low profile, barely seeing even close attendance, let alone some self-proclaimed prophet. If this resolution passed, whoever wanted to be a prophet could go. He wasn't joining this circus. Fortunately, hotheads were few and the wild proposal didn't pass. Yu Eshui then offered some practical details. Don't speak too plainly, lest Gao Jus become frightened. Fear could trigger unpredictable reactions. Simply say there would be major changes on the 18th of the 5th month. And don't claim personal knowledge. Say someone had read the celestial omens or something similarly vague. Keep it mysterious. One thing to absolutely remember, don't say Wei Zhongxian will be toppled or when the emperor will die. Such earth-shaking words will certainly reach little eunuch Yang through Gao Jus. Given their nature, to earn merit or avoid disaster, they'd immediately report such predictions and have you arrested. Yu Eshui emphatically warned them at the end. End of chapter. Chapter 37. Farewell to the Ming for now, Amsterdam. No Guangzhou, I'll be back. Zhao Zishan stood alone in the courtyard, his gaze drifting toward the distant silhouette of the Lingnan First building on Slope Mountain. Its red sandstone facade and double-eaved hip-end gable roof caught the afternoon light, looking for all the world like something from an imperial dynasty. He caught himself and smiled. In this time-space, it was an imperial building. The modern reconstruction wouldn't exist for another 4 centuries. The residence around him was pure Lingnan, blue brick paving worn smooth by generations of feet, whitewashed walls glowing in the autumn sun, black tiles forming neat rows overhead. In his own time, This would be Huifu Road, that narrow lane of legendary eateries where he'd queued for Yinji rice noodle rolls at dawn and slurped Chengji kanji late into the night. But that bustling food street was merely a ghost of the future. What surrounded him now was something far more desolate. Scattered houses interspersed with abandoned gardens, vegetable plots running wild, small ponds glinting between copses of trees. The scene stirred old memories. He'd grown up in a southern city much like this, one of those places where the boundary between urban and rural had never quite solidified. Traditional Chinese cities had always been porous things, farmland and wasteland bleeding through their walls. Even into the 1960s and 70s, some districts contained whole villages, complete with production brigades and collective fields. The past had a way of persisting. This particular property had been selected as the transmigrators' future Guangzhou stronghold. The trading post on Hainan Street would continue serving its commercial purpose, but this new residence would become something more: a backup base, a fallback position for when things inevitably grew complicated. Gao Jus money had purchased the property, but it was Sun Chang who'd found it. Zhao Zishan was growing increasingly fond of the young man. He worked with quiet efficiency and possessed an intuitive understanding of what the transmigrators needed, a rare quality in someone who still believed they were merely eccentric foreign merchants. The estate occupied a slight rise, its irregular boundaries following the contours of two small waterways. Some forgotten official or wealthy merchant had once built a modest residence here and laid out an ornamental garden on the remaining land. Now, after passing through too many indifferent hands, both house and garden had tumbled into ruin. Rubble choked the pathways, thorns had claimed the flower beds. Only a few stubborn survivors hinted at former glory. A pond still holding clear water, half a rockery emerging from the weeds, several ancient trees whose roots had cracked the flagstones, and a pavilion that hadn't quite finished collapsing. Of all the properties Sun Chang had scouted, this one was simultaneously the most decrepit and the most promising. The buildings needed near-total renovation, which kept the price low, but the site was secluded, defensible, and offered ample room for expansion. They'd made their decision immediately. The renovation plan came from the Transmigrators' architectural team, and it embodied the same philosophy they applied to everything: modern functionality concealed beneath period-appropriate appearances. From the outside, the compound would remain perfectly authentic, the sort of Ming-era residence that wouldn't merit a second glance from passing officials. Inside, every room would be optimized for their actual purposes. The executive committee had grand plans for this location. In time, it would serve as their trade hub, intelligence center, and communications node for the entire Guangdong coast. The existing residence would handle public-facing work, receiving local visitors, conducting legitimate business. The restored garden would provide both cover and recreation. And behind it all, hidden within traditional courtyard exteriors, would rise modern facilities: offices, dormitories, a monitoring room, a telegraph station, warehouses, and a vault built to hold the silver that would fuel their revolution. Of course, modern facilities required modern power. Wind turbines were impossible. The city offered neither consistent wind nor visual concealment for such conspicuous structures. Solar remained too inefficient to be practical. Though they hadn't yet solved the problem of smuggling a generator into the heart of Ming Guangzhou, they'd prepared regardless. The plans included an underground, soundproof generator room. Better to have the infrastructure ready than scramble to install it later. The existing wells had tested acceptably. Local well cleaners could restore them to working order for daily needs. Drinking water would require additional purification. For now, the Guangzhou base would operate without electricity or running water, but the construction would incorporate channels and conduits for future upgrades. Defense had been carefully considered. The waterways along the northwest boundary would be dredged and their banks reinforced. The crumbling perimeter walls were being raised to a uniform 6 meters tall, but not suspiciously so, since wealthy households routinely built courtyard walls of 8 or 9 meters. Climbing roses had been planted along the tops, their dense thorns serving as an elegant anti-intrusion measure. All of this, however, remained mostly theoretical, plans on a designer's computer, blueprints waiting for funding and time. Resources were tight. The wormhole's energy was dissipating steadily, and the committee had decided to halt crossing trade operations after this final trip. The transmigrators who'd spent months building networks and gathering intelligence in Ming-era Guangzhou would all withdraw, consolidating for the main crossing operation. And so, the ambitious construction plan had been only partially implemented. Sun Chang had hired local bricklayers, and they were making steady progress on the residence and walls. Zhao Zishan watched them work, hauling bricks, mixing mortar, calling out to one another in broad Cantonese, and felt an unexpected pang of reluctance settle in his chest. Who knew when he might return? After the crossing, everything would change. They would no longer be harmless Australian merchants peddling curious novelties for honest profit. They would become something else entirely, a political force flying its own banner, openly pursuing what could only be called rebellion. As an executive committee member, Zhao Zishan would almost certainly be too valuable and too recognizable to risk in enemy-controlled territory. He found himself wondering how many years before the transmigrators' flag could fly over the Lingnan First Building. Zishan, still supervising. He turned to find Wen Daisy striding through the gate, wearing his characteristic broad grin. For the past week, Zhao Zishan had been managing the new residence while Director Wen and Engineer Wang handled the final crossing trade operations. Director Wen, Zhao Zishan raised an eyebrow. Why are you here? You should be keeping a low profile. No need to worry. I've got Qiwei escorts plus my protective charms. He, the usual 3. Pepper spray, knife, stab vest. Upgraded. When Daisy patted his bulging waist. Learned from last time. Added a simple gas mask. He'd just come from visiting Gao Jus, spinning Yu Eshui's deliberately vague prophecy with appropriately mystical flourishes. How did Gao Jus take it? When Daisy paused, searching for the right words. Imagine a man who's just bitten into a dozen sour olives all at once. That was his expression. A grin broke across his face. But when he learned we'd leave the goods on credit before departing, he was so moved he nearly wept. Both men laughed. The decision had been practical rather than generous. For a long time after the crossing, the transmigrators wouldn't be able to produce Australian goods in significant quantities. Their priority would be survival and industrialization, not luxury exports. Rather than let their remaining inventory rot in a warehouse, they'd offered Gao Jus a massive consignment on credit, goods worth 200,000 taels. The old merchant had been overwhelmed. For the executive committee, however, the risk was minimal. In RMB terms, the entire consignment represented perhaps 30,000 yuan, a modest investment for maintaining their most valuable local connection. So he paid well in return. 2,000 taels of gold. When Daisy's smile faded slightly, plus a number of items we'd never dared sell before. Since this is our last run anyway, sell and disappear. This is our last income before the crossing, Zhao Zishan said quietly. It is. Is it enough? We've run the numbers several times. Even without this haul, our reserves were already sufficient. This gives us a 2 million yuan cushion for emergencies. Someone will inevitably want something new that wasn't on the list. If it's not on the list, we don't buy it. When Daisy's voice was firm. Everything essential has been budgeted. Anything else is just polish on a finished blade. Zhao Zishan shook his head slowly. I just worry we've overlooked something critical. We're attempting to rebuild an entire industrial civilization from scratch. One missing component at a crucial moment. Don't talk about depressing things. When Daisy clapped him on the shoulder. Let's sort out matters here. They found Sun Chang waiting in the newly repaired room, account book in hand. The young man had effectively become the estate's steward, a remarkable amount of responsibility for someone they'd known less than 3 months. In the modern world, such trust would have been unthinkable. Here and now they had no choice. Sun Chang. When Daisy adopted his most authoritative tone, "We're returning to Australia this time. We won't be back until next year at the earliest. Guard the residence well. Avoid drawing attention to yourself. If questions arise, consult Manager Sun. For more difficult matters, you may seek advice from Master Gao Jus. I've already spoken to him and he's agreed to receive you." "Understood, Master." Sun Chang bowed. "May I ask where I should meet you upon your return?" "You won't need to. We'll send someone to contact you." When Daisy produced a halved aluminum medal, a modern commemorative coin, sawn neatly down the middle, and handed one piece to Sun Chang. "When the time comes, use this as verification. You may follow that person's instructions without question." "Yes, Master." Sun Chang tucked the half medal away carefully. "There is one other matter I'd like guidance on." "Speak." "This estate is quite large. I worry that I alone may not be able to manage it properly. Would the masters consider purchasing 1 or 2 additional servants?" "That won't be necessary. After we leave, Gao Qing's family will relocate here. Young Gao Dai is already studying with your martial uncle. Supervise his practical education carefully. Make certain he doesn't grow up useless like his father." When Daisy continued laying out the arrangements, Sun Chang would control all household income and expenditures. Gao Dai would keep the accounts. Gao Qing's family would receive fixed stipends and monthly rice rations, to be distributed on schedule. Sun Chang's own salary was set at 2 taels of silver and half a she of rice per month. "Understood completely, Master." "When I said avoid drawing attention," when Daisy added, "I didn't mean you should become a recluse." Sun Chang looked puzzled. "Master." When Daisy caught his slip, shut-in was hardly Ming era vocabulary, but pressed on without acknowledging it. "Go out, move through the city, listen to what people are saying. When we return, I'll want a full report on anything of interest." "Yes, Master." "Wait patiently." When Daisy held the young man's gaze. "We will be back." The day after the transmigrators departed, Gao Qing's family was packing their belongings for the move to the Australian master's new residence. They'd barely begun when Steward Yan appeared at the gate, calling for Gao Qing. Hearing his voice, Gao Qing made as if to go out, but his wife exploded before he could take 2 steps. "Go on then. Run to them." Gao Xian's voice rose to a shriek. "We arrived first, but Sun Chang, who came after us, has already been freed and made steward. And you, first through the door, still nothing but a common handyman." Gao Qing stood motionless, wearing his usual expression of defeated patience. "I must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes to marry such a wretch." Gao Xian was crying now, tears cutting tracks through her fury. "Have you no sense at all? What has the Gao family ever given us? How have Master Wen and the others treated us? And you want to sell them out for what?" "Master Wen is still a foreigner," Gao Qing mumbled. "In the future. So what if he's a foreigner?" Gao Xian's voice cracked. "If they treat us well, I'd follow them to the ends of the earth. But you, keep crawling back to the Gao family. Stay their good slave forever." Their 2 children watched in silence. Both were old enough to understand that their parents pulled in opposite directions, but their hearts had already chosen sides. The Australian masters were kind. They spoke pleasantly, gave them good food, presented them with wonderful trinkets. Their mother was right. Gao Qing's head sank lower. In the moment of silence, Gao Xian seized her chance. She smoothed her clothes, fixed a bright smile on her tear-streaked face, and stepped out to greet the waiting steward Yan. "Ah, what poor timing. My husband left for the new residence early this morning. He's tidying the place for our arrival. I'm just finishing the packing with the children. Once we're done, we'll head straight over." She bowed slightly. "Was there something you needed? I could have him come see you tomorrow." Steward Yan knew perfectly well she was lying. He could probably hear Gao Qing standing just inside the doorway. But what could he do? He left with what dignity he could muster, muttering to himself as he went. "These damned overseas merchants certainly know how to sweet-talk people. A few days with them and everyone turns fiercely loyal." End of chapter. Chapter 38, An Unexpected Visitor 1 year later. Southern China, a major coastal city. Guo Yi walked into his office nursing a hangover, late thanks to too many glasses at the previous night's reunion dinner. He was a civil servant of the People's Republic, and old classmates meeting meant drinking. There was simply no avoiding it. But those who drank too much were rarely celebrating success. The prosperous ones never shut up. They wanted everyone to know exactly how well they'd done. The failures simply didn't show up at all. For someone like Guoyi, trapped in the murky middle, the mood was bleakest. The successful mocked him for clinging to his iron rice bowl, lacking any real ambition. The unsuccessful assumed he spent his days sipping tea and reading newspapers. Neither group was entirely wrong. A stack of materials awaited him on his desk, the latest reports on social trends. Guoyi worked in a department whose mandate was maintaining social stability, unity, harmony, and tranquility. The sort of department whose very name required quotation marks. He flipped through several unremarkable reports before coming to one tagged pending, a status summary from a coastal county in Guangzhou. Over the past year, a peculiar group had been congregating at an idle maritime militia training base. By day, they conducted military drills, marching, running, physical training. By night, they held meetings that stretched late into the evening, reportedly involving the chanting of slogans. A concerned citizen had reported them as a suspected pyramid scheme. The Commerce Bureau's enforcement squad found no signs of illegal sales. Local police visited and likewise found nothing amiss. When questioned, the person in charge explained it was simply pre-employment training for a company. The business license checked out, registered for over a year. The base was properly rented from the local People's Armed Forces Department. And yet something felt off. The report had wound its way up the chain until it landed on Guoyi's supervisor's desk. His superior's instruction was characteristically vague. If you have time, go take a look, see if there are any problems. Whether in intelligence or stability work, sitting in an office reviewing documents was always the primary activity. One name kept appearing in the materials, Wen Dacey. According to registration documents, he served as legal representative, chairman, and general manager, all three positions held by a single man. Guoyi hadn't previously encountered this individual. To be fair, Director Wen wasn't the sort of person their department typically monitored. But within the bureau, Guoyi was known for his obsessive love of digging through materials and archives. This hobby had offended people. He still didn't know exactly whose toes he'd stepped on. And so while colleagues around him climbed the ladder, he remained stuck at the staff member level. Any assignments with potential for recognition were invariably kept far from him. He pulled up Wen Dacey's file. An unremarkable man in his 30s, formerly an engineer and manager at several companies, with comfortable but not exceptional income. He enjoyed travel and harbored strong interests in history and military affairs. He made handicrafts. He was an outdoor enthusiast and firearms hobbyist, also something called a survivalist, apparently the type who stockpiled provisions and dreamed of building bunkers against nuclear winter. No evidence existed that he possessed or had attempted to acquire actual weapons. He didn't even own a dog. His online activity consisted mainly of inquiries about ammunition prices and outdoor equipment on various forums. His background was spotless. No criminal record, no bad debts, not even a traffic violation. His company had been registered 6 months ago with 1 million yuan in capital. Guoyi knew that registered capital often existed only on paper, but based on Wen Dacey's tax history, the man could have genuinely produced the funds. Bank records showed he'd emptied his savings 6 months prior, over 800,000 yuan withdrawn in quick succession. Since then, his personal accounts had remained relatively bare. The company's financial activity appeared normal, regular business operations, buying and selling, nothing extraordinary. Expenses included wages, utilities, office costs. The account maintained a modest balance, hovering around 100,000 yuan. Tax records confirmed the assessment. Legitimate business, taxes paid in full, only minor accounting irregularities, nothing approaching evasion, though they practiced standard tax avoidance. Guo Yi sat back and considered. Nothing here suggested potential for mass incidents or other threats to social harmony, but the boss had spoken, and he figured he might as well treat the assignment as a working vacation. The coastal town was ordinary, one of countless such places along the Guangdong shore, densely populated and economically vibrant. Prosperity brought a massive floating population, and every day at the long-distance bus station, people with bundled belongings and trailing families flowed in and out, chasing their various dreams. Among this churning crowd, for the past 6 months, unexpected visitors had been arriving almost daily. They dressed in all manner of clothing and spoke in all manner of dialects. They clutched maps and notes and scanned the station plaza, searching for something specific. They came in groups of 3 or 5 or sometimes alone. Zio Zishan stood at the station exit, holding aloft a piece of torn cardboard, the bottom of a fruit box with crooked brush-painted characters, crossing trade. His face, once pale and plump from years of office work, had grown thin and dark. He wore a sweat-stained promotional t-shirt and a frayed straw hat. A former white-collar worker at a foreign enterprise, even if unemployed, appearing in this getup at a provincial bus station. Zio Zishan himself couldn't quite say whether he'd gone mad or was simply trapped in an absurd dream that had stretched on far too long. And yet more and more people were chasing the same dream. Today, as always, some would arrive. Some would hesitate and ultimately lose their nerve. Others wouldn't pass selection. The road to their shared fantasy wound through many obstacles. Guo Yi emerged from the exit into September heat. The weather was still oppressively humid, the sun merciless. This was his first time in this particular town, and he scanned the crowd with practiced eyes. His gaze caught immediately on the torn cardboard sign, "Crossing Trade." Wasn't that the company Wen Dacey had founded? In that instant, his eyes met Zio Zishan's. That brief moment might have been called a fated encounter, but neither man experienced any mystical shiver, and neither radiated an irresistible kingly aura that might compel the other's submission. Guo Yi was interested in the company. Zio Zishan recognized that this newcomer was no ordinary traveler. Years in sales had failed to develop many of Zio Zishan's abilities, but he'd learned to read people. This man had sharp, alert eyes. His movements conveyed calm confidence. His clothing was low-key but neat, and he carried minimal luggage. Someone on a government salary, 9 times out of 10, from one of the authority departments. And this man was watching him, not out of personal interest, but because of the sign he held. Before Zio Zishan could process his unease, a tall, plump young man laden with bags approached. "Crossing company, that's us, and you are." "I'm here to cross over." Cold sweat pricked Zio Zishan's back. "Buddy, do you really have to say that out loud?" That. Where did the PLA sweep?" Every arrival had to verify themselves with the code phrase, some absurd rule inherited from who knew where. They weren't a comedy troupe implementing secret handshakes, probably someone's gangster novel fixation. "Asia, Asia." The young man was clearly still buzzing with excitement, his voice far too loud. "I'm Meng Xian, Meng Xian." "Yes, I know, I know." Zio Zishan's scalp was damp. He was by nature a cautious person, and with a thief's guilty conscience, he lowered his voice to compensate. "Go to the parking lot. There's a minibus plate number. Where's Director Wen? You'll see him soon. I still have more people to collect." Zio Zishan glanced nervously around, hoping their exchange had gone unnoticed. The crowd remained absorbed in their own affairs. No one seemed to have paid them any attention. Zio Zishan allowed himself a steadying breath, then noticed that the sharp-eyed man from before had vanished. An uneasy prickle ran down his spine. Should I report this to the executive committee? That day, Guo Yi observed from a discreet corner for quite some time. He couldn't hear what they were saying, but he could read the interaction clearly enough. The man with the cardboard sign was meeting someone, one party excited, the other anxious and vigilant. Their body language suggested the conversation touched on something sensitive. From the sign holder's familiarity with the surroundings and the worn condition of his cardboard, Such pickups had been happening for a while. Guo Yi followed the enthusiastic Meng Xian to the parking lot and noted the minibus's plate number. The vehicle didn't leave immediately. More arrivals were expected, but Guo Yi decided not to wait. Instead, he visited the local telecom carriers and pulled the company's call records. Contrary to his expectations, phone traffic was heavy, large numbers of calls incoming and outgoing almost daily. With assistance from local authorities, most landline numbers were quickly traced. The majority belonged to domestic small and medium enterprises, research institutes, design academies, plus assorted trading and consulting firms. An eclectic mix. Mobile numbers proved trickier, registrations were looser, many owners untraceable, and the geographic spread was enormous. Guo Yi focused on the landline trail. What he found left him deeply puzzled. This company was in regular contact with enterprises, research institutes, and design academies across the entire country. They'd purchased substantial equipment and materials, nothing unusual for an operating business. But the range of industries involved was bizarrely broad. Ordering generators, small hydropower equipment, transformer facilities. That made sense. But they'd also acquired multiple wind power systems and vast quantities of spare parts. The company showed intense enthusiasm for technical blueprints and manufacturing documentation. They'd even inquired about condom and sanitary napkin production technology. Does he have that kind of money? Guo Yi found himself questioning the very premise. Could this be money laundering, or were they collecting industrial intelligence? But according to every feedback he'd gathered, they showed no interest in high-technology products. Quite the opposite, they actively sought simple, outdated, even obsolete technologies and processes. What kind of spy operated that way? Perhaps all this activity was smoke, cover for something else entirely. If so, what were they actually trying to do? That evening, Guo Yi lay exhausted on his hotel bed, declining the nth phone call offering relaxation massage services. His mind churned with contradictions. He drifted into restless sleep. In his dream, he saw Wen Daisy wearing a strange flowing robe, a massive ship, wind and waves. In the distance, a verdant island rose from an azure sea, blue sky, white clouds, silver sand. End of chapter. Chapter 39. New arrivals for the entire ride back to base. Xiao Zishan kept up a steady stream of meaningless pleasantries, remarking on the weather, commenting on the scenery, anything to fill the silence. Whenever one of the four newcomers ventured a substantive question, he would pivot seamlessly into a rambling tribute to their driver. How hard the man worked, how modest his rates were, how thankless a life it was running an unlicensed taxi. The message was plain enough. Watch what you say around outsiders. Meng Xian stepped off the minibus and drew a long breath of fresh air. Not bad here, he thought, surveying his surroundings. Already 3 or 4 young people in training uniforms were approaching to help with the luggage. They were shepherded into a dormitory that retained the austere bones of its former life as military barracks, worn but functional, with iron frame bunk beds arranged 3 to a room. Army blankets, bamboo mats, slippers, wash basins, cups, toothbrushes, towels, everything a person might need had been thoughtfully laid out. Please, everyone, sit. Xiao Zishan smiled broadly, gesturing with the expansive wave of a movie producer welcoming guests to his studio lot. The accommodations are a bit rustic, I'm afraid, but I trust you'll manage. After all, his smile widened. Where we're headed will be considerably rougher. Better than I'd imagined, actually, observed the bespectacled fellow who'd introduced himself as Tian Jiujiu, glancing around with an appraising eye. We do try to make everyone comfortable. D-Day is still some time off, rest up, stay in good shape. Xiao Zishan gestured toward the door. For now, head over to building number 1 to register. What followed was several hours of administrative processing. First came personal information forms on computer terminals, name, birth date, education, major, work history, various skills and certifications. The skills section alone was exhaustive. spanning 13 major categories and roughly 100 individual items, each with multiple proficiency levels to select. Xiao Zishan guided them through every field, repeatedly emphasizing accuracy and thoroughness. Even hobbies were subdivided extensively. Each person took nearly 20 minutes to complete. Next came the medical room, where a white-coated specialist reviewed the physical examination records they'd brought from their local clinics. Everyone had been required to complete comprehensive exams before arrival, and all this data was entered into the system. They also submitted proof of vaccinations mandated by the executive committee, completed at local health stations. The doctor scrutinized everything with meticulous care, emphasizing repeatedly that this was a matter of life and death. Concealing anything would be the height of foolishness. Anyone missing required doses could receive supplementary shots on site. Finally, the doctor produced 2 white pills and had each person swallow them then and there. "What are these?" Zhao Wuchu eyed the medication with deep suspicion. "Anthelmintics." The doctor's explanation was terse. "I don't have worms," Zhao Wuchu protested, looking genuinely offended. "Take them anyway, won't hurt you." The doctor remained unmoved. "You're going someplace without modern sanitation." After downing the pills, they were directed to the dental room. A young man examined each person's mouth in turn, tapping around with practiced efficiency. Their teeth proved acceptable. Mercifully, the dentist produced no terrifying drills. Just as they began to relax, assuming the ordeal was over, he tore off 3 appointment slips. "Come back the day after tomorrow at 3 p.m. for cleaning." Still nursing that instinctive fear of dentists, they returned to registration. Xiao Zishan was waiting behind a computer, holding a collection of metal chains with pendants. "These are your ID tags." He distributed the chains. Besides a metal plate engraved with name and serial number, each one held something resembling a small USB drive sealed in opaque material. "Dog tags," someone observed. "Essentially, yes, but electronic." Xiao Zishan explained the system. The metal ID plate was straightforward enough. The USB-like device was an identification card that, through wireless sensing, could automatically retrieve each person's complete records from the server database. It also functioned like a campus all-in-one pass. "So we can use this for meals. Do we need to top it up?" "No top-up required, just swipe at the cafeteria." Xiao Zishan motioned for them to sit. "Let me explain how things work here. Everything at the base is provided. Whatever you need, you apply through the executive committee's logistics team and we'll issue it. But understand, this only covers daily necessities. Cigarettes, alcohol, similar luxuries. Those still require RMB. There's a store on site." "What about internet?" Zhao Wuchu asked with the urgency of someone nursing a significant online addiction. "Also free, but you'll need to log in with your ID card. There's still some time until D-Day. Within the next month or 2. The main requirements and rules were already explained before you came." Everyone nodded. "Try not to leave the base during this period. If you must go out, request permission first. The logistics team has already delivered your issued supplies to the dorm. Also, the planning coordination group would like to inspect everyone's personal belongings. Some items you may have forgotten to declare. Others may need to be handed over to the resource group for collective use." Xiao Zishan smiled reassuringly. "We'll compensate at fair value, of course, converted to shares or vouchers, whichever you prefer. The general meeting will be held soon. Rest well for a few days first. I'd recommend visiting the internet cafe and logging in with your ID card to review internal materials. Our plan overview, current progress. Think it over carefully. If anyone wants to withdraw, all your belongings and money will be returned." "Anyone who wanted to quit wouldn't have come," someone remarked. "Perhaps not, but think it over again regardless." Xiao Zishan's expression grew serious. "After all, you'll be disappearing completely from this world, as good as dead. No one is made of stone, everyone has attachments. Consider carefully whether you can truly make this decision." In the base's large meeting room, name cards were arranged on the table. With spectators included, roughly a dozen people had gathered, quite a lively scene. when Daisy glanced out the window. "Someone's watching us." He tossed down an S card. That's right. The speaker was Zhang Lishi, who had cultivated many local connections over the past year. "I heard about it the day before yesterday while playing cards at the Armed Forces Department. Apparently the Bureau called to ask questions." "Bullshit. Starting a company isn't illegal." Wei Awen put his feet up on his chair. Ma Qianju played a card at his leisure. "Watching porn isn't illegal either. Try doing it in the street." He frowned at Wei Awen's feet. "Did you wash those?" "We're not watching porn either." Wei Awen was growing annoyed. Everyone here spoke in half hints and roundabout allusions. That would be called organizing group pornographic viewing. Back during the Strike Hard campaign in the 80s, that alone would have been enough to get you shot. Zio Zishan chuckled. "You're just making things up executed for watching porn." "Are you getting paid 5 cents too?" Wei Awen shot back. "Ah, the greatness of time." With that irrelevant pronouncement, Zio Zishan continued flipping through his notebook. "I genuinely do feel something's off lately. A suspicious person showed up at the bus station yesterday. Could it be the legendary Bureau? Hard to say." Zio Zishan paused. He'd meant to mention this the previous day but had forgotten. Might just be coincidence. But he had the feel of someone from the dictatorship apparatus. "That's the same as saying nothing," Wei Awen attacked immediately. "True," Zio Zishan admitted, "but I sensed he was particularly interested in the word crossing." The room fell silent, as if a secret had been inadvertently exposed. After a long moment, Ma Qianju turned to Wen Daisy. "Director Wen, should we accelerate things? Most people have already arrived." "Those who aren't coming won't come." "How much faster can we go?" Wen Daisy shuffled cards slowly. "We still haven't resolved the ship situation. Can't we just rent one? We're a brand new company, barely a year old. Who'd rent to us? Even if someone would, the cost would approach buying outright. Then buy used. This isn't like buying a used car. You don't just walk into a market and pick one. The paperwork alone is exhausting. Wang Liubin has been running around on this for 2 months. Spend more to grease the wheels," Zhang Lishi suggested. "Don't be too picky. If it's expensive, so be it. RMB will be worthless to us soon anyway. We still need cash on hand for emergencies. Stock up on gold and silver instead. In an emergency, everyone accepts those." "Speaking of gold and silver," another voice chimed in, "shouldn't we bring some 925 industrial silver? Better yet, mint some Spanish reals do a ocho to bring over. Otherwise, how do we trade with locals immediately after crossing?" "That era doesn't lack silver," Luo Duo disagreed. "Bringing it first, it's not cost-effective. Second, it takes up tonnage. Trade doesn't have to depend on precious metals. Barter works fine. Industrial production takes time." Zhang Lishi grew animated. "How long before our factories can produce enough goods for trade?" "At least 3 months. Where do you get supplies and construction materials during those 3 months? Don't tell me we're going to rob people." "Brother, do you know about salt?" Luo Duo said slowly. "Since ancient times, salt has been a universal currency worldwide. At least in the era we're going to, it still carries purchasing power with the local population." Zhang Lishi calmed somewhat. "Do we know how to make salt?" "Not from experience, but we know the methods. I've got mountains of reference materials: refined salt, iodized salt, pickling salt." Luo Du smiled with expansive confidence. "Who here knows how to smelt steel from memory, make glass, build rifles?" "We possess the accumulated wisdom of 3,000 years of civilization, every technological advance since the Industrial Revolution." His hand swept dramatically through the air. "We are omnipotent." This speech, which he clearly considered inspiring, sank into the swamp of silence like a stone. Apart from Zhang Lishi's skeptical glance, it produced no ripples whatsoever. Over the next few minutes, Luo Duo expounded on his salt-making knowledge, occasionally sparring with Zhang Lishi in arguments that were neither particularly professional nor objective. Finally, Ma Qianju sighed. "Why do our discussions always go off topic? Habitual digression," Wen Daisy observed. All right, we'll discuss financial matters later. Zishan, what's the status on personnel check-in?" He seemed to remember something. "How are those 4 you brought back today?" End of chapter. Chapter 40, Personnel all settled, put them in room 106 of Building 7. Xiao Zishan held up his folder with a show of consulting it, though he remembered every detail perfectly well. The gesture was merely a leftover habit from years of white-collar meetings. Meng Xian, 25, spent time abroad, fluent in English, background in finance and accounting. Pan Feng, 28, currently unemployed. Claims experience as a fast-moving consumer goods sales representative. Single, Zhao Wuchu, 24, pharmaceutical technician. Single, Tianjiuju, 27, Water Conservancy Design Institute of X-Province Y City, technician specializing in water supply and drainage. Single. Excellent, except for one useless one, they're all skilled professionals. Wei Awen slapped the table with evident satisfaction, deliberately glancing at Xiao Zishan. The implication was not lost on him. In his heart, Xiao Zishan despised this loudmouth, but he'd learned long ago never to let contempt show on his face, nor to argue openly. He knew his place here. Even for a casual card game, he didn't truly belong in this room with the committee members. The others simply nodded in acknowledgement. He continued his report. I had casual conversations with all of them. Everyone shows genuine enthusiasm for the crossing. Their commitment seems quite firm. These so-called conversations served as the executive committee's initial screening of newcomers. Under the guise of welcoming chatter, they assessed each person's background and personality, whether they possessed sufficient teamwork spirit and emotional intelligence to join this unprecedented venture. Meng Xian is extremely fond of light weapons, trained in moving target shooting at a sports school for several years, spoke extensively about firearms. Pan Feng was relatively quiet during the process, somewhat introverted. Hobbies include gardening and history, knows the FMCG industry well, holds an accountant's license. Tian Jiujiu. After briefly outlining his impressions and assessments of each newcomer, Xiao Zishan provided the committee with an inventory of their declared personal belongings. I've drafted a summary. I'll submit it along with the registration forms to the Internal Affairs group tonight. They'll conduct the next evaluation round. Roommates have already been assigned to observe them. Who was assigned? Wen Dacey asked. That's outside my purview. Internal Affairs handles it from here. Xiao Zishan spread his hands. Should I inquire? No need. Wen Dacey, Ma Qianju, and Xiao Zishan exchanged brief, knowing glances. So as of now, 476 people have effectively checked in. Personnel concentration had begun approximately 6 months earlier. People had been arriving almost weekly, all passing through the same process. Of the 2,106 individuals who'd enthusiastically discussed and replied to posts about crossing through the wormhole, fewer than 800 had joined the subsequent encrypted chat group. Those who'd actually traveled here and committed to staying numbered under 500. That many dropped out, about 50 in total. The 476 are those currently committed to crossing. Xiao Zishan checked his list. Over the next 2 weeks, roughly 50 more should arrive. These should all come through. 8,000 talents has become 500 arhats. Wei Awen sighed dramatically. Too few people. Everyone talks big online, but when it comes to actually doing something, they're all damn cowards. The others remained silent. Whether more or fewer people was preferable, that was a genuine paradox. For those presently occupying executive committee positions, fewer might actually prove advantageous. More people meant more opinions to manage. Though all planning had been handled by the committee, the masses had provided no input. Currently, newcomers followed committee arrangements with the docility of arrivals in an unfamiliar place. Once everyone got to know each other and found their footing, who knew what complications might arise? Better to keep the team lean, Ma Qianju dismissed the concern with a laugh. On the positive side, we do have talent across all necessary fields, no critical gaps. Xiao Zishan allowed himself some satisfaction. Just fewer women than we'd like. Most are accompanying husbands or boyfriends, not many are single. Naturally, mostly bachelors signing up. When Dacey tilted his head back. Anyone with established family ties wouldn't abandon everything for this. Wei Awen snorted. Women are just trouble anyway, whining and complaining all day. Then don't ask the organization to arrange a wife for you later. We don't handle that. Who needs the organization? The young man's eyes gleamed. Ancient little lowlies, I'll have as many as I want. One to massage my back, one to rub my waist, and one to, Zayazu interrupted impatiently. I this and I that, you're barely more than a kid, always saying I like you're some big shot. With that attitude, no woman would want you anyway. No problem, little Wei, someone else grinned. The Ming Dynasty has a thriving Brokeback Mountain scene, and only high-quality talents indulge. Bullshit, you're Brokeback Mountain. Your whole family is Brokeback Mountain. The young man's face flushed with indignation. Teasing him had apparently become a local pastime. Actually, I have a question for the committee. Zio Zishan seized the opportunity to redirect the conversation. About foreigners. Foreigners? Absolutely not. Too many complications later. I'm against foreigners too. Those not of our race must have different hearts. This case is somewhat special, Zio Zishan pressed on. Don't tell me it's a military medic who served in Iraq. If so, we might consider. No, it's an applicant's girlfriend. Zio Zishan extracted a sheet from his folder. Ding ding, male 32, Han ethnicity, reporter for a major media group. The foreign woman is called Pampen, apparently American. Whoa, a Western chick. Wei Awen leaned forward eagerly. Any photos? Any photos? She's someone else's girlfriend. What are you getting excited about? Sit down. She needs to be investigated. Wei Awen gestured wildly. She might be an American spy, definitely sent by the FBI to infiltrate us, to stop us from rewriting history. Little Wei, do you actually know what the FBI does? The perpetual know-it-all Luo Duo moved to correct his technical error. Whatever, some American spy organization. They also protect the president. Want to be the one to investigate her? I'll definitely complete any task the organization assigns. The young man's earnest sincerity was so overwhelming that Zhang Lishi, who'd been teasing him, felt embarrassed to continue. When Daisy nodded thoughtfully. Personally, I'm inclined to agree. If she's family to one of our people, let her come along. Even if she wanted to serve America, there'd be no America left to serve. All right, I'll confirm with him. Come to think of it, we don't have anyone with media and publicity expertise. Could prove useful down the line. We need professionals in every field, and ordinary people too. When Daisy emphasized. When receiving new arrivals, be careful not to treat those with expertise more warmly than those without. That kind of differential treatment causes problems. Understood. Unity is paramount. Meng Xian lay on the iron bunk bed in the dormitory, staring at the large duffel bag he'd stowed on the upper bunk. Outside the window, the night was utterly quiet. He could clearly hear sounds drifting down from upstairs, someone watching a film with rather suggestive audio. All the excitement of the journey here, the anticipation, the nervous energy, had drained away once things went still. In its place settled an irrepressible unease. What's wrong with me? Have I actually gone insane? I had a perfectly good job in America and I left it to come to some village in Guangzhou. What exactly am I trying to accomplish? Change fate? Remake history? Meng Xian usually enjoyed alternate history novels. He'd fantasized countless times about transmigrating to another era, rebuilding China, establishing great achievements, acquiring 3 or 4 devoted wives. But he'd always known it was pure fiction. Now, once through the wormhole, he would simply vanish from this world, as good as dead to everyone who'd known him. Parents, relatives, friends, a future wife. Of course, he didn't even have a girlfriend currently, let alone a wife. But if he hadn't come here, a decent wife had still been a real possibility. The thought made him want to withdraw, to flee. He sat up abruptly. Across the room, Yi Yumming sat on the next bed, also staring into space. He had arrived before their group. What, can't sleep? Seeing him stir, Yi Yumming tossed over a cigarette. I don't smoke. Suit yourself, I should quit too. Yi Yumming pocketed the cigarette. What's bothering you not going to game online? Don't feel like it. Meng Xian sighed. No idea when we'll actually leave. The words were somewhat disingenuous, yet not entirely false. Once they actually crossed, this uncertainty would end. The waiting was hardest. You really look forward to D-Day that much, don't you? Hard to say. The whole thing feels unreliable. Yi Yumming sniffed his unlit cigarette. If Director Wen and Mr. Ma weren't people I trust, plus, he paused meaningfully, I'd almost worry it's some elaborate scam. Surely not. Meng Xian's confidence wavered slightly. Yeah, I think not either. That's why I came. But what happens over there, genuinely hard to predict. Hasn't Director Wen already taken people across multiple times? In small groups, sure. But with this many people, this much equipment, Yi Yumming's expression darkened. What if the energy destabilizes, or something goes catastrophically wrong after crossing? He met Meng Xian's eyes. If you die there, there's no loading a save file. Maybe you respawn in the original timeline, Pan Feng, who'd been reading quietly on another bed, suddenly interjected. Haha, that's quite a theory. Both Yi Yumming and Meng Xian laughed. Pan Feng set down his book and sat up. Think about it. According to typical transmigration tropes, isn't the protagonist always struck by lightning, hit by a car, drowned? So logically, if you die in the other time-space, you should respawn in this one. If there's a time-space administration bureau, apply for resurrection immediately after death. Meng Xian laughed for a while, his mood inexplicably lightened. Zio Pan, you said you were in sales. What did you sell? Me, Pan Feng smiled ruefully. Don't laugh, my longest sales job was sanitary napkins. The entire dormitory erupted in laughter. Zhao Wuchu slapped the bed frame. You're making that up. You sold sanitary napkins. What girl would buy from you? Pan Feng picked up the cigarette Meng Xian had declined. Mind if I have this? Go ahead, go ahead. Yi Yumming even lit it for him, then took one for himself. Pan Feng took a long drag. I was in channel sales, selling directly to wholesalers. Nothing to do with girls. He exhaled slowly. The FMCG business gets harder every year. More competitors, pickier customers, higher company expectations, but the salary stays frozen. You think this whole thing is legitimate? Yi Yumming pressed. Pan Feng glanced at him, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Why wouldn't it be? Unless Director Wens completely lost his mind, why would he orchestrate all this to scam money? At this scale, he'd be hemorrhaging his own cash. So you genuinely want to cross? Cross. Pan Feng flicked ash onto the floor. Why not? I'm what they call working poor. Went to college, worked diligently enough. All these years of effort only managed to scrape together a bit of savings. Got to save for emergencies, for marriage, for a down payment, for decades as a mortgage slave. Complain even slightly online and someone tells you to swim the Pacific for a few cents. I'm too cautious for anything dramatic, been a model citizen all my life. In this timeline, I'd never dare break a single law, but living feels pointless, stifling. He shrugged. So I came to take a chance. The dormitory fell silent. His words had touched something in everyone present, some unspoken understanding, some shared frustration that none of them could quite articulate. Yi Yumming smiled faintly, lay back down, and began mentally drafting his report for the Internal Affairs Group. End of chapter. Chapter 41. The Ship Part 1. Over the past few days, Gao Jus had exhausted himself chasing shadows. The more he uncovered, the less anything made sense. What should have been a simple 2 or 3 day assignment had stretched well beyond that. He'd called his supervisor to request an extension, and from the tone of that conversation, Gao Jus could tell the man suspected him of either meddling in affairs beyond his purview or inventing excuses for a government-funded vacation. But the developments here had grown too intriguing to abandon. First, there was the steady stream of arrivals. Not many at once, but they came from all over the country. He'd heard dialects from nearly every province. Most were young men, and they weren't the typical migrant workers who staffed this region's labor-intensive factories. Each newcomer arrived burdened with substantial luggage. Second, his visits to local businesses the company had contacted revealed something extraordinary. Across the specialized wholesale markets in the area, sales of certain goods had surged over the past 3 months. His preliminary compilation showed notable increases in foodstuffs, medical supplies and pharmaceuticals, tools, water pumps, electric motors, small power machinery, various grades of high-quality carbon steel and alloy steel, electrolytic copper and other metals, measuring instruments, clothing, shoes, and socks. When he connected these local purchases to Crossing Company's nationwide procurement activities, the conclusion was obvious. Both streams flowed from the same source. They'd apparently split their acquisitions into two channels: ordinary, simple items sourced locally, while technically sophisticated or price-sensitive goods were procured directly from distant manufacturers. Guo had given up trying to hypothesize what they were planning. He decided to visit the company directly. A motorcycle taxi carried him out to the base. The training facility looked decades old, mostly buildings from the 60s and 70s. A central office building was somewhat newer but still dated back more than 10 years. He saw no signs of new construction by the company, though he knew Crossing Trade had purchased considerable construction equipment. The base gate stood open, and two old men sat in the guardhouse, chatting and smoking. Everything looked perfectly ordinary. Gao Jus worried that flashing his credentials would alert them, so he climbed a nearby hill and observed through binoculars. On the parade ground, groups in grass-green training uniforms were running formation drills. His view suddenly froze. He could clearly see several ranks holding short bamboo sticks while someone kept time on a military drum. Though he was too far away to hear, these people were obviously marching to the beat, first expanding into a line, then a column, then suddenly a square. The front row crouched with sticks angled upward while those behind stood with sticks held level. A strange posture indeed. What were they doing? Gao had been through military training in high school, college, and work orientation. He couldn't recall anything remotely like this in standard formation drills. He frantically adjusted the focus. The men went through a complete sequence of movements, manipulating the bamboo sticks, reaching to their chests to grab something invisible, bringing it to their mouths as if biting, then fiddling with the stick's top end. The more he watched, the more confused he became. Apart from the sticks, they had nothing in their hands. Strange, he muttered. He couldn't decipher these hieroglyphic movements. He panned the binoculars elsewhere and found a group practicing unarmed combat beside a sandpit. The instructor-like figure in the center was obviously field army trained. Guo's workplace had many former military personnel, and that battle-tempered bearing of a professional soldier was recognizable even at this distance. He adjusted to maximum magnification. On the dock, iron drums and steel angles were piled high. Workers welded something amid showers of sparks. Two small rowboats sat on cradles nearby. What on earth is this company up to? After wandering around for most of the day, Gao returned to the city, disappointed. He'd gained nothing but deeper puzzlement. That evening, he left his hotel and drifted through the streets until he found a small eatery where he nursed 2 beers. Frustration gnawed at him. He'd never doubted his own intelligence. In all his years of work, he'd handled many cases and usually figured things out quickly. But this one still had him lost in fog. Better just go back, he thought. Holding up here wasn't solving anything. It had already been 4 days. The investigation couldn't continue indefinitely. From the materials he'd gathered, this company was certainly suspicious, but they hadn't done anything harmful to social stability and unity. Their massive procurement was their own business. Whether it was money laundering or something else, the relevant departments could look into it. Word of Guo's investigation reached the executive committee through Zhang Lishi and several local contacts' social activities. But the fact that this news had leaked so casually showed that no one was taking the matter seriously. Xiao Zishan was worried, however. They'd come this far practically to the goal line. No one wanted to end up like the men's national football team. After breakfast, he hurried to find Wen Dacey. I don't think it's anything, Wen Dacey considered briefly. Let him investigate all he wants. We haven't broken any laws. He won't find anything. Still, let's hurry. The longer we wait, the more things can go wrong. Have all expected arrivals been confirmed? All confirmed. 19 more will arrive by Thursday. I've also confirmed those not coming. Then we'll hold the general meeting next Friday. Are the related proposals ready? The various teams have been discussing and drafting suggestions these past few days. Morale is quite high. Just then, the office door opened. Wang Liubin walked in, looking travel-worn. Within the executive committee, he currently handled project approval, review, and procurement for material preparations, work that kept him constantly on the road. For the past 3 months, he'd been focused on a single problem: the ship. During their crossing trade, the transmigrators had discovered that the wormhole's energy gradually dissipated the longer it stayed open. The longer the passage remained active, the more energy it consumed. Small crossing trade runs involved at most a few truckloads, but for the main crossing operation, several thousand tons of material had to pass through the wormhole. Using a truck convoy was clearly unfeasible. The crossing time would stretch too long, and they might exhaust the last reserves of energy before finishing. The only way to pass through the wormhole quickly while transporting such quantities was by ship, the biggest ship possible. The transmigrators' shopping list kept growing. Without a large vessel, there was simply no way to get hundreds of people and thousands of tons of equipment and materials into the 17th century in one crossing. Beyond transport itself, a modern cargo ship was a microcosm of industrial civilization. Main and auxiliary engines, high and low-pressure piping, pumps, cables, electronic communications and observation equipment, desalination systems, a small machine repair workshop, medical facilities. With a ship before any land base was built, they'd have a complete modern world. The transmigrators could draw electricity and machine tool support from this mobile platform. Greatest of all, it could sustain basic modern living conditions for a considerable time, preventing these spoiled 21st century souls from suffering mental breakdowns when thrust into harsh conditions. And then there was the considerable military utility. A massive iron vessel would inspire awe and terror. Its steel hull feared no cannonballs or incendiary weapons. Even if some brave souls tried to board and fight hand-to-hand, they'd have to climb freeboards towering like city walls. Without mounting any weapons, ramming at full speed would be enough to terrify any warship of that era. Smaller vessels would sink on impact. Larger ones couldn't withstand a steel bow's collision. An escape was impossible. Even older ships could easily reach 11 to 14 knots. Except for certain fast clippers running before favorable winds, most vessels would be helpless victims. A glorious multi-turret ironclad battleship. With such a ship, wouldn't they be masters of the ocean? Behind glorious dreams, however, often lurked terrible reality. And reality arrived courtesy of a maritime university graduate. That was when Ming Dynasty appeared. Ming Dynasty had learned about the chat group only after the second batch of core members had reported in. He'd stumbled upon information on a BBS he frequented. A space-time portal had actually appeared, and people were secretly gathering comrades to change history in the early Changzhen era. After confirming the information's authenticity, Ming Dynasty resolutely decided to join, dreaming of becoming a true history changer. He was the only maritime university graduate among this group of transmigrators, with actual work experience involving ships. His education and professional background immediately caught the executive committee's attention. Though they suspected his ship-handling skills might be half-baked, no one else among them understood large cargo vessels at all. The Maritime University and Wormhole Energy, two completely unrelated factors, destined him to have his own chapter in the history of the crossing. At a specially convened meeting on the ship problem, he was hired as a consultant. For this young man only a few years out of school, it was the first time he'd felt truly valued. Director Wen, this isn't going to be easy, Ming Dynasty said after hearing the committee's plan. The problem is crew. We don't have a crew. How many people would we need? For older ships under 5,000 tons, usually around 40 people. Over 10,000 tons, more than 50. Ming Dynasty spread his hands. Even newer ships with unmanned engine rooms need over 20. These are all technical positions. Transmigrators can't fill them. Chinese merchant ships, if not carrying passengers, were generally divided into deck department and engine department. The deck department alone comprised captain, first mate, second mate, third mate, chief radio officer, cargo officer, tallyman, bosun, assistant bosun, able seaman, ordinary seaman, chief cook, second cook, third cook, stewards, and more. The critical engine department had chief engineer, first engineer, second engineer, third engineer, electrician, chief mechanic, head fireman, mechanics, assistant mechanics, coppersmith, oilers, firemen, and others. If we want to use this ship long-term, even if not fully staffed, we'd need at least half, especially in the engine department. The executive committee members exchanged glances. A ship was this complicated. Damn. Having one maritime professional join them was already lucky. Expecting a whole crew of sailors had never crossed their minds. What if we're just crossing over? Still very difficult, though we'd need somewhat fewer people. Ming Dynasty outlined his suggestion. Establish a freight forwarding office at a port on the Lizhu Peninsula and rent a warehouse. All needed materials would be delivered there for loading. They'd charter a coastal bulk carrier with the destination set as Bapu Port on Hainan. Some transmigrators could disguise themselves as backpackers hitching a ride, common on coastal freighters. The rest would travel ahead on several fishing boats to the rendezvous point. When the ship approached port, the transmigrators would seize control, detain the crew, pilot the ship through the gate, and beach it on Hainan Island. The Guangzhou Strait is very narrow. I believe my ship handling ability is up to it. For engine and basic deck crew, I suggest the committee send some people to train, but this ship basically won't be usable afterward. End of chapter. Chapter 42, The Ship Part 2, Unusable. Disappointment rippled across the room. Was their glorious vision of a multi-turreted ironclad battleship freighter about to vanish like smoke? Why beach it at all? Someone protested. Once a ship runs aground, refloating it is nearly impossible. We may not have enough crew to operate it now, but that doesn't mean we never will. We're crossing over just to use it as a hotel. What a waste. How are we supposed to fight pirates on the high seas without an invincible warship? With a ship like that, Zheng Zhilong, Liu Xiang, the Dutch, the English, they'd all be nothing but fodder. Is there any way to avoid beaching? Wen Dynasty asked. Hainan's west coast has plenty of good harbors. Lingao alone has several deep-water port development zones. There's one called Jinpai Port, isn't there? They even ran investment promotions in Guangzhou. Surely it has adequate deep-water berths. It's not that simple. Meng Dynasty could see that the group's understanding of shipping and port facilities was essentially non-existent, so he offered some background first. Before modern times, he explained, only a handful of ports with exceptionally favorable geography and water conditions allowed large ships to dock directly at the quay. In most harbors around the world, ocean-going vessels had to anchor in deeper water, with lighters and small boats ferrying cargo and passengers ashore load by load. Even well into the modern era, many major ports still operated dedicated passenger ferries for ocean liners and fleets of cargo lighters. The inefficiency was staggering. Modern ports address this by constructing extensive dock facilities. Even the most basic setup required multiple piers. The Lingao area where the transmigrators planned to land lay in Hainan's northern region. The ports of Qiangbei stretch from Mulantu in the east to Bingmeijiao in the west, comprising a series of coastal indentations curving inland. Puqian Bay, Haikou Bay, Chengmai Bay, Dongshui Port, Huicheng Port, Mainao Port, Hongpai Port, and Haoshui Bay. Countless harbors of various sizes dotted these bays, but most were small natural inlets accommodating only fishing boats. Though Ming-era Hainan served as an important waypoint for Sino-foreign maritime trade, with many merchant ships stopping for shelter and fresh water, the island's own commerce was underdeveloped, concentrated mainly at Shenyang Port in Qiangshan. The bays within Lingao County remained almost entirely in their primitive state. None of these Ming-era Hainan bays will have any port facilities, Meng Dynasty continued. Moreover, the ports of the Qiangbei region are generally shallow. The Jinpai Port Development Zone Director when mentioned is actually Hongpai Port. Even after Phase 1 development and dredging, it can only berth 5,000-ton general cargo ships. Murmuring swept through the room. Many had assumed Hongpai was a natural deep-water port. It was not. The Hongpai Peninsula jutted northward into the open sea, its cape constantly battered by wind and waves, carved into sea cliffs and wave-cut platforms. Eroded lava debris drifted with the currents to the peninsula's western shore, forming a gravel beach. Finer sediment migrated into Hongpai Port itself, leaving the inner bay choked with sandy deposits. While the western face of the peninsula, Hongpai Islet, featured a basalt wave-cut platform with respectable depths of 5 meters or more at its leading edge, the port's interior suffered from longshore drift and silting, leaving only 2 to 4 meters of water. The executive committee had originally planned to use Jinpai Port, Hongpai Port, for ship mooring. Ming Da's explanation killed that plan entirely. At 2 to 4 meters depth, a 10,000-ton vessel was out of the question. Even ships of 2,000 to 3,000 tons would struggle. Furthermore, Ming Da added, the extensive beaches inside the harbor will make unloading extremely difficult. He paused to consider the alternatives. Among Lingao's ports, Haoshui Bay has the best hydrographic conditions. Deep channels of 10 meters extend inward on both the east and west sides of Lincheng Island within the bay. The wave shadow zone south of the island is a shallow sediment deposit, but still maintains 7 to 8 meters of depth. The shoreline consists of coral reef, highly erosion-resistant with minimal sediment runoff into the bay. Beach erosion and deposition have stabilized there. Haoshui Bay is arguably Lingao's finest natural deepwater harbor. He gestured for emphasis. For the transmigrators, it offers another advantage. Lincheng Island serves as a natural barrier. Fortifications there could effectively defend against seaborne attack, far superior to tiny outcrops like Hongpai Islet. This was expertise in action. Whether forging an effective military organization or an efficient production enterprise, proper division of labor, placing specialists in positions suited to their knowledge, formed the essential foundation. The executive committee felt the weight of this truth. A respectful silence settled over the meeting room. Seems you can't just take things for granted in this world, Ma Qianju sighed. Should we establish our port base at Haoshui Bay then? Since conditions there are superior. No, that won't work. Wen Daisy shook his head firmly. Haoshui Bay is excellent as a port, but unsuitable as a landing base. There's no water. The Haoshui Bay area of ancient Lingao had no major natural rivers. It was one of the county's driest regions, and local villages had suffered water shortages for generations. Only after 1949 were deep wells drilled and irrigation channels dug to solve the problem. Without sufficient freshwater, everything became inconvenient. The location was also rather distant from Lingao County town and the transmigrators' future main base, making transport and communication awkward. What do you recommend? The speaker's tone had shifted from casual to deferential. Where will the main base be located? Bairn Beach in the lower reaches of the Wenlin River. Meng Da considered this for a moment. If you want the closest option, that would be Bapu Port. It's essentially the Wenlin River's estuary, classified as a rivermouth port. It has long served as a key transit point between Hainan and the mainland, and it's a natural typhoon shelter. The central deep channel reaches 6 to 7 meters, though the harbor contains many sandbars and the anchorage is quite small. That depth should suffice for a 10,000-ton ship, shouldn't it? I believe the draft is around 7 meters. Correct. Shallow draft coastal cargo ships can manage even less. The problem is that I don't have local hydrographic data. No, I mean I don't have Ming-era hydrographic data. And without either a pilot or a proper engine room crew, even with a modern port, we couldn't dock safely. In modern shipping, vessels are often pushed to the dock by tugboats. With my level of ship handling, if we enter harbor without beaching or running aground, that would be extraordinary luck. A ship costs tens of millions at minimum. spend tens of millions just to build a floating Yamato hotel. Actually, my recommendation is to use barges, flat deck or open-hold types. Ming boldly proposed an idea entirely lacking in glory, universally despised by the group, but he ignored their expressions. In his professional domain, at least, he had yet to encounter anyone who could challenge him, and that gave him confidence. Even if he said something wrong, no one could refute him. Towed by tugboats, aren't those river vessels? I'm talking about maritime barges, generally used in coastal waters. Deadweight tonnage ranges from 1,500 to 8,500 tons. Some barges are self-propelled for short coastal voyages. These ships have very shallow drafts. A 1,500-tonner draws only 2 meters. A typical self-propelled deck barge had specifications like actual payload, 1,500 tons gross tonnage, 1,411 tons net tonnage, 342 tons length overall, 61 meters beam, 13.6 meters depth, 3.2 meters draft, 1.832 meters navigable area, coastal waters main engine power, 330 kW. They could carry all manner of dry cargo and containers. The drawbacks: very slow, limited range, poor seakeeping, suitable only for short coastal freight runs. Of course, none of this mattered to the transmigrators. After comprehensive consideration, however, the group decided to prioritize general cargo ships, with self-propelled barges serving as backup only if the budget fell short. The reasoning was straightforward. Self-propelled barges carried no cranes or loading equipment, depending entirely on port infrastructure. For the transmigrators, manually unloading thousands of tons was essentially a fantasy, to say nothing of items weighing tens or hundreds of tons that no amount of manpower could shift. General cargo ships typically came equipped with derricks and various loading and unloading gear. I have an idea. Zhao of the athletics group had served in a naval district and was counted among the transmigrators' future naval corps, so he too attended this ship selection meeting. Even if we don't beach the cargo ship, using a freighter as a warship is completely impractical. Zhao brushed dust from his sleeve. Large cargo ships have deep drafts and complex handling, and they don't necessarily turn any faster than sailing vessels. No matter how powerful our ship might be, will our opponents keep lining up for head-on battles after we thrash them once? They have numerical superiority. They can conduct harassment warfare along shipping lanes and coastlines. When combat begins, we'll be overwhelmed. Even if we sortie and sink a few, the rest will scatter into shallow water where we can't follow. What then? Lower lifeboats and chase them. We need sea control, and a single isolated ship that guzzles fuel and manpower is simply too wasteful. The glorious multi-turreted ironclad battleship freighter had been thoroughly criticized. Everyone felt a pang of loss, but upon reflection, this former naval officer had a point. I'm a fisherman myself, Zhao continued. Back in my production brigade days, I captained fishing boats. During my military service, I saw the Navy use them too, vessels of 200 to 400 tons with excellent range and seaworthiness. Wouldn't they serve better as the core of our crossing Navy than some ironclad battleship freighter fantasy? Speed alone makes them far superior, and fuel consumption is a fraction of what a cargo ship requires. And you can fish. Exactly, you can still fish. These are generally trawlers built to last. Fishing boats aren't easy to acquire, Ming objected. The Fishery Bureau paperwork is a nightmare. No problem. After we buy them, we simply don't register for fishery use. Once we cross over, we can do whatever we want with them. Opinion within the executive committee divided on this point. Some felt it unnecessarily complicated the operation, but the majority voiced support. The Hainan, where the transmigrators would build their base, boasted extremely rich surrounding fishery resources. The Beibu Gulf remains an important fishing ground to this day, with annual disputes between Chinese and Vietnamese fishermen. In the 17th century, those waters would surely be even more abundant. Owning one or more fishing boats would significantly enrich the transmigrator's protein sources. Modern fishing vessels were nimble, maneuverable, and easy to operate, ideal for an early nearshore naval force. After all, the narrowest point of the Guangzhou Strait measured less than 18 kilometers. Even very small boats could cross with ease. Without vessels providing early warning at sea, enemies might go undetected until they entered visual range from shore, a dangerously passive position. And so the plan was decided. Zhao De received the task of fishing boat selection, along with preparing related spare parts and materials procurement lists. After the meeting concluded, at Ming De's suggestion, a group of transmigrators with good physical condition and some interest in sailing were selected for training. Ming De used his professional connections to find a friend whose family operated several coastal cargo ships, and the trainees were sent aboard for hands-on practical instruction. End of chapter. Chapter 43. Preparations for departure. As the moon swelled toward fullness, headquarters' steady rhythm shattered into something far more frantic. The entire organization shifted into overdrive. The finance department liquidated every available asset into RMB, then transmuted that currency into an avalanche of supplies. Against the possibility of last-minute complications, they retained roughly 500,000 yuan in reserve. They'd also quietly cast their remaining 10-odd kilograms of unsold gold into ingots, 10-gram, 25-gram, and 50-gram bars ready for immediate use. Less convenient than cash, certainly, but everyone understood that gold's value endured across centuries. Aside from the maritime personnel stationed at the freight forwarding office on the Lijiu Peninsula, every transmigrator on external assignment returned to base for final preparations. The medical and health group launched comprehensive reviews, prioritizing immunizations above all else. Despite countless announcements, some individuals hadn't bothered getting vaccinated yet claimed otherwise. A few had even shown up with forged vaccination certificates. For certain vaccines, catch-up doses were simply no longer feasible. The complete hepatitis B series required 18 months. The health group scrambled to procure alternatives that might offer faster protocols. Don't these people understand they're gambling with their own lives? Hima stared at the incomplete immunization status report, genuinely mystified. He didn't know the precise disease situation in 17th-century Hainan, but it was easy enough to imagine, a paradise for microorganisms. Cholera outbreaks had plagued the island well into the 20th century. Many also skipped the corneal surgery for vision correction, added Dr. Lan Fangfang, his voice pained. He'd been forced to append a complete set of old-fashioned optometry equipment to the medical supplies, equipment that had become genuinely difficult to locate now that computerized optical systems were ubiquitous. Many things proved unexpectedly hard to find. The health group's persistent headache was their inability to rely on disposable supplies the way modern hospitals did. Glass syringes, glass IV sets. These had largely vanished from the market, and the specialized equipment to sterilize them, small medical autoclaves, had similarly disappeared. They'd scoured pharmaceutical companies, medical equipment factories, and hospital warehouses across the country to assemble a complete set. The specialized rubber tubing on older medical equipment had long since deteriorated, with no replacements available anywhere. They'd been forced to commission custom molds from manufacturers at considerable expense. The executive committee's attitude toward medical care was unambiguous. Spend without limit. Any budget that ensured the highest possible standard of care would be approved. The health group ultimately outspent every other civilian department. Their final inventory could have equipped a small hospital. One diagnostic equipment gastroscope set times one ultrasound unit times one X-ray machine times one. Colonoscope set times one laparoscope set times one ECG machine times 1 patient monitors times 10 medical microscopes times 5 treatment equipment, surgical lights times 2, 1.5 m diameter. surgical tents times 2, operating tables times 2, oxygen cylinders times 10, ventilators times 10, gastric lavage machines times 2, dental treatment units times 2, defibrillators times 2, glass syringes times 100, 1 ml, 5 ml, 10 ml, 20 ml, 50 ml, glass IV bottles times 50 sets. Surgical instrument sets times 20, dental instrument sets times 10, obstetric instrument sets times 5, orthopedic instruments and equipment times 2 sets, each surgical set included. Electrosurgical knife times 1, pointed and rounded scalpels times 1 each, hemostatic clamps, large, medium, small, times 4 each, curved clamps times 4, hook clamps times 4, retractors, large, medium, small, times 2 each, toothed forceps, large, small, times 2 each, smooth forceps, large, small, times 2 each, intestinal spatula, large, medium, small, times 2. Plus surgical gowns, masks, caps, gloves, and extensive quantities of sutures, dressings, gauze, and disinfectants. 3. Medications, emergency drugs. Mannitol, isoproterenol, epinephrine, norepinephrine, verapamil, cetylanide, amiodarone, propranolol, digitalis, atropine, large quantities of lidocaine anesthetic, large quantities of furosemide diuretic, large quantities of antibiotics, penicillin, erythromycin, clindamycin, cephalosporins, sulfonamides, ornidazole, metronidazole, meropenem, vancomycin, spanning low to high potency, large quantities of antivirals, ribavirin, various common medications. Vaccines and antivenoms. 4. Equipment, autoclaves, various stainless steel medical containers, UV disinfection carts, refrigerators, infant incubators, and more. First aid kits, 5 allocated per person, with 1 issued directly as standard equipment. If they could have located one, the committee would have purchased a complete field hospital outright. But exhaustive searches across the country turned up nothing available for civilian acquisition. The committee's perfectionist obsession with medical supplies eventually prompted intervention from the health group doctors themselves, who had to rein in the ever-expanding demands. Someone had even added a CT machine to the procurement list. The doctors had patiently explained that, while undeniably useful, it wasn't essential. For individual equipment, the committee's philosophy of better excessive than lacking found full expression, though they created tiered configurations based on job assignments. Level A, standard, personal issue for all transmigrators. This level addressed daily work and living needs, with limited protection for low-intensity conflicts and short-distance travel. Each person received a knockoff USMC modular backpack that's separated into 6 bags of varying sizes. Regular transmigrators didn't receive camouflage, just tropical military green training uniforms and combat boots. 1 boonie hat and 1 helmet-style cap apiece, the latter featuring a mosquito net face cover. Also, goggles, raincoat, and rubber wading boots. Under normal circumstances, transmigrators would sleep aboard ship or in prefab housing at base, so accommodation items didn't emphasize camping capability. Given Hainan's subtropical climate, 15 degrees C-rated sleeping bags with matching ground pads. For protection and weapons, Level A personnel weren't expected to engage in intense conflict. Only limited protective gear was required. Issue, stab-resistant vest and gloves, plus 1 Type 80 steel helmet. Newer lightweight helmets had been rejected because synthetic materials deteriorated over time. The old Type 80s were abundant and cheap. Communication, walkie-talkie with over 1 kilometer range and network capability, plus a survival whistle. Personal items issued. Waterproof outdoor watch, altimeter, thermometer, barometer, electronic compass, timer, alarm, knockoff Swiss Army knife and short machete 1 each, compass, headlamp, flashlight, friction-powered to conserve batteries. Windproof lighter, small steel cup, multi-purpose, including morning wash, outdoor canteen, effective preservation. Neutral color, military canteen, includes mess tin, highly practical. Mess kit, enamel plate, travel utensils, 1 set each finally. 2 days emergency rations consisting of energy bars and beef jerky, plus a sewing kit and first aid kit. Toiletries, underwear, socks, and general clothing remained each person's own responsibility. Above level A came level B, regular soldiers, long-distance surveyors, and level C, scouts, remote field researchers. These tiers added camouflage shells over training uniforms, along with increasingly specialized outdoor and military equipment, too numerous to list exhaustively. However, many level B and C items weren't permanently issued. They would be distributed only as operational needs arose and returned afterward. By committee calculations, each transmigrator was permitted 200 kilograms of personal items, including issued equipment. No restrictions existed on item types as long as weight remained under the limit, though privately carrying firearms was prohibited. Any weapons brought had to be surrendered for centralized storage. Ma Qianju led tireless inspections of every transmigrator's packed belongings and found himself shaking his head again and again. Almost everyone had brought various computers, yet few had thought to include a notebook and pen. Many had also packed MP3 players, PSPs, and other entertainment devices, as if their destination featured power outlets growing from every tree. Meanwhile, underwear, socks, and toiletries, items crucial for hygiene, were conspicuously scarce. Such hiking trip rather than time travel mentality was everywhere. The committee decided to systematically adjust everyone's gear, persuading them not to bring so much useless weight. Rejected items could be mailed home, but most refused absolutely to leave their computers behind. Even if the crossing succeeded and they all eventually attained comfortable retirements, computers wouldn't be producible again in their lifetimes. Forget it, let them bring them. Shikai, responsible for all IT systems, sighed in resignation. At least we'll have more spare parts. His own burden was substantial, a full cabinet of IT equipment, and he wasn't entirely confident his undergraduate-level skills would prove adequate for what lay ahead. Wang Liuobin and the other procurement specialists made additional runs to nearby cities, buying all manner of items they hadn't previously considered but now realized were essential. Packing continued through constant rechecking and supplementation. The commotion didn't subside until late into the night. The next morning, transmigrators gathered on the training ground, everyone dressed in their uniformly issued clothing. Not bad. Zayaju surveyed the transmigrators seated on the ground, waiting to board. Actually looks like an army now. A rabble. Ma Qianju's tone was far from enthusiastic. More than an army, this scene resembled a college military training exercise redux. Don't say that, old Ma. Zayaju clapped him on the shoulder with theatrical heroism. Together, we'll sweep across all of China. End of chapter. Chapter 44. The night before author's note. This makes up for yesterday's chapter. Another chapter tonight. The twilight sky glowed a hazy gold, and distant clouds along the horizon wore faint gilt edges. An evening sea breeze stirred gently as the Fengcheng steamed steadily onward through the Qiangzhou Strait under excellent conditions, waves barely reaching 1.5 meters. Even those with little seafaring experience felt no trace of seasickness. The great bow carved through the swells, riding wind and wave. The transmigrators, posing as backpackers, gathered in small groups across the deck, some standing, others sitting, as they watched the scenery flanking the strait. The Qiangzhou Strait was remarkably narrow here. From where they stood, they could make out both the Lizhu Peninsula to the north and the shores of Hainan Island to the south. Less than 20 cables off the beam, a squat flat-deck barge followed close behind, its deck stacked high with containers and an assortment of vehicles and machinery. Both vessels held steady at 10 knots. They were scheduled to rendezvous at 6 o'clock Beijing time, with 4 fishing boats departing from another port. After Ming Dynasty half-month of frenzied coordination, the complex loading process was finally complete. Coastal freighters routinely carried all manner of cargo, so the port authority had raised no eyebrows. The only puzzled party had been the fuel company. Both ships had taken nothing but diesel, refusing the cheaper marine heavy oil. The hired crew were Filipinos, whose peculiar English proved incomprehensible to everyone except Ming De, who had spent years working around ports. This arrangement had its advantages. The crew asked no questions about what the ship carried or why so many backpackers in matching green training uniforms had come aboard. Two-thirds of all the transmigrators were concentrated on this single vessel, with only a handful of specialists assigned elsewhere. The freighter itself left precious little space for passengers. All 5 cargo holds were packed full, and even the deck was crowded with lashed-down containers. Several livestock containers filled the air with a constant foul stench. Except for the women and children who'd been allocated crew cabins, most could only find spots on deck and wait for the fated moment. Fortunately, everyone remained in that buoyant, excited state of pioneers on the cusp of a new era, and no one complained of the discomfort. Some who hadn't slept well the night before spread sleeping bags on deck to catch a few hours of rest. Others stood facing the wind, gazing at Hainan Island's coastline as it appeared and vanished in the haze. They had been born in this time-space, had grown up here, and would have grown old here, carrying with them countless loves and hatreds, disappointments and triumphs, all the firsts of a lifetime. Now they were about to leave and never return, a parting as final as death itself. The executive committee members gathered on the poop deck had no leisure for such historical moment sentimentality. According to plan, the fishing boats and landing craft departing from the fishing port, along with the legendary North American Branch's yacht, should have rendezvoused with them by 5 o'clock. They kept scanning the horizon through binoculars, but saw only scattered fishing boats returning to port. The North American yacht arrived first, 10 minutes ahead of schedule. Its blue and white hull bore snow-white triangular sails that caught the dying light as it glided elegantly across the water. Cheers and whistles erupted from the transmigrators on deck. Through their binoculars, the committee members could see Hainan waving enthusiastically. From the hatchway below the sails emerged a foreign woman with large brown eyes and a thoroughly puzzled expression. Obviously, she had no idea what was happening. "Nice figure on that girl," Wang Liubin murmured, binoculars raised. "Chestnut hair, she's not a Western chick. What do you know, she's Latina. You don't have to be blonde and blue-eyed." A dozen binoculars trained themselves on the newly appeared beauty, completely ignoring the contingent of North American men waving enthusiastically on deck. The fishing boats and landing craft had still not appeared. Fortunately, radio contact confirmed they were on their way. The 4 fishing boats had been tasked with towing multiple large floating rafts, something none of them had ever attempted before, and had wasted several hours just adjusting towline lengths. Finally, at 20 minutes past 5, they rendezvoused with the waiting ships. The strange fleet proceeded slowly along Hainan Island's coastline. Bapu port was nearly in sight now. As night approached, the harbor lights had already come on, flickering in the gathering dusk. Ships along the route lit their navigation lights one by one. GPS shows were currently 3 nautical miles northeast of Bapu port. Reduce speed, turn on all lights, take control of the ship. All vessels close on the flagship. Prepare the wormhole. With each command, tensions rose. Ming De, in his capacity as charterer, first gathered all crew members on deck. Then the military group produced their 5-shot shotguns. Without a word of argument, the 20-odd crew cooperatively descended into a lifeboat that had been prepared for this purpose and rowed toward shore. Now every light on the ship blazed to life. The freighter's searchlights bathed the deck in brilliant white. Realizing the historic moment was at hand, transmigrators rose to their feet, eyes wide, watching the poop deck. The PA system crackled with test tones, then an excessively high-pitched male voice announced, "Attention, 5-minute crossing preparation. All personnel don life vests and enter cabins." The wormhole might oscillate from violent energy fluctuations during the crossing, and to prevent anyone from falling overboard, all except essential deck personnel, secured by safety lines, crowded into the cabins. The watertight doors were sealed shut. Director Wen, let's begin. Ming stood tensely at the helm. All right, begin. As the wormhole suspended at the bow was slowly pushed open by the ship's prow, the enormous mirror-like surface flashed with unprecedented brilliance, illuminating a vast expanse of surrounding sea. Energy radiated from the wormhole's edges like fireworks, streamers of light arcing into the darkness. Hold steady, when Daisy muttered silently, praying this thing wouldn't suddenly explode. Failing to reach another time-space would be bad enough, but an energy explosion might rival an atomic bomb. All ships, attention, Ming shouted. Close up spacing, full speed through the wormhole, all hands brace for impact. In the cabins below, the transmigrators had no idea what was happening outside. Everyone gripped whatever fixed objects they could find, faces grim, waiting for the legendary crossing shockwave. Without warning, the lights flickered wildly. Everyone's faces and hands tingled with a mild electric sensation, a strange numbness. A wave of dizziness surged up from somewhere deep inside. "We crossed," someone shouted. No one responded. Many had squeezed their eyes shut the instant the lights began to flicker. Shortly after the rearguard fishing boat passed through, the wormhole, which had been reflecting the freighter's lights like an enormous mirror, suddenly began glowing from within. In seconds, it expanded from a flat plane into a sphere of blinding light, then vanished entirely. Seawater rushed back into the 50-meter void the wormhole had left behind. The colliding water shot more than 10 meters into the air with a sound like a massive drum. The rearguard fishing boat over 100 meters away caught a brutal wash from 4 to 5-meter waves. Fortunately, preparations had been thorough. There were no losses. "All ships report status," Ming called over the radio. "Barge normal, landing craft normal, fishing 1 normal, fishing 2 normal, fishing 3 normal, fishing 4 normal, North America normal. Wait, there's a motorboat rapidly approaching our vessel." The committee members' hearts sank in unison. Motorboat? Where would a motorboat come from in the 17th century? Before Wen Daisy could speak, Zai Yazhu was already on the radio to Zhao De, the fishing boat flotilla leader. "Old Zhao, take your people to support the North America boat immediately." "Understood." The Fengcheng switched on its 2 large searchlights, their brilliant beams cutting through the now-darkened sea. 2 boats from Zhao De's flotilla broke formation, bows slicing through the waves as they flanked the sailboat from north and south at full speed. The lights illuminated the entire area. Through his binoculars, when Daisy saw the motorboat approaching the North American sailboat, just a small 8-passenger marine speedboat. Had it crossed through with them, or had they failed to cross at all? He glanced at those beside him. Every committee member wore the same grim expression, clearly thinking the same thing. The committee members were almost all over 30, each priding themselves on the composure they'd forged through years of navigating society's complexities. But now even they were losing their calm. The wormhole was gone. If they hadn't crossed, the disaster would be beyond imagining. Ming frantically scanned their surroundings with his binoculars. No moon was visible on the water. Pitch darkness stretched in every direction except for the Fengcheng-centered zone blazing with lights, which only made the surrounding blackness seem more bottomless, an endless void. "We should have made it," he muttered to himself. Something occurred to him, and he hurried to check the equipment. "GPS has no signal," he cried. This reminded others to check their own devices. Several people pulled out phones, searching for signal, but in the Guangzhou Strait cell coverage should have been normal. Every radio frequency was blank, nothing but the hiss of static. Success! The committee members abandoned all pretense of composure and cheered. Since this was the 17th century, whoever was on that motorboat hardly mattered anymore. Zhao De's voice crackled over the radio. "Ship secured. 4 prisoners. Appear to be tourists. Bring them all to the flagship." The night stretched ahead of them. Approaching the coast in darkness was clearly too risky. The committee decided that all ships would anchor in place and wait for dawn before making landfall. This was the 17th century. No vessel in existence could threaten theirs. For added safety, every ship turned on its main lights, illuminating the waters around them. Military group personnel had already cracked open a crate of firearms from the North American sailboat and distributed them across the fleet. Now they had weapons and manpower. There was nothing to fear. "Damn it, what are you doing? Bandits, pirates, hooligans, thugs." As Xiao Zishan opened the door, he heard an old man shouting with surprising vigor. "Dad, stop yelling. Let's talk this out." A younger male voice tried to calm him. "This is the Guangzhou Strait, not the Red Sea or Somalia. The People's Navy isn't vegetarian. Gentlemen, please, let's discuss this reasonably. We're ordinary citizens, not wealthy people, just a family visiting Hainan." This was a middle-aged woman's voice, measured and diplomatic. Xiao Zishan instinctively tugged at his collar and straightened his cap. He still wasn't used to wearing a uniform. He pushed open the cabin door and entered. The situation was quickly clarified. The 4 people on the motorboat were a family, an elderly couple and their son and daughter-in-law, on holiday in Hainan. The old man had served in the Navy for many years and knew all the units stationed around the island. Rather than buying ferry tickets for the straight crossing, he'd borrowed an old speedboat from a former military buddy, eager to relive his seafaring days. Near Bapu port, they'd encountered a strange storm. When it subsided, everything was pitch dark and they'd spotted the nearby ships. Approaching the sailboat had been simply to ask for directions. The speedboat had no navigation equipment beyond a compass. Then they'd found themselves inexplicably captured by men from 2 fishing boats. "Please rest for now," Xiao Zishan said, maintaining his smile. "It's dark outside. We'll talk when it's light." He thought, how could I possibly explain this? They'd think I'd escaped from a mental hospital. "You'll let us ashore at dawn?" asked the son, who had the look of a civil servant about him. Xiao Zishan noticed the man kept glancing at his attractive wife throughout the conversation. "Sir, we really are just ordinary people.